The sun has begun its slow descent over the 7 hills, casting long, stretching shadows across the cobblestones of the street outside. But inside the thick walls of the domus, the light changes more reluctantly. It is the time of day when the sharp edges of the afternoon soften, blurring into the gray and amber hues of early evening. There is no urgency here. There is no rush. The day's heavy labor is finished, and the evening's quiet routine is just beginning to breathe. In this house, the men are gone. They have been gone for months, serving in legions stationed at borders far away, perhaps near the Rhine or across the dry sands of the east. But their absence does not halt the house. It simply changes the rhythm. The rhythm is slower now, steadier, maintained by the hands of the women who remain. Imagine you are sitting in the corner of the atrium. The air is still. It holds the warmth of the day, trapped within the stone, radiating out slowly as the evening cools. Above, through the compluvium, the square opening in the roof, the sky is a pale, washed-out blue, draining slowly of color. A single bird flies across that square of sky, silent and high, and then it is gone. You do not need to pay close attention to the details. If your eyes feel heavy, that is natural. The history of this moment is not about battles or emperors. It is about the simple, repetitive continuity of life. It is about the things that happen every day, regardless of who sits on the throne. Eliana stands near the kitchen area, the culina. It is a small, functional space, smelling faintly of wood smoke and dried herbs. She is preparing the grain for tomorrow. This is not a task that requires thought. It is a task of muscle memory, a task her hands know better than her mind. She stands before the quernstone. It is a simple hand mill made of heavy, porous volcanic rock. The bottom stone is stationary, anchored and solid. The top stone sits heavy upon it. Eliana's hand rests on the wooden handle. Listen to the sound, scritch, scrape, rumble. She turns the handle. The stone moves against stone. It is a low, grinding sound, deep and monotonous. It is a sound that has echoed in this kitchen for 100 years, and in kitchens like this for 1,000 years before. Rumble, scrape, pause. She takes a small handful of emmer wheat from a clay bowl. The grains are hard, golden brown, and dusty. She lets them slide from her palm into the central hole of the upper stone. They make a soft hissing sound as they fall, like dry rain hitting the earth. She begins to turn the handle again. It takes effort, but not a frantic effort. It is a steady push and pull. Her shoulder moves in a circle. Her arm extends, then pulls back. The stone rotates. The wheat is crushed between the two heavy surfaces. There is nothing to worry about here. The grain will be ground. It always is. If she stops for a moment to rest, the world does not end. The silence just fills the room again. Scritch, rumble. Fine flour begins to spill out from the edges of the stones, collecting in the wooden tray beneath. It is a pale, creamy white. It creates a small, soft mountain of dust. The air around the mill becomes hazy with tiny particles of flour, dancing in the fading shaft of light that cuts through the room. Eliana watches the flour fall. She is not thinking of the future. She is not thinking of the past. She is simply watching the white powder accumulate, grain by crushed grain. It is a slow process. To grind enough for a loaf takes time. To grind enough for the household takes the better part of the evening. But that is what the evening is for. Outside, the noise of the city has dulled. The carts are no longer allowed on the streets during the day, but even the evening traffic has not yet fully begun. There is a lull a quiet gap between the work of the sun and the work of the moon. Deep in the house, an oil lamp needs tending. The light is fading fast now. Eliana leaves the mill for a moment. Her sandals make a soft slap, slap, slap sound against the tiled floor. It is a rhythmic, comforting sound. She approaches a small niche in the wall where a clay lamp sits. It is a simple object, terracotta, brownish-orange, unadorned. It has burned low from the night before. She picks up a small jug of olive oil. The jug is smooth, cool to the touch. The oil inside is thick and golden. She tilts the jug. The oil pours out in a slow, viscous stream. Gloop, gloop. It fills the reservoir of the lamp. The smell of the oil is rich and earthy, the smell of the hillsides, the smell of peace. It is the scent that permeates every Roman evening. She takes a small metal pick and adjusts the wick, pulling a fresh section of linen up from the oil. Her movements are precise. She does not rush. There is no wind to fight here, only the still air of the house. She strikes a spark from flint and steel, a sharp clack followed by a tiny shower of orange stars. One spark catches the tinder. A small flame grows. She transfers the flame to the lamp wick. The fire catches. It sputters for a second, then settles into a steady, teardrop-shaped flame. It is not a bright light. It is a warm, orange glow that pushes back the shadows just a few feet. It illuminates the texture of the plaster wall, revealing the small bumps and imperfections in the surface. This is the light by which the evening will pass, a small, flickering point of warmth in a cooling world. You can let your focus drift away from the lamp now. It is burning safely. It will burn for hours. Back at the mill, the work resumes. Rumble, scrape. Eliana's mother, Julia, is seated on a wooden stool nearby. She is not grinding. She is sorting lentils. A large wooden bowl rests on her lap. It is filled with dried brown lentils, mixed with small stones and bits of chaff from the thrashing floor. Her job is to separate the food from the earth. Julia's hands are wrinkled, mapped with the veins of age, but they are steady. She reaches into the bowl. Her fingers sift through the dry legumes. It makes a sound like dry leaves rustling in a gentle breeze. Rustle. Click. She finds a small pebble. She picks it out and drops it into a waste pot on the floor. Clink. She finds a bit of dried stalk. She picks it out. Drop. She finds a lentil that is shriveled or black. She picks it out. Drop. It is a task of infinite patience. One by one, handful by handful. There is no shortcut. She picks up a handful of lentils, spreads them across her palm, inspects them in the dim light, and lets the good ones slide into a clean bowl. Slide. Rustle. The two women do not speak. There is no need for words. They have shared this silence 1,000 times. The sound of the grinding stone and the rustle of the lentils weave together to form the soundtrack of the room. It is a blanket of sound, consistent and low. If you were there, you would smell the flour dust in the air. You would smell the faint, acrid scent of the burning lamp wick. You would feel the cooling air on your skin as the heat of the day lifts up and out through the roof. The shadows in the corners of the room are growing deeper, turning from gray to charcoal. The furniture, a simple wooden table, a few stools, a chest, loses its detail. They become dark shapes, solid and heavy. Eliana pauses to wipe her forehead. Even in the cool evening, the work warms the body. She brushes the flour from her hands. She looks at the pile of white flour she has created. It is growing, but slowly. She adds another handful of grain to the hopper. Hiss, the grain falls. Rumble, the stone turns. The repetition is the point. The repetition is the safety. As long as the stone turns, the house is in order. As long as the lentils are sorted, there will be a meal. The chaotic world outside, the borders of the empire, the march of the legions, none of that matters in this room. Here, there is only the circle of the stone and the slide of the grain. Consider the floor beneath their feet. It is made of opus signinum, a mixture of broken tiles and mortar, beaten down until it is hard and smooth. It is cool to the touch. It has absorbed the coolness of the earth beneath the foundations. Millions of footsteps have walked across this floor. Sandals, bare feet, the paws of a household dog. The floor remembers them all in its smoothness. In the far corner of the kitchen, there is a small shrine, the Narration. It is a painted niche dedicated to the household gods, the Lares. Tiny bronze statues stand there, watching the kitchen. A small offering of spelt wheat sits in a tiny dish before them. The gods of the house are quiet tonight. They require nothing but respect and the occasional pinch of salt or grain. They are boring gods, guardians of the pantry and the doorway. They do not demand great sacrifices. They simply exist, watching the flour fall, watching the lamp burn. Julia shifts her weight on the stool. The wood creaks softly. Creak. She sighs, a long, slow exhalation of breath. It is not a sigh of sadness, but of release. The day is unwinding. The muscles are relaxing. She pours the clean lentils from the small bowl into a larger clay jar. The sound is like water pouring, but dry and hollow. Shh clatter. Now the bowl is empty again. She reaches into the sack for another scoop of unsorted lentils. The cycle begins again. This is how the Roman world continues. Not through great speeches, but through the sorting of lentils, through the maintenance of the fire, through the spinning of wool. The light from the single oil lamp flickers slightly as a draft moves through the house. The shadows on the wall dance for a moment, long, stretching shapes that expand and contract, before settling back into stillness. Eliana changes hands. Her right arm is tired, so she switches to her left. The rhythm falters for a second, thump, scrape, and then smooths out again as she finds the cadence. Rumble, scrape. Imagine the texture of the flour between your fingers. It is soft, almost like velvet, but with a slight grit. It is warm from the friction of the stones. It coats the skin, turning the hands pale and ghostly. The room is getting darker. The compluvium above is now a square of deep indigo. The bird has long since gone to roost. The first stars might be appearing, but they are faint and far away. Here inside, the focus is close. The focus is on the hands. The focus is on the stone. There is a pitcher of water on the table. Condensation has formed on the outside of the terracotta, making the clay dark and damp. A drop of water forms on the curve of the pitcher. It grows heavy. It holds there for a long moment, catching a glint of the lamplight. Then it slides down the side and is absorbed by the wood of the table. Everything is slow, everything is heavy. Gravity seems stronger in the evening. It pulls the eyelids down. It pulls the shoulders down. It anchors the body to the earth. Eliana stops the mill. The silence that follows is sudden and thick. It fills the ears. She uses a hare's foot brush, a soft, furry tool, to sweep the last of the flour from the trough of the mill into the wooden tray. Swish, swish. The soft fur against the stone makes almost no noise, just a gentle whisper. She lifts the wooden tray. It is heavy now with the meal. She carries it to the storage jar. She pours it in. The white dust clouds up for a moment, then settles. The grinding is done for the night. But the evening is not over. It simply transitions to the next phase of quiet activity. There is no emptiness in the routine, only a shift in texture. Eliana wipes the millstone with a cloth. She cleans the handle. She treats the tools with respect. They are the survival of the house. She walks to the doorway of the kitchen and looks out into the atrium. The impluvium, the shallow pool in the center of the hall, reflects the night sky. The water is black and still like a mirror made of obsidian. There is not a ripple on the surface. She leans against the door frame. The stone is cool against her shoulder. She takes a breath. The air in the atrium is fresher than in the kitchen. It smells of the night, of cooling stone, and faintly of the jasmine blooming in the peristyle garden at the back of the house. She closes her eyes for a moment. She is not sleeping. She is just resting her eyes. The darkness behind her eyelids is warm and comforting. When she opens them, the world is exactly as she left it. The lamp still burns. The lentils are still being sorted. The house stands firm. Julia looks up from her lentils. She nods, a barely perceptible movement of her head. It is a signal. The grain is done. Now they will move to the wool. But first, the water. Eliana picks up a bucket. It is made of leather, stiff and darkened with age. She walks to the cistern opening near the kitchen. The water here is collected from the roof, channeled down through pipes into the cool, dark tank beneath the floor. She lowers the bucket on a rope. The rope is rough, made of hemp. It runs through her hands, slither, slither. She hears the bucket hit the water far below. Splash, a hollow, echoing sound from the deep. She waits a moment for the bucket to fill. She imagines the water rushing in, cold and clear. Then she begins to pull, hand over hand. The weight of the water is a steady drag. The rope creaks. The water drips from the rising bucket, falling back into the cistern. Drip, drip, splash. She brings the bucket to the lip of the well and lifts it out. The water is dark but clean. She carries it to the table. She pours some into a basin. She dips her hands into the water. It is shockingly cold compared to the warm air of the kitchen. It wakes the skin, but gently. She washes the flour from her arms. The water turns cloudy and white. She scrubs her fingernails. She washes her face. She dries herself with a rough linen towel. The fabric is coarse, exfoliating the skin. It feels grounding. Now she is clean. The dust of the day is gone. The night's work can begin. She moves to the basket of wool in the corner. The Romans say a good woman is one who stays home and spins wool. Domum servivit, lanum fecit. It is the eternal motto. The wool is raw. It has been sheared, but it is still tangled and greasy with lanolin. It smells of the sheep, a musky animal scent that is not unpleasant, just organic and real. Eliana sits on a stool opposite her mother. She pulls the basket closer. The wicker scrapes against the floor. She reaches in and pulls out a tuft of wool. It is gray and white, clouded like a storm sky. She begins to tease the fibers apart with her fingers, pulling, stretching, aligning. This is teasing the wool, preparing it for the carding combs. It requires no eyes. Her fingers feel the knots and burrs. She pulls them out. She smooths the fibers. The motion is hypnotic. Pull, smooth, pull, smooth. The lamp flickers again. The oil level has dropped slightly, but there is still plenty left. The flame is a steady companion. Outside, the first patrol of the night watch, the vigils, might be walking the streets. their hobnailed sandals clicking on the stone. But they are far away. Their sound is just a faint rhythm in the distance, easily mistaken for the beating of one's own heart. Inside there is only the wool, soft, greasy, infinite. The pile of teased wool grows at Eliana's feet. It looks like a cloud that has settled on the floor. Julia finishes the lentils. She sets the bowl aside. She stands up slowly, her joints popping softly. She stretches her back. She walks to the basin and washes her hands, the water splashing softly. She dries her hands and joins Eliana at the wool basket. Now there are 2 pairs of hands working. 4 hands moving in a silent rhythm, pulling apart the fibers, creating order from chaos. The room is peaceful, the world is stable, there is nothing to do but this, and this is enough. The timeline of the night stretches out before them, long and empty and welcoming. There is no rush to finish. The wool will be there tomorrow. The wool will be there next year. For now, there is only the feeling of the fibers slipping through the fingers, and the soft, warm light of the single lamp, holding back the dark. The wool has been teased. The basket, now overflowing with the cloud-like mass of gray and white fibers, is pushed gently against the wall. The work of the hands is paused, though it is never truly finished. In a Roman house, work is a circle, a wheel that turns with the sun and the moon, arriving back at the start just as it seems to end. But for tonight, the fibers can rest. Eliana rises from her stool. Her movements are stiff, the natural stiffness of a body that has been still for a long time. She stretches her neck, tilting her head to the left, then to the right. There is a faint crack, a release of tension. She picks up the oil lamp from the niche. The flame dips for a second as she moves, sending the shadows swinging wildly across the ceiling, before stabilizing again into that familiar teardrop shape. She signals to Julia that she will check the garden. Julia nods, her eyes already half closed, lulled by the rhythm of the evening. She remains in the kitchen, tidying the last of the lentil shells, her movements slow and automatic. Eliana steps out of the kitchen and into the corridor that leads to the back of the house. The stone floor here changes. It transitions from the utilitarian brick of the work areas to a smoother, cooler mosaic. Under the soles of her sandals, the floor feels like a sheet of ice, polished and solid. She walks toward the peristyle, the open courtyard garden that sits at the heart of the family's private life. As she steps through the columns, the air changes completely. Inside the kitchen, the air was close, warm, and smelled of flour and oil. Here, in the open air of the garden, the night breathes. The air is crisp. It carries the scent of damp earth, of green leaves, and the sweet, heavy perfume of jasmine that climbs the trellis against the far wall. It is darker here. The moon has risen higher now, a half-moon that sheds a pale, milky light. It paints the fluted columns of the portico in silver and black. One side of each column is bright and smooth. The other is lost in deep, impenetrable shadow. Eliana places her lamp on a low stone wall between the columns. The orange light of the flame struggles against the silver light of the moon. They mix together, creating a twilight zone of soft hues. She stands still, listen to the garden. There is no wind. The leaves of the bay laurel tree are motionless. They look like they are carved from dark green marble. In the center of the garden, there is a small water feature. It is not a grand fountain, just a modest basin fed by a lead pipe that trickles water from the cistern. Listen close, drip, a drip, a drip. The water falls so slowly. The interval between drops is long. You could take a breath in between each sound. It is a clock made of water, marking the passing of the night in wet, hollow notes. The water hits the surface of the basin and sends out circular ripples. In the moonlight, you can see the rings expanding, wider and wider until they touch the mossy edge of the stone and vanish. Then the water is glass again, until the next drop. Drip. Eliana walks slowly along the gravel path that frames the garden. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The gravel is small and rounded river stone. It shifts under her weight. It is a loud sound in the quiet night, but it is a safe sound. It is the sound of ownership, of walking one's own land. She stops by a bed of herbs, rosemary, oregano, mint. She reaches down and brushes the top of the rosemary bush with her fingertips. The needles are stiff and oily. They release a sudden, sharp fragrance, pine and wood and lemon. It is a smell that wakes the senses for a moment, a reminder of the hillsides outside the city. She checks the soil. She presses her thumb into the dirt at the base of the plant. It is cool and slightly damp. It does not need water tonight. The dew will settle soon, bringing moisture from the air. The garden knows how to care for itself in the quiet hours. She continues her walk. She passes a small statue on a pedestal. It is a bust of an ancestor, a man with a stern face and a bald head. In the daylight, he looks severe. In the moonlight, the shadows soften his features. He looks tired. He looks like he is also resting, watching the garden grow with stone eyes that have seen 1,000 nights like this one. There is nothing happening here. No intruders climb the walls. No messages arrive. The war is far away. The emperor is far away. Here, there is only the slow growth of plants and the movement of the moon across the sky. Eliana reaches the far side of the peristyle. Here, under the shelter of the roof, stands the large vertical loom. It is a massive wooden frame taller than a man. It stands like a sentinel in the shadows. The warp threads, the vertical strings, are weighted down with clay loom weights. Hundreds of them. They hang in perfect, straight lines, creating a wall of string. Eliana holds her lamp up to inspect the work. A piece of fabric is halfway finished. It is a plain weave, simple wool tunic material. The horizontal weft threads are packed down tight. She runs her hand over the woven section. It is rough and sturdy. This cloth will last for years. It will be worn, washed, mended, and worn again. It is not luxury, it is survival. She checks the tension of the threads. She plucks one of the vertical strings. It makes a low, dull thrum sound. It is tight enough. The weights are doing their job, pulling the thread straight with the gravity of the earth. The loom is silent now. Tomorrow it will clack and bang as the shuttle is thrown and the beater is pulled. But tonight, it is just a sculpture of wood and wool, a promise of work for the morning. Eliana turns away from the loom. She picks up a fallen leaf from the tile floor. It is brown and dry. She crumbles it in her hand, crackle, and lets the dust fall into the garden bed. Nothing is wasted. The earth takes everything back. She retrieves her lamp and walks back toward the house. The flame flickers as she passes a gap in the columns, catching a slight draft. She cups her hand around it, protecting the light. Her hand glows red from the fire inside, the blood in her fingers illuminated by the flame. She re-enters the corridor. The air becomes warm and still again. She walks past the painted walls. The frescoes here are old. They depict scenes of gardens, of birds, of mythical landscapes. In the dim light of her moving lamp, the painted birds seem to flutter. The painted trees seem to sway. But it is just a trick of the light. They are frozen in plaster, captured in a permanent summer. She stops at a heavy wooden door. This is the cubiculum, the bedroom where her young son, Marcus, sleeps. She pushes the door open. It swings silently on well-oiled bronze hinges. Eliana is careful. She knows exactly how much pressure to apply so the wood does not groan. The room is small. Roman bedrooms are not for living, they are for sleeping. There is very little furniture, a bed, a small chest, a window high up in the wall covered with a heavy cloth to block the morning sun. The air in here smells of sleep, a warm, milky, humid scent. She steps inside, shielding the lamp with her body so the light does not shine directly on the bed. Marcus is asleep. He is 6 years old. He lies on his side, one arm thrown out over the edge of the mattress. The mattress is raised up on a wooden frame, threaded with ropes that act as springs. It is stuffed with wool, making it soft but lumpy. Eliana moves closer. She looks down at the boy. His face is relaxed, completely smooth. His mouth is slightly open. Listen to his breathing. Inhale, a soft, whistling sound through the nose. Pause. Exhale, a long, gentle rush of air. It is the most peaceful sound in the world. It is the rhythm of deep, dreamless sleep. Inhale, exhale. He shifts slightly. The straw in the mattress rustles beneath him. Crinkle, rustle. He murmurs something unintelligible, a fragment of a dream, and then settles back into silence. Eliana notices that his woolen blanket has slipped off his shoulder. The nights can get cold before dawn. She reaches out. Her movements are agonizingly slow. She does not want to wake him. She takes the edge of the blanket between her thumb and forefinger. The wool is coarse, woven on the very loom she inspected outside. She lifts the fabric. It hovers in the air for a moment. Then she lowers it gently over his shoulder, tucking it under his chin. He sighs. He burrows his cheek into the pillow. The pillow is stuffed with feathers, softer than the mattress. He is safe. He is warm. His father may be marching in the rain in Germania, but Marcus is here, under a dry roof, covered in wool. Eliana stands there for a long time, just watching the rise and fall of his chest. Up and down, up and down. It matches the rhythm of the water in the garden. It matches the rhythm of the grinding stone. It is the pulse of the house. There is no need to rush away. The rest of the house is quiet. Julia has likely gone to her own room. The slaves, if there were many, would be sleeping in their quarters, but this is a modest house. The silence is total. Eliana backs out of the room. Step, step, step. She pulls the door closed. The latch clicks, click, a tiny sound that seals the silence inside. She is alone in the corridor now. The lamp oil is getting lower. The flame is a little smaller. She walks toward the front of the house, to the fauces, the narrow entryway that leads to the street. The front door is massive. It is made of oak, bound with iron straps. It is a barrier between the peace of the home and the chaos of the city. But the city is sleeping now too. She checks the locking mechanism. It is not a key lock like we know. It is a heavy wooden bar that slides across the width of the door, slotting into deep holes in the masonry on either side. She places her hand on the bar. The wood is smooth from years of use, polished by the oils of 1,000 hands. She pushes it to make sure it is seated fully. Thud, it is solid. It does not budge. The door is secure. She checks the secondary bolts at the top and bottom. She slides the bottom bolt down. Scrape. Clunk. It enters the hole in the threshold stone. She slides the top bolt up, scrape, click. The house is sealed. It is a fortress of domesticity. She stands in the entryway for a moment, listening to the street. Through the thick wood, the sounds of Rome are muffled and distant. She hears a dog bark far away. Woof, woof. The sound is dull, stripped of its sharpness by the distance and the stone walls. She hears the rumble of a cart. At night, the heavy supply wagons are allowed into the city. The wooden wheels grind against the basalt paving stones. Rumble, rumble. It is a low-frequency vibration that travels through the ground more than the air. It passes slowly, fading into the distance like a receding thunderstorm. Then silence returns. Eliana turns back toward the atrium. The pool in the center, the impluvium, catches her eye again. She walks to the edge of the pool. She sits on the low marble rim. The stone is cold through her tunic. She sets the lamp down on the floor. The light is low now, casting long shadows up the walls. She looks into the water. It is perfectly black. It reflects the square of the sky above. She can see a single star reflected in the water. It trembles slightly, though she cannot feel a breeze. She dips her fingers into the water. She traces a circle. The reflection of the star swirls and breaks apart into dancing streaks of light. Then slowly, the water calms. The star reassembles itself. She dries her hand on her dress. She is tired. Her eyelids feel heavy, as if small weights have been sewn into the lashes. The day's work sits in her shoulders, a dull, comfortable ache. She looks around the atrium. This is her world, the four walls, the roof open to the sky, the floor beneath her feet. She thinks of the grain she ground. She thinks of the lentils she sorted. She thinks of the wool she teased. She thinks of the child she covered. She thinks of the door she barred. It is all done. The list is complete. There is nothing left to do but sleep. And tomorrow she will wake up and do it all again. She picks up the lamp. She stands up. Her shadow stretches tall against the wall, a giant guardian of the house. She begins the walk to her own room. Her sandals whisper on the stone. Swish, swish. The house settles around her. The wooden beams in the ceiling contract as they cool, making occasional sharp pop sounds. The stones breathe out the heat of the day. Eliana enters her room. She places the lamp on a small table. She unpins her hair. It falls heavy and dark around her shoulders. She removes the fibula, the bronze brooch that holds her stola. She blows out the lamp. Phh. The light vanishes instantly. For a moment the darkness is absolute. Then her eyes adjust. The moonlight from the atrium spills through the doorway, a pale blue rectangle on the floor. She lies down on her bed. The ropes creak. She pulls the blanket up. It smells of lavender, dried and stored in the chest with the wool. She lies on her back. She looks up at the dark ceiling. She listens to the silence. She listens to her own breath. Inhale, exhale. The Roman Empire is vast. It stretches from the mist of Britain to the sands of Egypt. But for Eliana, the empire is this bed, this room, this quiet, boring, safe night. The city sleeps. The legions march somewhere far away. But here, the daily life has been kept moving, and now it comes to a rest. The darkness is soft. The night is long. The night has deepened. The moon, which before was high and bright over the compluvium, has now shifted its position. It has moved westward, dragging the patch of silver light across the floor of the atrium. The light now touches the base of a frescoed wall, illuminating the painted leaves of a vine that will never grow, never wither, never change. The house is submerged in a profound silence. It is a silence that feels heavy like water. It fills the corners, the spaces under the tables, the gaps between the roof tiles. But if you listen very closely beneath the silence, there is a sound. It is not inside the house. It is deep within the city, vibrating through the earth itself. Rumbles, rumble, creak. It is the sound of the carts. In Rome, during the daylight hours, the streets are for the people. The law forbids heavy wagons from clogging the narrow thoroughfares while the sun is up. So the empire moves its goods at night. The construction stone, the timber, the massive barrels of wine, the sacks of grain from Egypt, they all move now. The sound is distant. The house is tucked away on a side street on the Esquiline Hill, far from the main avenues. But the basalt paving stones of the Roman roads are solid. They carry vibration over miles. Rumble, thud, rumble. It is a low, rhythmic drone. It does not wake the sleepers. Instead, it acts as a lullaby. It is the heartbeat of the city. It is the sound of continuity. Even while the citizens sleep, the blood of the empire flows through its stone veins. Supplies are arriving. The city is being fed. The city is being built. In her small room, Julia, the grandmother, opens her eyes. She does not wake with a start. She wakes with the gentle, sliding transition of the elderly. One moment she is asleep, the next she is awake. There is no confusion. There is no alarm. Her body has simply decided it has rested enough for this hour. She lies still for a moment, listening to the carts. She knows that sound. She has heard it every night for 60 years. It is a comforting sound. It means the roads are open. It means the world is working as it should. She pushes the wool blanket aside. The air in the room is cooler now than it was at dusk. The heat of the day has finally released its grip on the stone walls. She sits up. Her joints are stiff. She moves slowly, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Her bare feet touch the floor. The floor is cold. It sends a shiver up her spine, but it is a refreshing shiver. It grounds her. She stands and wraps a thick woolen shawl around her shoulders. She does not reach for a lamp. She does not need one. She knows the geography of this house better than she knows the lines on her own palms. She knows that 3 paces to the left is the doorway. She knows that the threshold stone is slightly raised. She steps out into the corridor. The darkness here is textured. It is not pitch black, but a deep, grainy gray. She walks slowly. Shuffle, shuffle. Her soft leather house slippers make almost no noise. She is heading for the cellopan area, the pantry, the storehouse. It is the heart of her domain. Eliana manages the daily grinding and the loom, but Julia watches over the reserves. She reaches the door of the storeroom. It is a narrow door kept latched to keep out the mice. She lifts the latch. Click. She pushes the door open. The smell hits her immediately. It is a complex, layered scent. It is the smell of plenty. Take a moment to inhale it. First, the dry, dusty smell of flour and grain sacks. Then, the sharp, pungent tang of hanging garlic and onions. Underneath that, the rich, fruity aroma of olive oil seeping faintly through porous clay. And finally, the sweet, heavy scent of dried figs and raisins. It is a dark, windowless room. Julia steps inside. She stands in the dark, breathing in the safety of the food. She moves to the wall where the amphorae are stacked. These are the tall, two-handled jars used for shipping and storage. They are leaned against the wall, nestled into a bed of sand to keep them upright. She reaches out a hand. Her palm finds the curve of the first jar. It is cool and rough. It is unglazed terracotta. She runs her fingers over the surface. She feels the ridges left by the potter's fingers when the jar was turned on a wheel, perhaps in Spain or North Africa. She taps it lightly with her knuckle. Thunk. The sound is low and dull. It is full. It contains oil. Good. She moves to the next one. She feels the wax seal over the cork. She traces the rim. It is intact. The seal is unbroken. The air cannot get in to spoil the wine. There is no urgency in this inspection. She is not looking for anything specific. She is simply touching her inventory. It is a ritual of reassurance. In a world where harvests can fail and ships can sink, these jars are the family's anchor. She moves deeper into the room. On a low wooden shelf, there is a covered ceramic bowl. This is the most important object in the room tonight. Julia lifts the heavy lid. Scrape. Inside rests the fermentum, the sourdough starter. It is a living thing. It is a piece of dough saved from yesterday's baking, and the day before that, stretching back for years. It carries the wild yeast of the neighborhood, the microscopic life that turns flour and water into bread. In the dark, she cannot see it clearly, but she can smell it. It smells sour, acidic, like vinegar and old beer. It is a strong, potent smell. She reaches a finger in and touches the surface of the dough. It is soft, it is sticky. It feels warm, slightly warmer than the air in the room. It is alive. She feels the texture. It is bubbly. The yeast is working, even in the dark, even while the family sleeps. It is breathing, eating the sugars in the flour, creating the gas that will make the bread rise in the morning. Bubble pop. A tiny bubble bursts under her finger. She smiles in the dark. The starter is healthy. It is ready. Tomorrow they will mix it with the fresh flour Aliana ground earlier. They will knead it. They will wait, and they will have bread. She wipes her finger on a cloth she carries at her belt. She replaces the lid on the bowl. Clink. The starter is safe. She stands there for a moment longer. The rumble of the carts outside seems slightly louder here, perhaps vibrating through the outer wall of the pantry. Rumble, rumble. She imagines the drivers out there in the dark, men wrapped in cloaks leading oxen or mules. They are tired too. They are just doing their job, moving stone and wheat from the river docks to the markets. Julia turns and leaves the pantry. She latches the door behind her. She does not go back to bed immediately. Instead, she walks to the atrium. She moves to the impluvium, the pool in the center. She sits on a wooden stool that is kept there. She looks up at the square of sky. The stars are very bright now. The moon has moved out of her field of view, leaving the sky a deep, velvety black studded with hard, white diamonds. She tries to find the constellations. She knows the wain. She knows the hunter. They are the same stars her father showed her when she was a girl, standing in a different garden, in a different house long ago. The water in the pool is still, but then a tiny disturbance. A moth, confused by the reflection of a star, flutters down and touches the surface of the water. Flutter, tap, flutter. It creates a set of tiny ripples that distort the reflection of the stars. The ripples travel outward, bouncing off the marble rim, crossing back over each other, creating a complex geometric pattern of interference that lasts for only a few seconds. The moth lifts off again, flying up toward the open roof, returning to the air. The water calms. The stars return to their perfect stillness. Julia wraps her shawl tighter. The dampness of the night is settling in. This is the hour of the wolf, the deepest part of the night when the sun is furthest away. It is the time when the city is most vulnerable, yet most peaceful. She thinks of her son-in-law, Eliana's husband. Is he looking at these same stars? If he is in the north, in Britannia or Germania, the stars might be hidden by thick clouds or fog. He might be sleeping in a leather tent, the rain drumming on the roof. Or he might be standing watch on a wooden rampart, looking out into a forest of black trees. She does not worry. Worrying takes energy. Worrying changes nothing. She simply holds the thought of him for a moment, sends a silent wish for his safety into the cool air, and then lets the thought go. She looks at the doorways surrounding the atrium. The door to Eliana's room is closed. The door to Marcus's room is closed. The door to the kitchen is dark. The house is a shell, protecting the soft lives inside. She notices a small draft coming from the entrance corridor. The heavy curtain that hangs behind the front door is swaying slightly, just a fraction of an inch. Sway, back, sway, forth. The air pressure outside is changing. Perhaps a breeze is picking up in the streets, or perhaps the temperature is dropping as dawn approaches. She watches the heavy fabric move. It is a heavy tapestry, woven with patterns of geometric shapes. In the dark, it looks like a solid wall that has suddenly become liquid. She listens to the rhythm of her own breathing. It is slower than Marcus's was. It is a shallow, efficient breath. Inhale, exhale. She counts the breaths, 1, 2, 3. There is a meditative quality to waiting. She is not waiting for anything in particular. She is just existing in the space between events. After a long while, the cold begins to seep through her slippers. It is time to return to the warmth of the blankets. She stands up. Her knees crack, a dry, bony sound click. She walks back toward her room. She passes the lararium, the shrine. She pauses. She cannot see the little bronze figures clearly, but she knows they are there. The Lares, the Penates, the spirits of the ancestors. She touches her fingers to her lips and then touches the painted wall of the shrine. A kiss for the gods, a gesture of respect. Keep the roof tight, she whispers. Her voice is rusty, unused for hours. Keep the grain dry. It is a simple prayer. The gods appreciate simplicity. She enters her room. She lies down on the bed. The mattress has held a faint memory of her body heat. She pulls the blanket up to her chin. She curls onto her side. She closes her eyes. The visual world disappears, leaving only the sound. Rumble, rumble. The carts are still moving. And inside the pantry, inside the clay bowl, the sourdough starter is still bubbling. Bubble, bubble. The yeast divides. The dough expands. The invisible work continues in the dark. The house travels through the night like a ship on a calm sea. There is no motion you can feel, but time is passing. The earth is turning. The sun is creeping up the other side of the world, inching toward the eastern horizon. But here, it is still the domain of the moon and the shadows. A mouse skitters across the floor in the kitchen. Scritch, scratch, scritch. It pauses, it sniffs the air. It smells the flour dust near the mill. It moves again. Scritch. It is a tiny sound, absorbed by the vastness of the house. It signifies nothing but life. The silence returns. Eliana turns over in her sleep. She sighs. The house settles. Everything is as it should be. The night has reached its midpoint. This is the hour the Romans call nox in tempesta, the untime, the dead of night when no work can be done. The moon has slid behind the high roof of the neighboring insula, the tall apartment block that towers over the back alley. Its direct light is gone, leaving the courtyard of the house in a soft, diffused gloom. The house has cooled significantly. The heat stored in the thick stone walls during the day has finally radiated away, ascending into the open sky. Now, the air inside the domus is crisp. It is the kind of cold that settles low to the ground, pooling on the mosaic floors like an invisible liquid. In her room, Eliana stirs. The drop in temperature has penetrated her sleep. She does not wake fully. She floats in the gray space between dreaming and waking. She pulls her knees up toward her chest, seeking warmth. The wool blanket is heavy and rough against her cheek. It is a comforting weight. She opens her eyes. The room is pitch black. There is no light from the door, no light from the window. She blinks, but the darkness remains absolute. It is a restful darkness, a void that demands nothing from her eyes. She feels a thirst. It is a dry scratch at the back of her throat, a remnant of the flour dust from the evening's grinding. She decides to move. She pushes the blanket down. The air hits her skin. It is bracingly cold. She sits up, finding her equilibrium in the dark. She swings her feet to the floor. She hunts for her slippers with her toes. Scuff, scuff. She finds them. She slides her feet into the worn leather. She stands, her stola rustles softly. Swish. She knows the path to the door by heart. 3 steps forward, one hand out to find the wall. Her fingers brush the plaster. It is ice cold. She finds the door frame. She steps out into the corridor. The atrium is dimly lit by the stars alone. It is a cavern of shadows. The columns of the peristyle are just darker streaks of gray against the black background. She walks toward the table where the water pitcher sits. The house makes its night noises, creak. A timber in the roof settles, tick. A stone in the wall contracts. She reaches the table. Her hand finds the handle of the pitcher. It is made of coarse, unglazed clay. It is cold, sweating with condensation. She lifts it. The water inside sloshes heavily. Gloomp. She finds a cup, a simple earthenware cup. She pours. Glug, glug, glug. The sound of the water pouring is loud in the silence. It sounds like a mountain stream. She lifts the cup to her lips. She drinks. The water is incredibly cold. It tastes of the earth, of the minerals in the cistern, of the clean rain. It washes away the dust of the day. She feels the cold liquid travel down her throat, cooling her chest. She lowers the cup. She takes a breath. Allah, the air in the atrium is fresher than in the bedroom. She stands there for a moment, holding the empty cup. Through the heavy front door from the street outside, a new sound emerges. It is a rhythmic, metallic clicking. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. It is getting louder. It is the sound of hobnailed sandals on stone. Not the hurried run of a thief, but the measured, heavy plodding of authority. It is the vigils, the night watch, the city's firefighters and police. Eliana does not move. She listens. They are walking down her street. There are perhaps 4 of them. She can hear the different weights of their steps. One is heavier, slower, clomp. One is lighter, quicker. Click. They are speaking, but their voices are low rumbles, unintelligible through the thick oak of the door. Just a murmur of men doing a job they have done 1,000 times. She imagines them. They carry torches that sputter and smoke, casting wild, dancing shadows against the brick facades of the buildings. They carry axes and buckets of water and rope ladders. They are looking for smoke. They are looking for unlocked doors. They are the guardians of the city's sleep. The footsteps come closer. Click-clack, click-clack. They are right outside the door now. The sound is immediate. She can hear the scuff of a boot dragging slightly. She can hear the jingle of a belt buckle or a weapon hitting a piece of armor. Chink. They pause. Silence. Have they found something? No, just a pause. Perhaps one of them is adjusting his sandal. Perhaps they are checking the seal on the neighbor's shop. Eliana holds her breath. She is not afraid. The vigils are a sign of order. Their presence means the system is working. After a moment, the footsteps resume. Click-clack, click-clack. They begin to fade. They are moving down the hill away from the house. The sound grows softer. The rhythm becomes a faint pulse in the distance. And then it is gone. The street is empty again. Eliana places the cup back on the table. Click. She feels the chill in the air again. She pulls her shawl tighter around her shoulders. In the hallway that leads to the bedrooms, there is a bronze brazier on a tripod stand. It was lit earlier in the evening to take the edge off the chill, but it has likely burned down. She walks over to it. The bronze is dark, but she can feel a faint heat radiating from it when she gets close. It is a warm island in the cold sea of the hallway. She crouches down, her knees pop, crack. She picks up a small iron poker that rests on the floor. She gently stirs the gray ash in the bowl of the brazier. A scrape hiss. The ash moves aside. Underneath, buried deep in the center, there are still a few embers. They are dull red like sleeping eyes. When the air hits them, they glow brighter, turning a vivid orange for a second. The fire is not dead. It is just resting. She reaches into a small bucket of charcoal beside the brazier. Her fingers close around a lump of fuel. It is light, porous, and dry. It leaves black dust on her fingertips. She places the charcoal carefully onto the glowing embers. Click. She adds another piece. Click. And a third click. She blows gently on the embers. Foo-woo. A tiny spark flies up. The orange glow intensifies. It spreads to the new charcoal. The black edges of the fresh fuel begin to turn gray. A wisp of smoke rises, thin and blue, carrying the scent of burning wood. She watches the fire catch. It is a slow process. There is no sudden flame, just the gradual spreading of heat. The metal of the brazier ticks as it warms up again. Tick, tick. She warms her hands over the rising heat. She rubs her palms together. Swish, swish. The warmth seeps into her skin, loosening the stiffness in her fingers. This is the technology of comfort. A metal bowl, a bit of charcoal, and a little attention. It is enough to keep the cold at bay until morning. She stands up. The brazier will emit a gentle warmth now for the next few hours, keeping the chill away from the bedroom doors. She turns back toward her room. As she passes the open courtyard again, she notices something else. The wind has picked up. The leaves of the laurel tree in the garden are rustling. As they change. It is a dry, whispering sound. The branches sway back and forth. The shadows of the leaves move across the tiled floor of the portico like swimming fish. A draft moves through the house, carrying the scent of rain. Perhaps a storm is coming from the sea, or perhaps it is just the morning breeze arriving early. She enters her room. It feels warmer now, thanks to the movement of her blood and the brief time by the brazier. She sits on the edge of the bed. She brushes the charcoal dust from her fingers onto a rag. She lifts her feet and swings them back into the bed. The spot where she was lying is still faintly warm. She slides back into that warmth. She pulls the heavy wool blanket up. She tucks it under her feet. She tucks it around her shoulders. She creates a cocoon. She lies on her side, facing the wall. Her mind begins to drift again. She thinks of the charcoal. She thinks of the trees it came from, burned in slow earth kilns in the mountains to create the fuel. A process that took days, just so she could be warm for an hour. She thinks of the water she drank. It came from the roof, from the sky. Everything in the house is connected to the earth and the sky. She closes her eyes. The silence settles back over her. But now she is aware of the tiny sounds of the house even more. She hears the breathing of the house itself, the air moving through the vents, the subtle shifting of the tiles. She hears a cricket, just one, somewhere in the garden or perhaps in the atrium. Chirp. Silence. Chirp. Silence. Chirp. It is a lonely sound but consistent. The cricket is counting the seconds. Eliana's breathing slows down. It synchronizes with the rhythm of the house. Inhale, exhale. The worry about the legions, about the frontier, about the grain supply, it all dissolves in the face of the immediate reality. The bed is warm. The door is locked. The water is cool. She is drifting. The image of the brazier's glowing embers floats in her mind. An orange dot in the darkness. It pulses, fades, pulses, fades. She is asleep. Outside, the wind gusts again, a little stronger this time. It rattles a loose shutter on the upper floor of the house across the street. Bang rattle. But the noise does not penetrate the heavy walls of the domus. Inside, the peace is preserved. The night is long. It is vast. It is a country of its own, and the inhabitants of this house are deep in its interior. In the kitchen, the flour dust has settled completely. The surfaces are white and still. The millstone sits heavy and immovable. In the pantry, the sourdough breathes, bubble. In the garden, the water drips, drip. In the street, the wind blows dust along the cobblestones, hiss. Time passes without markers. There is no clock here but the stars, and they are hidden by the roof. There is only the sensation of rest, the restoration of the body. The muscles that turned the millstone are repairing themselves. The eyes that sorted the lentils are resting. The mind that manages the household is blank. This is the necessary boredom of survival, the quiet charging of the human spirit. And so the house waits for the dawn, but the dawn is still hours away. There is plenty of time left for nothing to happen. The wind that had rattled the shutters across the street has died down. In its place, a heavy stillness has returned to the air, but the quality of the air has changed. It is heavier now, saturated with moisture. The crisp dryness of the evening has been replaced by a humid weight that presses gently against the skin. Above the city, the clouds have thickened. They have drifted in from the Tyrrhenian Sea, moving slowly over the hills, blotting out the stars one by one. The constellation of the hunter is gone. The wain is gone. The square of sky above the atrium is no longer a window to the cosmos, but a lid of dark gray velvet. And then it begins. Tap. A single drop of rain hits the terracotta roof tiles. It is a small sound, dry and sharp. The tile is still warm from the day, and the drop evaporates almost instantly. Tap, tap. Two more drops. One hits the roof over the kitchen. One hits the stone pavement of the street outside. Then a pause. The sky is hesitating. Tap, tap, patter. Now the rain begins in earnest. It is not a storm. There is no thunder, no lightning to tear the darkness. It is a steady, soaking rain, a farmer's rain, a rain that is good for the wheat and good for sleep. Focus your mind on the roof of the house. It is a masterpiece of simple, functional design. It is covered in thousands of tiles. There are the flat tiles, the tegulae, with their raised edges. And there are the curved tiles, the embrasures, that cover the joints. Together, they form a series of channels, a system of ceramic valleys and ridges designed to guide the water. Patter, patter, drum. The rain hits the clay surfaces. The sound is soft and dull. It is a texture of sound, like fingers drumming on a thick blanket. Watch a single raindrop in your mind. It falls from the gray cloud. It travels through the cool air. It strikes the curved back of an embrex tile. It shatters into smaller droplets. These droplets slide down the curve, gathering speed, until they slip into the flat channel of the tegula. There they join with other drops. They form a tiny stream. The stream runs down the slope of the roof, obeying the pull of the earth. It runs over the rough, fired clay, darker now as it gets wet. The roof is becoming a network of these tiny rivers. They flow down toward the compluvium, the central opening. This is the genius of the Roman house. The rain is not rejected, it is invited in. Stand in the atrium now. The room is dark, but the soundscape has changed completely. The silence is gone, replaced by the white noise of the falling water. The rain falls through the square opening in the roof. It falls straight down, a vertical curtain of water, into the impluvium pool below. Hiss, splash. The surface of the pool, which was so still before, is now alive. Thousands of ripples are colliding every second. The water is churning, agitated, restless. Splash, splash, splash. It is a mesmerizing sound. It washes out everything else. The creaking of the wood, the distant rumble of carts, all are drowned out by the steady, rhythmic splashing of the rain. The pool is filling up. The water level rises, but it will not overflow. Deep in the corner of the impluvium there is a drain. A lead pipe, hammered flat and soldered by hand, leads away under the floor. The water swirls toward the drain. Gurgle. It is sucked down, carried away to the cistern where Eliana drew her water earlier. The house is drinking. The house is restocking its supplies while the inhabitants sleep. In the vestibule, the fauces. Near the heavy front door, there is a dog. He is not a pet, not exactly. He is a guard. He is a large, shaggy mix, with the heavy chest of a Molossian and the thick coat of a shepherd's dog. His name is Argo. Argo is asleep on a woven rush mat. He is curled into a tight ball, his nose tucked under his tail to keep warm. He hears the rain. His ears, one flopped over and one scarred from a fight long ago, twitch. Twitch. He lifts his head for a second. He sniffs the air. He smells the wet stone. He smells the ozone. He smells the damp fur of his own coat. He sighs, "Herf." It is a long, heavy exhalation. He decides there is no threat. Rain is not an intruder. Rain is just the sky falling down. He rests his heavy head back onto his paws. He closes his eyes. Within moments, his breathing deepens again. Snore, whistle, snore. The dog sleeps. The women sleep. The boy sleeps. Outside, the street is transforming. The dust that coated the cobblestones is turning into mud. The ruts worn into the stone by centuries of wagon wheels are filling with water. They become long, thin puddles reflecting nothing but the dark clouds. The sound of the rain on the street is different from the sound on the roof. On the roof, it is a thud. On the street, it is a slap. A slap, hiss. The water runs down the camber of the road, moving toward the stone gutters at the edges. It carries with it the debris of the day, a fallen olive leaf, a bit of straw, a lost splinter of wood. Everything is being washed. Everything is being reset. Back inside, the temperature drops another degree. The rain brings the cold air down from the upper atmosphere. In her room, Julia pulls the blanket up over her ear. The sound of the rain is loud to her, familiar. It reminds her of her childhood in the country, where the rain on the wooden roof sounded like galloping horses. Here, on the heavy tile, it sounds like drums. She shifts her hips. The mattress straw crunches softly, but the sound is lost under the rain. She is dreaming. In her dream, she is standing in a field of wheat. The wheat is green and tall. It waves in the wind. There is no war in her dream. There is no hunger. There is just the green wheat and the gray sky. The rain intensifies slightly. It finds a rhythm and sticks to it. It is a drone, a constant, unvarying frequency. This is the sound of safety. When it rains, the armies do not march. When it rains, the thieves stay indoors. When it rains, the world pauses. In the kitchen, the humidity rises. The flour dust on the floor becomes damp and heavy. It will be easier to sweep in the morning. The oil lamp which Eliana blew out hours ago sits cold on the table. The wick is black and carbonized. The clay is cold. The loom in the peristyle garden is sheltered by the roof, but the air around it is damp. The wool fibers on the loom absorb the moisture. They swell slightly. The threads tighten, creak. The wooden frame of the loom groans as the tension changes. It is a microscopic movement, a response to the weather. The rain falls on the herbs in the garden. The rosemary bush glistens. The water beads on the oily needles. A drop forms, grows heavy, and falls to the soil. The mint leaves bow under the weight of the water. The soil drinks. It is dark, rich earth. It absorbs the water greedily. The roots of the plants deep underground feel the moisture arriving. They do not move, but they awaken. They begin to drink. Drip, drip, splash. The overflow from the roof gutters begins to drip into the garden beds. It creates small craters in the mud. If you were standing in the garden now, you would be soaked in seconds. Your tunic would cling to your skin. Your hair would be plastered to your forehead, but you are not there. You are safe inside, watching, listening. The rain creates a curtain around the house. It isolates the domus from the rest of the city. For these few hours, the house is an island in a sea of falling water. Eliana sleeps deeply now. The rain has pushed her into a heavier slumber. The sound blocks out any intrusive thoughts. There is only the rain. Her breathing is slow and rhythmic, synchronized with the falling water. Inhale as the rain falls, exhale as the water flows. The bronze brazier in the hallway is dying down. The embers are covered in a layer of gray ash. The heat is fading, but it does not matter. The blankets are warm enough. The night is passing. The water is flowing. Imagine the path of the water underground. The lead pipes, the stone sewers, the cloaca maxima carrying the rain of Rome into the Tiber River. The river is rising, swelling with the storm, rushing toward the sea at Ostia. But here in the quiet bedroom, there is only the tap, tap, patter on the tiles. It is a boring sound. It is a monotonous sound. It is the most beautiful sound in the world. There is nothing to do. The rain is doing the work. The rain is washing the city. The rain is filling the cistern. You can stop listening if you want. The rain will continue whether you listen or not. It does not need an audience. It just falls. Gravity pulls it down. The tiles catch it. The drains swallow it. The cycle is perfect. And slowly, very slowly, the intensity of the rain begins to steady. It is no longer building up. It has reached its cruising altitude. It is a steady state, a constant hum. HMMM. The house vibrates gently, with the impact of millions of drops. The dog twitches his paw. He is chasing a rabbit in his dream, a rabbit that runs through wet grass. The night wears on. The water falls. The sleepers rest. The rain has stopped. It did not end all at once. There was no sudden silence. Instead, the sky slowly ran out of water. The steady drumming on the tiles faded to a rhythmic patter, then to a hesitant tapping, and finally to nothing. Now the clouds are breaking apart. They are drifting away to the east, toward the Apennine Mountains, leaving the city of Rome washed and dripping in the dark. The silence that follows the rain is different from the silence that came before it. It is a wet silence. It is thick and magnified. Every sound is sharper, clearer, carried on the damp air. Listen to the roof. The tiles are soaked. They are dark red, almost black with moisture. They hold thousands of tiny pockets of water. And now gravity begins to reclaim that water. Drip. A drop falls from the edge of the roof into the garden. Plip. Another drop falls from the compluvium into the pool in the atrium. The rhythm is slow, irregular. Plip, a drip, a plip. In the atrium, the water in the pool has settled. The violent churning of the storm is over. The surface is glass again, but now the glass is higher. The pool is full almost to the brim. In the upper corner of the atrium, where the wooden beams of the ceiling meet the plaster of the wall, there is a small movement. It is a spider, a common house spider. She has been waiting out the vibration of the rain, huddled in a crevice of the wood. Now that the house is still, she emerges. She is small, brown, and uninteresting. She is not a creature of omens. She is simply a builder. She begins to repair her web. A few strands were broken by a draft during the storm. She moves with deliberate, delicate steps. Watch her work. She produces a thread of silk. It is invisible in the dark, finer than a human hair, yet stronger than steel of the same thickness. She attaches the thread to the beam. Touch. She drops down, letting out the line. She swings gently in the air, a pendulum of life. She finds the anchor point on the wall. Touch. She climbs back up. There is no sound to this work. It is the definition of silent industry. While the empire sleeps, while the legions guard the frontiers, while the politicians dream of rhetoric, the spider knits the corner of the room together. Back and forth, up and down. She creates a spiral, a geometry of perfect instinct. She does not need to measure. She knows the distance. She knows the tension. If you were close enough, and if there were light, you would see the silk glisten with tiny beads of moisture from the humid air. It is a jeweled necklace that no one will ever see. By morning, she might eat it and spin it again. It is a cycle: build, wait, destroy, build. Below the spider, on the floor of the atrium, the stone pavement is damp. Mist from the splashing rain has coated the mosaic. The tiles feel slippery and cold. The temperature in the house has reached its nadir. The early hours of the morning, the ante-lucem, are the coldest. The heat of yesterday is a distant memory. The promise of the sun is still far off. In the hallway, the bronze brazier is now completely cold. The embers that Eliana nursed are dead. They have turned into gray, flaky ash. If you touched the metal bowl now, it would chill your hand. The house has lost its artificial heat. It relies now on the blankets and the body heat of its inhabitants. In the boys' room, Marcus shifts. The cold air has found a gap in his bedding. He pulls his knees up. He makes a small, grumbling noise in his throat. MMPH. He is dreaming of the summer. In his dream, he is running on the campus Martius, the field of Mars. The sun is hot on his back. The grass is dry and yellow. He is throwing a ball. But his body is here, in the damp, cool room. He instinctively reaches out and grabs the thick woolen blanket. He pulls it over his head. Now he is a lump under the covers. Only a tuft of dark hair is visible. His breathing creates a small, warm microclimate under the blanket. The air there becomes humid and warm. He settles back into the deep, heavy sleep of childhood. Outside the room, the corridor is empty. The painted eyes of the ancestors on the walls stare into the darkness. They do not blink. They do not feel the cold. Let us move to the kitchen again. The culina is very quiet. The smell of the wet earth from the garden has drifted in here, mixing with the smell of the stale flour. There is a small window in the kitchen, high up, essentially just a vent for smoke. It has no glass. It is just a hole in the masonry. A drop of water sits on the sill of this window. It trembles. It grows heavy. Drip. It falls onto the stone floor. It shatters. A few feet away, a cockroach scuttles across the floor. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It moves quickly, its antennae twitching, sensing the vibrations of the falling drop. It runs under the wooden table. It finds a crumb of bread left over from yesterday. It stops. This is the nightlife of the kitchen. The small scavengers that clean the world. It is not disgusting. It is just nature. It is the ecosystem of the home. The cockroach eats the crumb. Then it cleans its legs. One by one, it is meticulous. The silence returns. Eliana wakes up. This time she is fully awake. The cold has woken her. The blanket has slipped. She lies there for a moment, listening. She hears the dripping. She knows immediately that the rain has stopped. She feels a sense of relief. The roof held. The house is dry. She sits up. The air in the room is biting. She rubs her arms. Her skin is covered in goosebumps. She needs another layer. She knows there is a heavy cloak in the cedar chest at the foot of the bed. She slides out of the warm spot in the bed. The air rushes around her body. It is a shock. She steps to the chest. The wood is smooth and polished. She lifts the lid, kriyak. The smell of cedar rises up. It is a sharp, woodsy, preservative smell. It is the smell of stored memories. She reaches in, her hands touch softness, linen, wool, felt. She finds the cloak. It is made of heavy, felted wool dyed a deep russet red. It is thick and stiff. She pulls it out. She lets the lid of the chest lower gently. Clack. She shakes the cloak out. It makes a heavy whump sound as it unfurls in the air. She spreads it over her bed on top of the other blankets. She smooths it down with her hands. Swish, swish. She climbs back into bed. She pulls the new weight up to her chin. The added weight is immediate comfort. It presses down on her body, grounding her. The felt is dense. It traps the heat instantly. She sighs. Her breath plumes in the cold air, a faint gray ghost that vanishes in a second. She is warm again. She looks at the dark doorway. She thinks about the morning. Tomorrow, or rather today, will be a mud day. The streets will be slick. The hem of her stola will get dirty when she goes to the market. She will have to wear her heavy boots. She thinks about the price of oil. She needs to buy more. The lamp burned a lot tonight. These are the thoughts of a Roman woman. Not the thoughts of conquest, but the thoughts of economy. She pushes the thoughts away. It is too early for math. She closes her eyes. She focuses on her feet. They are cold. She rubs them together. She pushes them deep into the bottom of the bed under the new cloak. Slowly, the warmth begins to return. The dripping outside continues. Clip, drip. It is a slower rhythm now. The roof is draining. In the garden, the snail begins to move. It has been hiding under a broad leaf of acanthus. Now that the rain has stopped, the world is perfect for a snail. It is wet. It is cool. It slides out from under the leaf. It moves onto the stone path. It leaves a trail of silver slime behind it, gliding, silent. It moves incredibly slowly. If you watched it, you would not see it move. You would look away and look back, and it would be an inch further. It approaches a fallen petal of a rose. It climbs over it. The petal sticks to the slime, traveling with the snail for a moment before being left behind. The snail is the pacing of the night. It is the anti-rush. It has nowhere to be. It carries its house on its back. The moon begins to emerge from the clouds. It is lower in the sky now, setting in the west. Its light is weak, filtered through the remaining mist. A pale, watery beam of light strikes the wet tiles of the roof. They glisten like fish scales. The light enters the atrium again, but it is different light. It is gray-silver, cold and spectral. It illuminates the water in the pool. The water is black and still again. The spider in the corner pauses. She feels the change in light. She hangs motionless on her thread. The house waits. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster crows. It is a mistake. It is too early. It is a false alarm. The rooster is confused by the moonlight or the clearing storm. He crows once, then he stops. He realizes his error. He goes back to sleep. The sound echoes faintly over the rooftops and fades away. Eliana hears it. She turns over. Foolish bird, she thinks. She sinks deeper into the mattress. The layers of wool, linen, and felt are a heavy shield against the world. The city is a collection of these shields. Thousands of houses, thousands of rooms, thousands of blankets. Underneath them, The people are recharging. The senator sleeps, the slave sleeps, the baker sleeps, though he will wake soon. The soldier sleeps. For now, they are all equal in the dark. They are all just breathing bodies seeking warmth. The water drips from the eaves of the house. Drip. It lands in a puddle in the alleyway. The puddle ripples. The reflection of the moon in the puddle breaks apart, then comes back together. It is a peaceful, wet, cold world. There is nothing to fear here. The dampness is just water. The cold is just the absence of sun. The silence is just the absence of noise. It is simple. Eliana's breathing becomes heavy again. She has found the rhythm of sleep once more. The spider resumes her spinning. Spin, pull, attach. The web grows, a spiral of silk in the dark, a trap for flies that are not yet born. The night stretches on, unwilling to give up its hold on the city. It lingers in the wet stones. It lingers in the shadows. And the house, heavy with water and sleep, floats on through the dark hours. The night has now entered the fourth watch. In the military camps on the frontier, the sentries would be changing shift, cold and stiff in their armor, trading the password for the dawn. But here in the city, the fourth watch is not marked by a trumpet blast. It is marked by a scent. It is a faint, savory scent that drifts on the damp air, threading its way through the narrow streets, over the high walls, and through the vents of the house. It is the smell of wood smoke and heating ovens. The commercial bakeries of Rome are waking up. While the citizens sleep, the bakers are beginning the day's work. They are raking out the ashes from the massive brick ovens. They are feeding the fires with bundles of dry brushwood. Crackle, hiss, snap. The smoke rises. It mixes with the mist left by the rain. It hangs low over the rooftops, a gray blanket over the black city. Inside the house of Eliana, the smell is just a ghost. It is subtle. A sleeper might smell it and dream of a campfire, or of a feast, or of warmth. Eliana breathes it in. Inhale. The scent triggers a memory deep in her mind, a memory of a winter festival long ago. But she does not wake. She simply turns her head on the pillow. The linen pillowcase is cool and smooth against her cheek. It has absorbed the chill of the room. She seeks a warmer spot, burying her face deeper into the feathers. The house is settling into the humidity. The rain has saturated the outer skin of the building, and now that moisture is trying to find equilibrium. Consider the front door again. The massive oak planks have swelled. The wood has drunk the moisture from the air. If someone were to try to open the door now, it would stick. It would require a heavy shoulder and a grunt of effort to force it past the swollen frame. But no one is opening it. It is sealed tight, a swollen cork in the bottle of the home. In the atrium, the water in the pool, the impluvium, is motionless. The ripples from the last drops of rain have long since died away. The surface is a perfect black mirror once more. But look closer at the edge of the pool. On the marble rim, there is a line of condensation. Tiny beads of water have formed on the cold stone. They cling to the marble, defying gravity for a moment. One bead grows too heavy. It slides down the vertical face of the rim. Slide. It hits the water, plip. It is a tiny sound, much quieter than the rain. It is a lonely sound. The spider in the corner has finished her repair work. She sits in the center of her spiral, head down, legs spread to feel the tension of the silk. She is waiting, but there are no flies tonight. The cold has kept the insects grounded. She waits with the infinite patience of a creature that does not measure time. Let us move through the house to the kitchen again. The darkness here is profound. The only light comes from the faintest gray suggestion of the sky through the high vent, but it is not enough to see by. You must feel your way. The air in the kitchen is thick. The smell of the sourdough starter in the pantry has seeped out. It is stronger now. The yeast has been multiplying for hours. The dough in the bowl is rising, pushing against the heavy ceramic lid. Inside the clay jar, the chemistry of bread is happening. Enzymes are breaking down starches. Sugars are being consumed. Carbon dioxide is being trapped in the gluten network. Pushing. The dough exerts a gentle, upward pressure. It is a slow-motion explosion of life. If you could listen inside the jar, you would hear the wet, sticky sounds of the dough stretching. Squelch and pop, stretch. It is the sound of tomorrow's hunger being prepared for. Near the floor, the stone mill, the mola sits silent. The flour dust that covered it earlier has now absorbed the moisture from the air. It has turned into a fine, damp paste on the surface of the stone. It will need to be scraped off in the morning. The mice have gone back to their nests. They sense the coming dawn even though it is still dark. They know the rhythm of the humans. They know that soon the heavy footsteps will return. In the servants' quarters, a small room off the kitchen, hardly bigger than a closet, a young girl named Clara sleeps. She helps with the heavy work. Her bed is a simple pallet of straw on a wooden shelf. She is sound asleep. She works hard. Her hands are calloused. She snores softly. H-H-H-H-H-H-H. H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Her breath mists in the cold air. She is dreaming of the fountain in the market square. In her dream, the water is warm. The house is a collection of these small, warm pockets of dreaming life, suspended in the cold masonry. Go back to the garden, the peristyle. The moon has set. The sky is now a uniform dark gray. The clouds are thinning, but the light of the sun has not yet reached the horizon. This is the darkest hour. The plants are heavy with water. The acanthus leaves are bowed down, their spiky edges dripping onto the mud. The laurel tree is silent. The wind has died completely. The leaves hang limp. A snail, perhaps the same one, perhaps another, has reached the edge of a clay pot. It explores the rim with its tentacles. It feels the texture of the terracotta. It decides to climb. A glid. It pulls its shell up the side of the pot. It is a slow, vertical journey. It defies gravity with slime and muscle. The garden smells intensely of wet soil. It is a primitive, rich smell. It is the smell of decomposition and growth mixed together. Under the soil, an earthworm moves. It tunnels through the soft, wet dirt. It eats the earth, digests the organic matter, and leaves behind fertile soil. It is plowing the garden from below, silently, blindly. There is so much life here that makes no noise. The loom stands in the shadows. The wool hanging from it is damp. The humidity has changed the length of the threads. The weights at the bottom hang slightly lower than they did at sunset. The fabric has relaxed. The wood of the loom has darkened with the moisture. It looks black in the shadows. Back in the bedroom, Eliana is deeply asleep. The extra cloak she added has created a perfect temperature. She is no longer cold. She is floating in warmth. She breathes in a slow, steady rhythm. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, exhale, 1, 2, 3. Her heart beats slowly, thump, 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 thump. The blood moves through her veins, carrying oxygen to her muscles, repairing the fatigue of the day. Her body is rebuilding itself. The city outside is beginning to shift. Far away, near the river, the first carts of vegetables are arriving from the countryside. Farmers who traveled all night are queuing at the gates. Creak, rumble, whoa. A driver speaks to his mule. His voice is a low murmur, calm and tired. But here on the Esquiline Hill, the street is still empty. The water in the potholes is still. Then a cat walks along the top of the garden wall. It is a stray, a lean gray shadow. It walks with fluid grace. It places each paw carefully, avoiding the wettest patches of moss. It stops. It looks down into the garden of Eliana's house. Its eyes catch a tiny bit of light from where? Perhaps a reflection from a distant torch. They glow green for a second. It watches the garden. It sees the snail. It sees the dripping leaf. It is not interested. It moves on. Pad, pad, pad. It disappears along the wall, heading for the bakery and the warmth of the ovens. The house remains sealed. Inside the pantry, a hanging bunch of dried herbs, oregano and thyme, rustles slightly as the house settles. A single dried leaf detaches. It falls through the dark air. It drifts, rocking back and forth like a small boat. Flutter, flutter. It lands on the floor, tusk. A tiny sound, dust to dust. In the hallway, the bronze brazier is now colder than the air around it. The metal has conducted its heat away. It sits like a cold sentinel. The floor tiles in the hallway are icy. If you walked on them now, the cold would sting your feet. But no one is walking. Julia, the grandmother, shifts in her sleep. Her old joints ache slightly with the dampness. Even in sleep, she feels the weather. She draws her knees up. She creates a smaller shape in the bed. She is dreaming of the loom. In her dream, the threads are made of light. She is weaving the sunlight into cloth. It is a warm, bright dream. The contrast between the cold reality and the warm dream is absolute. The air in the house is becoming stale. It has been breathed by the sleepers for hours. It is heavy with carbon dioxide and sleep. But soon the day will break. The servants will open the shutters. The fresh morning air will rush in. The cycle will restart. But not yet. There is still time. There is still the long, gray stretch of the pre-dawn. A drop of water falls from the eaves of the roof into a rain barrel outside. Plunk. The barrel is full. The water overflows the rim, running down the wooden sides in a silent sheet. The wood of the barrel is swollen and black with water. Algae grows on the shady side, slick and green. Everything is wet. Everything is heavy. Eliana's hand twitches under the blanket. She is grasping something in her dream. A handle, a child's hand. Her fingers curl, then relax. The tension leaves her hand. It lies open, palm up, relaxed. The lines on her palm, the lifeline, the heart line, are smoothed out. The house waits. It waits for the light. It waits for the noise. But for now, it possesses the silence. The silence is a physical weight. It presses against the ears. It is not empty. It is full of presence. The presence of the stone, the presence of the wood, the presence of the water. It is a comforting weight. It is the feeling of being held by the structure. The Roman arch is strong because the stones lean on each other. The Roman family is strong because they lean on each other. The Roman night is strong because it leans on the silence. And so, the minute hand of the universe moves forward, tick by invisible tick. The gray in the sky lightens by a fraction of a shade, from charcoal to slate. But inside, it is still the domain of the night. The spider feels the change in pressure. The doe feels the change in pressure. The sleepers feel nothing but the warmth of the wool. It is the most boring time of the day. It is the time when nothing happens, and that is why it is the most peaceful. There are no decisions to make. There are no lentils to sort. There are no lamps to fill. There is only the slow, rhythmic rising and falling of the chest. Rised, fall. Rised, fall. The world is safe. The story is paused. The transition from night to morning in Rome is not a sudden event. It is a slow bleaching of the darkness. The deep, impenetrable black of the night sky begins to dilute. It turns to a dark charcoal, then to a slate gray, and finally to the color of a bruised plum. This is the ante-lucem, the time before the light. It is a ghostly hour. Objects in the room begin to regain their shapes but not their colors. Everything is rendered in monochrome. The red fresco on the wall looks gray. The yellow cushion looks gray. The bronze lamp looks black. Outside on the street, the rhythm of the city is undergoing a critical shift. The heavy supply wagons, the plaustra, are in a hurry now. Roman law dictates that these massive, wheel-clogging vehicles must be off the streets by sunrise to make way for the pedestrians. The drivers know the time. They can feel the dawn approaching in the changing temperature of the air. Crack, a whip snaps, but not in anger, just a sharp sound to wake the oxen. Hup, hup, a low voice urges the beasts forward. The wheels grind louder now. They are moving faster. The heavy wooden rims bounce over the wet paving stones. Rumble, clatter, thud. They are racing against the sun. They are heading for the gates, heading back to the countryside or to the warehouses near the emporium. Inside the house, the sound of the departing wagons is the first alarm clock. In the small servant's room off the kitchen, Clara opens her eyes. She does not linger in bed like the mistress of the house. Her day begins before the sun. She pushes the rough woolen blanket aside. The air is still cold, damp from the night's rain, but it feels cleaner now. The staleness of the deep night has evaporated. She sits up. Her palate is low to the ground. She stretches her arms. Her shoulder joints make a soft popping sound. Pop, click. She stands. Her bare feet touch the floor. It is cold. Not just cool, but the kind of cold that wakes the nerves instantly. She curls her toes against the stone, seeking traction. She moves into the kitchen. The room is a landscape of shadows. She walks to the window vent. She looks up. The square of sky is a pale, milky gray. The rain has stopped completely, but the world is wet. She can hear the water dripping from the roof tiles, but the interval is very long now. Drip, drip. Her first task is the fire. The heart of the kitchen must be restarted. She goes to the hearth. It is a raised masonry platform, waist high, covered in cold ash. It smells of wet charcoal and old smoke. She takes a small iron shovel. She scrapes away the top layer of white ash. Scrape. Underneath, she looks for a spark. Last night, Eliana banked the fire, covering the embers to keep them alive. Clara digs gently. She finds a single faint red glow. It is tiny, no bigger than a lentil, but it is enough. She leans down. She puts her face close to the ash. She purses her lips. Woo-woo. She blows a long, steady stream of air onto the ember. The red dot brightens. It turns orange. It pulses with the influx of oxygen. She reaches for the tinder box. She pulls out a handful of dried straw and birch bark. It is dry and brittle. She places a small pinch of straw directly on the ember. Woo-woo. Smoke rises. It is thick and white. It stings her eyes, but she does not blink. She is used to it. Suddenly, F-woom. A tiny yellow flame jumps up. It catches the straw. She adds a piece of bark. The bark curls as it burns, crackle. She adds a small stick of pine. The resin in the wood hisses as it heats up. S. The fire is alive. She stands back. The light from the growing flame throws her shadow against the wall. The shadow dances, huge and distorted, flickering with the fire. The kitchen changes. The gray gloom is replaced by a warm, dancing orange light. The corners of the room are pushed back. The millstone is revealed again, solid and waiting. Clara warms her hands for a moment. She rubs her palms together. The heat feels like a luxury. But she cannot stand there all morning. She takes a clay pitcher. She walks to the cistern in the atrium to get fresh water. The atrium is brighter than the kitchen. The open roof lets in the gray morning light. The pool is full. She lowers the bucket, splash. The water she draws up is icy. It has been underground all night, cooled by the earth and the rain. She carries the full pitcher back to the kitchen. She pours some into a metal pot and places it on a tripod over the new fire. The water will heat for the family's morning washing, but that will take time. Clink, the metal pot settles onto the iron ring. Now the flour. Clara goes to the wooden bin. She opens it. She takes a scoop of the flour that Eliana ground the night before. It is soft and white. She puts it into a large mixing bowl. She goes to the pantry. She retrieves the sourdough starter, the fermentum. She brings the bowl of starter into the light. It has risen beautifully. It is bubbly and frothy. It smells sharp and yeasty. She takes a spoon. She scoops a large dollop of the starter into the fresh flour. Blub. She adds water. Now begins the mixing. She puts her hands into the bowl. She mixes the flour and water and starter. A squish is lap a squish. The dough is sticky. It clings to her fingers. It is cool and wet. She begins to knead. This is a rhythmic, physical job. She pushes the dough away with the heel of her hand. Push. She folds it back over. Fold. She turns the bowl. Turn. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The rhythm is hypnotic. It is the sound of civilization. As long as there is the sound of dough being kneaded, there is breakfast. The dough begins to change. It becomes smoother. It becomes elastic. It stops sticking to her hands and starts to hold together as a single, smooth ball. She works for 10 minutes, maybe 15. Time is measured in the texture of the dough. Her breathing increases slightly with the effort. Huff, puff. Finally, the dough is ready. It is smooth and taut like a pillow. She covers the bowl with a damp cloth. She sets it near the fire, but not too close. It needs warmth to rise, but not heat to cook. Not yet. She wipes her hands on her apron. Outside, the birds are waking up. The sparrows in the eaves are the first. Cheep, cheep, cheer up. They are noisy, chattering about the rain, about the worms, about the light. Their voices are high and sharp. Then a dove calls. Kukuru, kukuru. It is a softer, mournful sound. The dove sits on the roof of the peristyle, fluffing its feathers against the damp morning air. Eliana hears the birds. In her room, the gray light is filtering through the curtain. It is no longer dark. She stretches under the heavy layers of blankets. Her body is warm, toasted by her own heat during the night. The air in the room is cold, making the bed feel even more like a sanctuary. She does not want to get up. She lies there, listening to the house waking up. She hears the faint clink of the pot in the kitchen. She knows Clara is up. She knows the water is heating. She hears the scritch of a broom. Clara is sweeping the floor while the dough rises. Eliana pushes one foot out from under the covers. The cold air bites it. She pulls it back in. Just a moment longer, she thinks. She looks at the ceiling. The plaster has a small crack in the corner. She traces the line of it with her eyes. It looks like a river on a map. She thinks about the day ahead. She will need to visit the market. The rain will have brought fresh greens. She needs to buy oil. She needs to check the wool supply. Boring tasks, necessary tasks. She rolls onto her side. She looks at the small table beside her bed. Her ivory comb sits there, her polished bronze mirror. They are waiting for her. In the room next door, Marcus is awake. He does not lie still like his mother. He wakes with energy. He sits up. His hair is a mess, sticking up in tufts. He rubs his eyes. He hears the birds. He jumps out of bed. His bare feet hit the floor with a thud. He runs to the window. He pulls back the heavy hanging. The light floods in. It is bright now, a clear, washed clean light. The sun hasn't crested the horizon yet, but the sky is luminous. He looks out into the alley. There is a puddle right below his window, a large brown puddle. He smiles. He thinks about jumping in it. He turns and runs to the door. He opens it. Bang! The door hits the wall. The silence of the house is broken. The spell of the night is shattered. Marcus, Eliana calls from her room. Her voice is sleep-rough but gentle, quietly. Marcus slows down. He tiptoes into the hallway, creep, creep. He goes to the kitchen. Clara looks up from her sweeping. She smiles. "Salve, little master," she whispers. "Salve, Clara," he whispers back. "Is there bread?" "Not yet," she says. "The dough is sleeping, but there is porridge." She goes to a pot that was soaking overnight, oats and water. She puts it on the fire next to the water pot. She stirs it with a wooden spoon. Slop, slop. The kitchen smells of wood smoke and now, faintly, of cooking oats. It is a warm, sticky smell. The dog, Argo, wanders into the kitchen. His claws click on the stone. Click, click, click. He stretches, front legs down, rear legs up, a long bow to the morning sun. He yawns, a massive cavern of a mouth, pink tongue curling. Yawn snap. He goes to Marcus. He nudges the boy's hand with his wet nose. Marcus scratches the dog's ears. The dog leans into the touch. The day has officially begun. The gears of the household are turning. But it is still slow. There is no rush. The porridge takes time to thicken. The water takes time to boil. Back in her room, Eliana finally commits to the morning. She throws back the covers. She sits up. She shivers once briskly. She stands. She walks to the basin in her room. She pours a little water from her own pitcher. It is cold. She splashes her face. A splash. The shock of the water erases the last of the dreams. She is awake. She is Aliana, matron of the house. She dries her face with a linen towel. The fabric is rough and invigorating. She begins to dress. First, the tunica intima, the undertunic, soft wool worn next to the skin. Then the stola, the long, pleated dress of the married woman. It is the color of undyed wool, creamy and natural. She pins it at the shoulders with bronze fibulae. Click, click. She ties the belt, the cingulum, around her waist. She sits and puts on her shoes, leather sandals with closed toes for the mud. She ties the laces. She picks up her comb. She runs it through her hair. A scritch. She braids her hair quickly. She coils the braid at the back of her neck and pins it. She is ready. She steps out into the corridor. The house feels different now. The shadows are retreating. The sun has just touched the top of the roof. A beam of golden light, real sunlight, not just gray dawn, shoots through the compluvium and hits the western wall of the atrium. It illuminates a painting of a garden. The painted birds seem to sing in the light. Aliana walks to the kitchen. "Salve," she says to Clara. "Salve, Marcus." "Salve, mother," Marcus says. He is eating his porridge from a wooden bowl. He has a ring of oat mush around his mouth. Aliana checks the dough. She lifts the cloth. It has risen slightly, even in this short time. The warmth of the fire is working. She checks the water pot. Steam is rising. "Good," she says. She walks out to the peristyle garden. The garden is transformed. The gloomy, wet place of the night is now a glittering jewel box. Every leaf is covered in droplets. The sun hits them and they sparkle like diamonds. The spiderweb in the corner is a masterpiece of geometry, outlined in dew. The air smells incredible. It smells of wet rosemary, of damp earth, of drying stone. Aliana takes a deep breath. Inhale. She holds the fresh air in her lungs. Exhale. She walks to the Narration, the household shrine in the corner of the peristyle. She opens the small wooden doors of the shrine. Inside, the bronze statues of the Lares stand watch. They are small, dancing figures, holding drinking horns. She takes a pinch of incense from a small box. She drops it onto the small burner that Clara has already lit with a coal from the kitchen. A sizzle. A thin wisp of fragrant smoke rises. It smells of frankincense and bay leaf. "For the home," she whispers. "For the return of the men, for the health of the boy." She stands there for a moment, watching the smoke curl up toward the open sky. The ritual is complete. The gods have been greeted. She turns back to the house. The day stretches out before her. It will be a day of small things, a day of spinning wool, a day of buying vegetables, a day of teaching Marcus his letters. It will be a boring day. And that is exactly what she wants. Outside, the street is fully awake now. The heavy rumble of the wagons is gone, replaced by the lighter sounds of morning traffic. A donkey brays, hee-haw, a vendor shouts selling hot sausages. Lukaniki, hot lukaniki. The sounds drift over the wall, but they do not disturb the peace of the garden. The sun climbs higher, the shadows shorten. The puddle in the alley begins to shrink, evaporating into the blue sky. The Roman Empire is awake. The machinery of the world is moving. But here in the atrium, the light moves slowly across the floor, measuring out the morning in inches of gold. Aliana sits on a bench in the sun. She picks up a piece of mending, a tunic with a small tear. She threads a needle. She pushes the needle through the cloth. In, out. The thread follows the needle. The tear begins to close. The day has begun. The sun has cleared the rooftops now. The morning is no longer a promise. It is a presence. The light that floods the atrium is broad and confident. It warms the air, burning off the last of the night's damp mist. The smell of the wet earth begins to fade, replaced by the smell of warming stone and dust. In the center of the house, the pool of the impluvium reflects the bright blue square of the sky. The water is perfectly still again. The reflection of the sun moves slowly across the black surface, tracking the passage of time without a sound. Julia, the grandmother, emerges from her room. She moves slower in the mornings. Her joints take time to accept the day. She wears a tunic of dark gray wool, practical and warm. Her hair, thin and white, is pulled back into a simple bun, held in place by a plain wooden pin. She walks to the table in the atrium. Eliana is already there, organizing the morning's tasks. "Salve, mother," Eliana says softly. "Salve," Julia replies. Her voice is low, a dry rasp that clears after a moment. Julia sits. She breaks her fast simply. A small piece of bread left over from yesterday, dipped in a little watered wine. She chews slowly. Chew, chew, swallow. It is not a meal for pleasure, it is fuel. The bread is dense. The wine softens it. It is the taste of 1,000 Roman mornings. Eliana stands up. She picks up a basket from the floor. Look at the basket. It is an object of humble beauty. It is woven from stripped willow branches. The wood has aged to a deep golden honey color. The handle is smooth, polished by the oils of Eliana's hand and the hands of her mother before her. Creak. The wicker makes a small sound as she grips the handle. "I am going to the market," Eliana says, "for greens and oil." Julia nods. "Check the figs," she says. "If they are soft, bring some." Eliana nods. She calls for Clara. The girl appears from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. She will accompany her mistress. A Roman matron rarely walks alone. They move to the front door. Eliana slides the heavy bolt back. Scrape, thunk. She lifts the bar. It is heavy oak. She leans it against the wall. She opens the door. Creak. The hinges, usually silent, protest slightly in the humid air. The light from the street pours in. It is brighter than the light inside. Eliana blinks. She steps out across the threshold. Her sandal lands on the basalt paving stone of the street. Clack. The street is drying. The puddles are shrinking, leaving behind rings of fine brown mud. The air outside is different. It is moving. It carries the sense of the city, not the bad smells of the crowded subura, but the domestic smells of the Esquiline, wood smoke, baking bread, a faint whiff of stable straw. Eliana and Clara begin to walk. Focus on the rhythm of their walking. Step, step, step. They walk on the raised sidewalk, the crepido, to avoid the mud in the center of the road. The sidewalk is narrow, paved with smaller stones. They pass the neighbors' houses. The house on the left has a green door. The paint is peeling slightly at the bottom. The house on the right has a small shrine built into the outer wall. A painted snake curls around an altar. A fresh flower, a single red poppy, has been placed there by someone earlier this morning. Eliana barely notices it. She knows every crack in these walls. They walk down the gentle slope of the hill. The sound of the city gets slightly louder, but it is not a roar. It is a hum. It is the sound of thousands of people going about their boring lives. A man walks past them in the other direction. He wears a rough brown tunic. He carries a sack of charcoal on his shoulder. He keeps his head down. Heavy breath, heavy step. He passes, he is gone. They reach the small market square. It is not the great forum with its marble columns and shouting orators. This is a neighborhood market. It is a place of wooden stalls and canvas awnings. The sunlight filters through the canvas, creating a soft, yellow light over the goods. Eliana stops at a vegetable stall. The vendor is an old man with a face like a dried apple. He sits on a stool, peeling a stick with a small knife. Whittle, whittle. On the wooden table before him, the earth's bounty is laid out in neat piles. Look at the cabbages. They are large, round, and pale green. The outer leaves are thick and waxy. They still hold drops of water from the washing. Look at the leeks. Long white stalks transitioning into deep, verdant green. The roots are still on them, tangled and covered in dark soil. Look at the turnips, purple-topped, round, and solid. They look like stones that have decided to become food. Eliana reaches out. She touches a cabbage. It is cool and hard. It feels dense. It makes a faint squeaking sound as she presses her thumb against the leaves. Squeak. She nods, it is good. She points to the cabbage. She points to a bunch of leeks. The old man nods. He puts down his stick. He stands up slowly. He takes the cabbage. He places it in Eliana's basket. Thump. The basket accepts the weight. The willow handle presses a little harder into Eliana's palm. He takes the leeks. He shakes a little dirt off them, dust. He places them next to the cabbage. Eliana reaches into the folds of her stola. She pulls out a small leather pouch. She loosens the drawstring. She reaches in with 2 fingers. She pulls out a coin. It is a copper as. It is a small reddish-brown coin. It is worn smooth. The face of the emperor on it is barely visible, just a profile of a nose and a chin. She places the coin on the wooden table. Click. The old man takes it. He nods. He sits back down. He picks up his stick. There is no haggling. The price is the price. The transaction is done. Eliana and Clara move on. Shuffle, shuffle. They pass a stall selling pottery, stacks of red Terra Sigillata bowls, piles of rough gray cooking pots, amphorae leaning against each other. A boy is dusting the pots with a feather duster. Swish, swish. The dust floats in the shafts of sunlight. They pass a stall selling fabric, bolts of wool in various shades of brown, cream, and dyed red. The wool smells of lanolin and dye vats. It is a heavy, muted smell. Eliana runs her hand over a piece of blue cloth. It is soft, but the weave is too loose. She moves on. They reach the oil merchant. This is a permanent shop, set into the ground floor of a building. The front is open to the street. Inside there are 3 massive stone jars, dolia, sunk into the counter. The air here smells rich and grassy. It smells of olives crushed under stone. It is a thick, golden smell. The merchant is wiping the counter with a rag. The counter is polished marble, stained yellow by years of spilled oil. Salve domina, he says. Salve, Eliana replies. A pint of the second press. She hands a small ceramic flask to Clara. Clara steps forward and hands it to the merchant. The merchant takes a metal ladle. He dips it into one of the great stone jars. Dip. The oil closes over the ladle. Gloop. He lifts it out. The oil streams from the ladle, a thick golden ribbon. It catches the light. It looks like liquid amber. He positions a funnel over Clara's flask. He pours. Glug, glug, glug. The sound is viscous and heavy. The flask fills. He stops at the exact moment the oil reaches the neck. Not a drop is wasted. He stoops the flask with a cork. Squeak. He wipes the outside of the flask with his rag. Clara takes it back. It is heavy now. Eliana pays. 2 more copper coins. Click, click. The business is concluded. They turn to leave the market. The basket is heavier now. The cabbage, the leeks, the oil, it is a good weight. It is the weight of dinner. They walk back up the hill. The sun is hotter now. Eliana can feel the warmth on her shoulders through her stola. She looks down at her feet. Sandal, stone, sandal, stone. She sees a small beetle crossing the path. It is iridescent green. It struggles over the gap between 2 paving stones. It falls in, then climbs out the other side. Eliana steps carefully over it. They pass a public fountain. The water gushes from a bronze spout shaped like a wolf's head. It falls into a stone basin. A woman is filling a heavy jar. The water splashes over her hands. Splash, splash. The sound of the water is cooling, even just to hear it. They continue the climb. Eliana's breathing is steady but slightly deeper. The hill is steep. Inhale, step, exhale, step. They reach their street. It is quiet again. The market noise has faded behind them. They reach their door. Clara knocks. Knock, knock. From inside, a muffled bark. Argo has heard them. Footsteps approach. The bolt slides back, scrape. The door opens. Julia stands there. You have returned, she states. Yes, Eliana says. They step inside. The transition is immediate. The bright, hot, noisy world of the street is cut off. They are back in the cool, dim, silent sanctuary of the domus. The air inside feels still. It wraps around them like a cool towel. Eliana hands the basket to Clara. Take the greens to the kitchen, she says. Wash the leeks well. There was much earth on them. Clara nods and walks toward the back of the house. Eliana stands in the atrium for a moment. She adjusts her belt. She touches her hair. She looks at the pool. The sun has moved. The reflection is in a different place now. She feels a sense of accomplishment. The hunting is done. The gathering is done. The house is stocked. She walks to the tablinum, the study area between the atrium and the garden. She sits on a wooden chair with a cushion. She rests her hands in her lap. She does not move. She just sits. She listens to the sounds of Clara in the kitchen, the sound of water being poured into a basin. Whoosh. The sound of the vegetables being scrubbed. Scrub, scrub. It is a peaceful sound. It means the work is being done. Eliana closes her eyes for a second. She sees the green cabbage again. She feels the cool skin of it. She opens her eyes. She looks at the floor mosaic. It is a pattern of black and white geometric shapes, triangles, squares. She traces the pattern with her eyes. Black triangle, white triangle, black square, black triangle, white triangle, black square. It repeats forever. It is perfect order. Marcus runs into the room. He is holding a wooden sword. "Mother, I am a legionary," he shouts. "Quietly, Marcus," she says. Her voice is soft. "A legionary is disciplined. A legionary waits." Marcus stops. He lowers the sword. He tries to look disciplined. He stands still. "Better," she says. "Go to the garden, drill quietly." He nods and runs off to the peristyle, his bare feet slapping on the stone. Slap, slap, slap. Eliana sighs. A mother's work is also a cycle, correct, instruct, release. She stands up. It is time to check the wool. She walks to the garden. The sun is shining directly on the loom now. The wood is warm. The wool is dry. She touches the threads. They are warm and fuzzy. She sits on the stool in front of the loom. She picks up the shuttle, the wooden boat-shaped tool that holds the weft thread. She passes the shuttle through the gap in the vertical threads, the shed. Slide. The wooden shuttle glides smoothly between the wool strings. She pulls it through the other side. She grabs the beater bar, a heavy wooden frame. She pulls it toward her. Thump. The new thread is packed down tight against the previous one. She releases the beater. She changes the shed, pulling a different set of threads forward. Click, the weights at the bottom swing and hit each other gently. She passes the shuttle back the other way. Slide, thump. Slide, thump. This is the rhythm of the late morning. It is a slow, methodical sound. It is the heartbeat of the Roman woman. Back and forth, left to right to left. The fabric grows, millimeter by millimeter. A fly lands on the wooden frame of the loom. It rubs its front legs together. It watches the shuttle move. Eliana does not swat it. She is in the rhythm. She barely sees the fly. She is thinking of nothing. Her mind is empty, filled only with the motion of her hands. The sun warms her back. The sound of the loom fills her ears. Thump. Thump. It is boring, it is repetitive. And it is exactly how the day should be. The sun has climbed to the very apex of the sky. It hangs directly over the opening of the compluvium, a blinding white disk that pours heat into the city of Rome like molten metal. The shadows, which earlier stretched long and cool across the floors, have now retreated. They are hiding directly beneath the objects that cast them. The shadow of the column is a tight black circle at its base. The shadow of the table is a dark pool on the mosaic floor. It is noon, Marites, the midpoint of the day. In the garden, the rhythm of the loom slows down. Thumpy, thumpy. Eliana stops. Her arm is heavy. The air has become thick and warm, resisting her movements. The wool feels scratchy against her skin. The heat radiates from the tiled roof of the portico, pressing down on her shoulders. She pushes the shuttle through the shed one last time. She leaves it there. She stands up. Her back is stiff from sitting. She stretches. It is too hot to work. The Romans know this. They do not fight the sun. When the sun is at its strongest, the people retreat. The city is beginning its great daily pause. Eliana wipes her forehead with the back of her hand. Her skin is damp. She walks back into the main house. The transition is a relief. The thick stone walls of the domus act as a cave. Inside, the temperature is 10 degrees cooler than the garden. She calls softly to Marcus. Come, the sun is high. Marcus runs in from the garden. His face is flushed pink from the heat. He is sweating. He drops his wooden sword on a bench. Clatter. It is time for prandium, the midday meal. It is not a feast. There is no fire lit for this meal. Cooking would only heat up the house. It is a meal of cold things, of leftovers, of simple sustenance. They gather in the triclinium, the dining room, but they do not recline on the couches as they would for a formal dinner. They sit on simple stools around a small wooden table. Clara brings a tray. On the tray there is a loaf of bread. It is the bread made from yesterday's grain, dense and chewy. There is a wedge of cheese, pecorino, hard, salty sheep's cheese with a rind as thick as leather. There is a bowl of olives, small, black, wrinkled olives that have been soaking in brine and oil. There are a few dried figs. This is the fuel of the empire. Eliana breaks the bread. Crack. The crust is hard. She tears off a chunk for Marcus, a chunk for Julia, and a chunk for herself. They eat in silence. The heat makes conversation an effort. Listen to the sounds of the meal. Crunch, Marcus bites into the crust. Tear. Julia pulls a piece of the bread apart. Click. The knife hits the wooden board as Eliana slices the cheese. The cheese is dry and crumbly. It dissolves on the tongue, sharp and salty. It makes you thirsty. They drink water mixed with a little wine, just enough to kill the bacteria and cut the taste of the minerals. The liquid is cool from the cistern. Gulp, gulp, It is a slow meal. There is no rush to finish because there is nowhere to go. The shops outside are closing. The bankers in the forum are packing up their tablets. The beggars are finding shade under the aqueducts. Rome is shutting its eyes. Eliana finishes her olives. She places the pits in a small bowl. Click, click. She brushes the crumbs from her lap. They fall to the floor. Later, Clara will sweep them up, or perhaps Argo the dog will find them. It is time to rest, Eliana says. This is the meridiatio, the siesta, the sacred nap. Clara begins to close the house against the sun. She goes to the openings that face the street. She pulls the heavy wooden shutters closed. Kriak, boom. The light is cut off. She goes to the garden side. She cannot close the colonnade, but she lowers thick linen curtains between the pillars to block the glare. Swish, flutter, settle. The house darkens. The bright, hard light of noon is replaced by a dim, amber twilight. The air becomes still again. The dust motes that were dancing in the sunbeams slow down and drift lazily in the gloom. The noise from the street has vanished. The shouting vendors are gone. The carts are gone. Even the birds have stopped singing. They are hiding deep in the cypress trees, waiting for the cool of the evening. The silence is heavy and warm. It is a blanket of heat. Eliana walks to her room. The air in the cubiculum is stagnant, but it is dark. She removes her sandals. Her feet are relieved to be free of the leather straps. She wiggles her toes. She removes her outer stola, hanging it on a peg. She stands in her simple undertunic. She lies down on the bed. The mattress is warm. She lies on her back. She places her hands on her stomach. She stares up at the ceiling. In the dim light, the rafters are just dark shapes. She closes her eyes. The heat presses on her eyelids. It relaxes the muscles. Her body feels heavy, sinking into the wool and straw. As she listens, is there any sound? A fly buzzes somewhere in the room. It flies in a circle, then it stops. Silence. It starts again. It is a lazy, erratic sound. The fly is also tired. It lands on the wall. The buzzing stops. Now there is only the sound of breathing. In the next room, Marcus is already asleep. Children succumb to the heat quickly. He is sprawled out, limbs loose, dreaming of nothing. In her room, Julia is resting. She does not always sleep, but she lies still, conserving her strength. She thinks about the past. She replays memories like scrolling through a scroll. She remembers a summer when she was young, swimming in a river. The memory cools her. In the kitchen, Clara has curled up on a bench. She has pulled her apron over her face to block the light. She is asleep in seconds. Even the house seems to sleep. The expansion and contraction of the wood and stone stops as the temperature stabilizes at its peak. The city outside is a ghost town of sun-baked stone. If you were to walk the streets now, you would see only the stray dogs panting in the shade of doorways. You would feel the heat rising from the pavement through the soles of your shoes. The marble statues would be too hot to touch. The fountains would be the only things moving, their water sparkling in the empty squares. But inside, Eliana is safe from the glare. As she drifts, her thoughts become disjointed. The price of oil, the blue thread, the curve of the cabbage leaf, the sound of the rain last night. They mix together into a soft, incoherent soup. Her breathing deepens. Inhale, warm air, exhale, warm air. She enters the shallow sleep of the afternoon. It is not the deep, dark sleep of the night. It is a light, golden sleep. She is aware of the room, but she is not part of it. Time becomes elastic. 10 minutes might be an hour might be a minute. The fly buzzes again. BZZZT. She does not move. Argo, the dog, has moved to the coolest spot in the house, the stone floor right next to the impluvium pool. The evaporation from the water makes the air there slightly fresher. He lies flat on his side. His tongue lolls out onto the stone. He breathes in short, shallow puffs. Heh 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 heh. Then he sighs and puts his head down. The reflection of the sun in the pool moves inch by inch. It crosses the black water. It touches the rim. The heat is a physical presence. It smells of dry dust and hot tile. There is nothing to do. The empire demands nothing of its citizens at this hour. To work now would be madness. To sleep is duty. Eliana's hand twitches. She is dreaming that she is still weaving. In her dream, the shuttle flies back and forth on its own. Click-clack, click-clack. But in the room, there is only silence. The dust settles on the table. The oil in the lamp sits still. The spider in the web hangs motionless. This is the great pause, the moment when the day holds its breath. It is boring. It is incredibly, wonderfully boring. The world has stopped turning for a little while. The anxieties of life, the money, the health, the wars are suspended in the amber of the afternoon heat. Eliana sleeps. The sun begins its slow descent past the zenith. The angle of the light changes. A beam of light finds a gap in the shutters. It cuts across the room like a solid bar of gold. It illuminates millions of floating dust particles. They swirl in the light, up and down, Brownian motion, chaos in a sunbeam. Eliana does not see them. She is far away in the quiet country of sleep. The house waits. It holds the cool air inside its chest, protecting its people until the sun loses its anger. The sun has begun its descent. The fierce, white heat of noon has softened, melting into the golden, hazy warmth of the late afternoon. The beam of light that cut across Eliana's room has moved. It now rests on the floor, a pool of slanted yellow illumination that highlights the grain of the wooden floorboards. The siesta is ending. The great pause is dissolving, but slowly. There is no alarm, no sudden trumpet. There is only the gradual return of consciousness. Eliana opens her eyes. The room is still dim, but the quality of the shadows has changed. They are longer, softer. The air in the room feels heavy and still. She lies there for a moment, listening. The fly has stopped buzzing. The house is silent. She sits up. Her hair is slightly loose, a few strands escaping the pin. She pushes them back. She feels the warmth of the sleep still clinging to her skin. She stands and walks to the pitcher of water. She pours a cup. The water is no longer cold. It is tepid, room temperature. She drinks it anyway. It is wet. It wakes the throat. She walks to the door of her room and steps into the atrium. The light in the atrium is beautiful now. It is the golden hour of Rome. The sun strikes the upper walls, turning the plaster into sheets of gold. The pool in the center reflects this gold, so it looks like the house is built around a square of liquid amber. She sees Clara emerging from the kitchen. Clara looks sleepy, her eyes small, her apron wrinkled. "Open the shutters," Eliana says softly. Clara nods. She moves to the front of the house. Scrape, thud, creak. The heavy wooden shutters are pushed open. The sounds of the city flood back in, but they are different sounds now. The frantic energy of the morning market is gone. This is the afternoon hum. It is deeper, mellower. A group of children is playing in the street with walnuts, a Roman game similar to marbles. Click, click, laughter. A neighbor is greeting another. "Salve, it is hot. It is hot." Eliana walks to the tablinum, the study area. She has a task to do. It is a quiet task, suited for this lethargic hour. She opens a wooden chest on the table. Inside there are several objects, a scroll of papyrus too expensive for today, a small pot of ink, a reed pen, and a set of wax tablets. She takes the wax tablets. They are two pieces of wood, hinged together like a book. The center of each wooden rectangle is hollowed out and filled with black beeswax. She sits on the stool. She places the tablets on her lap. She picks up the stylus. It is a bronze instrument, slender and pointed at one end, flat and wide at the other. She opens the tablets, clack. The wax inside is smooth and black. It is waiting for words. She is writing to her husband. It has been months since she sent a letter. She does not know where he is exactly, but she knows a courier is leaving for the Northern Legions tomorrow. She holds the stylus. She thinks. What is there to say? The roof leaks a little. The price of oil is up. Marcus is growing. It is all ordinary, but that is what he wants to hear. He wants the boredom of home. He wants to know that the world he left behind is still turning. She presses the sharp point of the stylus into the black wax. A scratch. It makes a tiny furrow. The wax curls up, peeling away from the wood. SVB EEQ V. Si vales bene est ego quevalio. If you are well, it is good. I am also well. It is the standard opening, the formula. Scritch, scratch, scritch. The sound is dry and precise, bronze on wax. She writes slowly. Roman cursive is a series of dashes and curves. The grain is stored, scritch. The boy learns his letters, scritch. I have woven a tunic, scritch. She makes a mistake, The stylus slips. She flips the tool over in her hand. She uses the flat, wide end, the eraser. She rubs the wax, rub, smooth. The friction warms the wax. It melts slightly, filling in the furrow she made. The mistake disappears. The surface is black and smooth again. She writes again. Send money if you can. She pauses. She looks at the dust motes dancing in the light. She smells the beeswax. It is a sweet, honeyed scent mixed with the metallic smell of the bronze stylus. She finishes the letter. It is short. There is no news, only continuity. She closes the tablets. Snap. She takes a piece of twine. She wraps it around the wood. Wind, wind, wind. She ties a knot. She lights a small candle. She holds a stick of red sealing wax over the flame. Drip. A drop of hot, red wax falls onto the knot. Drip. Another drop. She takes her ring, a simple iron band with a carved intaglio stone. She presses it into the hot wax. Press. She holds it for a second. The wax cools. She pulls the ring away. The seal is set. The task is done. The letter sits on the table, a small wooden brick containing her voice. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the real work of the afternoon has begun. The dough has risen. It has more than doubled in size. It is pushing against the cloth covering. Clara lifts the cloth. The smell of yeast fills the room. It is a sour, beer-like smell, but fresh. She punches the dough down. Whump. It sighs, releasing the gas. She turns it out onto the floured table. Flop. She divides the dough with a metal scraper. Chop, chop. She begins to shape the loaves. She rolls them under her palms. Roll, tuck, roll. She makes round loaves. She scores the top of each one with a sharp knife. Slash. She divides the top into wedges like the spokes of a wheel. This is the Roman style, panis quadratus. The oven, the fornax, is hot. It is a beehive-shaped brick oven built into the corner of the kitchen. A fire has been burning inside it for an hour. Clara rakes out the coals. Scrape, scrape. The floor of the oven is clean and incredibly hot. She uses a long wooden peel, a flat shovel to slide the loaves in. Slide, jerk, slide. The loaves sit on the hot bricks. She closes the iron door of the oven. Clang. Now the waiting begins again. But this is a different kind of waiting. This is a waiting filled with anticipation. Within minutes, the smell begins to change. At first, it is just the smell of hot flour. Then a sweetness begins to emerge. The crust is caramelizing. Then the full, rich, enveloping aroma of baking bread fills the kitchen. It drifts into the atrium. It drifts into the garden. Eliana smells it. She puts down her stylus. She smiles. The smell of bread is the smell of home. It is the smell of safety. No matter what happens in the Senate, no matter who is fighting whom, the bread is baking. Marcus runs in from the garden. He smells it too. Is it ready? He asks. Not yet, Eliana says. Patience. She stands up. She feels the stiffness in her back from sitting. She decides to walk in the garden again. The shadows in the peristyle are very long now. The columns cast stripes of darkness across the gravel path. She walks through the stripes, light, dark, dark. She stops by the fountain. The water is still dripping, drip, drip. She looks at the water. It is clear. It is simple. She dips her hand in. She flicks a few drops onto the leaves of the rose bush. The drops sit on the petals like jewels. The afternoon is sliding toward evening. The pace is slow, deliberate. There is no need to hurry. The letter is written. The bread is baking. The sun is setting. Eliana leans against a column. The stone is warm against her back, retaining the heat of the day. She watches a butterfly. It is white, small, fluttering erratically. It lands on the rim of the fountain. It opens its wings. Close, open, close. She watches it for a long time. Minutes pass. Clara comes to the doorway. "Domina," she says, "the bread is done." Eliana nods. She pushes off the column. She walks back into the house. The kitchen is hot, filled with the intense aroma. Clara opens the oven door. Clang. A wave of heat escapes. She uses the peel to pull the loaves out. Slide, scrape. They come out golden brown, hard crust, hollow sound when tapped. Tap, tap. They are perfect. Clara places them on a rack to cool. The heat radiating from them makes the air shimmer slightly. Eliana looks at the bread. It is the result of the grinding last night. It is the result of the kneading this morning. It is the result of the waiting. It is a circle completed. "We will eat well tonight," she says. She turns and walks back to the atrium. The sun is lower now. The light is turning orange. The day is almost over, but the evening has its own rituals. The lighting of the lamps, the closing of the doors. But for now, there is just the smell of bread and the golden light. And the silence which is always there, underneath everything, holding the house together. The sun has finally touched the horizon. The golden light that filled the atrium has deepened, turning a rich, saturated orange, and is now fading into the bruised purple of twilight. The heat of the day is breaking. A gentle breeze, the ventus, moves through the open peristyle, pushing the warm air out and replacing it with the cooling breath of the evening. It is time for the lavatio, the washing. While the men of the city might still be lingering at the great public baths, soaking in the noise and the steam, the women of this house prefer the quiet of their own walls. In the small room next to the kitchen, Clara has prepared the basin. She has mixed the boiling water from the fire with the cool water from the cistern. She tests it with her elbow. It is warm. It is perfect. Eliana enters the room. She drops the curtain across the doorway. Swish. The heavy fabric shuts out the rest of the house. The room is small and dim, lit only by the fading daylight from a high window and the glow of a single oil lamp that Clara has lit. Eliana undresses slowly. She places her stola on a wooden bench. She places her sandals on the floor. Clack. She stands on the tiled floor. The tiles are warm, having absorbed the heat of the kitchen fire through the wall all day. She takes a small flask of oil. It is scented with lavender. She pours a little into her palm. Drip, drip. She rubs her hands together to warm the oil. Slither. She begins to apply the oil to her arms. She moves in long, slow strokes, from the wrist to the shoulder, from the shoulder to the wrist. The oil glistens on her skin in the lamplight. It smells of the flower fields. It smells of calm. She applies the oil to her neck, her shoulders. She works out the stiffness of the weaving. She finds a knot in the muscle near her neck. She presses her thumb into it. Press, release, press, release. The tension melts away. Now she takes the strigil. It is a curved tool made of bronze, shaped like a hook with a handle. It is dull-edged, designed not to cut but to scrape. She places the edge of the bronze against her oiled skin. Scrape. She pulls the tool down her arm. It collects the oil, the dust of the market, the sweat of the noon heat. Scrape, flick. She flicks the residue into a small bowl. This is how a Roman cleans. It is not with soap and foam, but with oil and bronze. It is a massage and a cleansing in one. Scrape. The sound is rhythmic, metal on skin, a soft, friction-filled sound. She cleans her arms. She cleans her legs. The sensation is grounding. It defines the boundaries of the body. Here is the skin. Here is the muscle. Here is the bone. After the scraping, the water. She dips a sponge into the warm basin. The sponge is natural, harvested from the sea. It is full of holes, soft and absorbent. She squeezes the sponge over her shoulder. A sploosh. The warm water cascades down her back. It washes away the last of the oil. It traces the line of her spine. She sighs, "Oh." The water hits the floor and drains away into a small channel cut into the stone. Gurgle. She repeats the rinsing. Water over the arms, water over the face. She feels new. The day is washed away. The dust of the cabbage leaves, the smell of the smoke, the grit of the street, it is all gone. She takes a large linen towel. She wraps it around herself. She pats her skin dry. Pat, pat. She dresses in fresh clothes. Not the heavy stola of the street, but a light, loose tunic for the evening. It is soft, worn thin by many washings. It floats around her body, unrestrictive. She steps out of the bathing room. The house has transformed again while she was washing. The purple twilight has fully taken over. The atrium is filled with blue shadows. The pool of the impluvium is a square of indigo ink. The birds are settling down for the night. The swallows that darted over the rooftops during the day are gone. Now, the bats begin to wake up. Eliana looks up through the compluvium. She sees a small, frantic shape flit across the square of sky. A bat, hunting the insects that rise in the cooling air. Flutters flutter, gone. It is silent. She walks to the kitchen. The smell of the fresh bread is still there, but now it has settled, becoming a background note to the house. Clara is slicing the bread. The knife moves through the crust, crunch. It moves through the soft crumb, slice. The steam rises from the open loaf. "The lamp, Clara," Eliana says softly. It is time to light the evening lamps. The sun is defeated. The humans must make their own suns now. Eliana takes a taper, a thin wax stick. She lights it from the kitchen fire. She walks through the house. She goes to the lamp stand in the triclinium. There are 3 lamps here, sitting on a bronze candelabrum. She touches the flame to the first wick. FFFT. A small yellow flame jumps to life. She touches the second. FFFT. She touches the third. FFFT. The room glows. The light is warm, amber, and limited. It does not reach the corners. It creates a circle of intimacy around the dining table. She moves to the atrium. She lights the lamp in the niche by the door. She moves to the corridor. She lights the lamp by the bedrooms. The house is now a constellation of small fires. Each flame is a teardrop of light, fighting the encroaching dark. The shadows cast by the furniture are long and dancing. When Eliana moves, her shadow moves with her on the wall, a tall, silent giant. Julia enters the dining room. She looks refreshed from her rest. She sits on her stool. Marcus enters. He has been washed too. His hair is damp and combed flat. He looks tired but content. The energy of the morning has burned off. They sit around the table. This is the cena, the main meal. But in this house with the master away, it is a simple affair. Clara brings the food. The fresh bread, warm and soft. The stewed leeks, green and tender, dressed with the oil Eliana bought and a little vinegar. A bowl of lentils cooked with herbs. There is no meat tonight. Meat is for festivals. Meat is for sacrifices. Tonight they eat the food of the earth. They eat. Clink, the wooden spoon hits the ceramic bowl. Dip. The bread is dipped into the lentil stew. The bread is good, Julia says. It is good, Eliana agrees. I helped, Marcus says sleepily. I watched the dough. You did, Eliana smiles. They do not talk much. The day is winding down. The act of eating is slow and deliberate. A moth flies into the room, drawn by the lamps. It circles the flame, flutter, flutter. It bumps into the hot terracotta, it flies away. Outside, the city has become quiet. The carts are gone. The markets are closed. The only sound is the occasional bark of a dog or the distant closing of a door. Thud. The wind chimes. The tintinnabulum, hanging in the peristyle garden, catch a tiny breeze. Ting, tong, ting. The bronze bells sway gently. They are shaped like bells or phalluses or lions. They are there to ward off evil spirits. Their sound is musical and random. Ting, tong. Eliana listens to the chimes. They are the voice of the wind. She finishes her meal. She wipes her mouth with a napkin. She feels a heavy, pleasant lethargy. The warm bath, the food, the fading light, it all conspires to pull her down toward sleep. But it is not quite time for bed. There is still the digestion. There is still the sitting. They remain at the table. Clara clears the bowls, stack, clink. Eliana looks at the flame of the nearest lamp. It is steady. The oil level is high. She stares into the yellow center of the flame. It is hypnotic. It dances slightly, stretching up, then squatting down. Blue at the base, yellow in the middle, orange at the tip. She watches the smoke rise from the flame. A thin, black ribbon that vanishes into the darkness of the ceiling. She thinks of the letter she wrote. It is sitting in the chest, sealed with red wax. Tomorrow it will leave. She thinks of her husband reading it. She imagines him sitting by a campfire, holding the wooden tablets. She imagines the same moon shining on him. It is a comforting thought. The moon is the same. The empire is one roof. She reaches out and touches Marcus's hand. His hand is small and warm. He is almost asleep at the table, his head nodding. Come, she says, to bed. The cycle is closing. The day began with waking and it ends with sleeping. There is no cliffhanger. There is no surprise. The bread was baked. The letter was written. The wool was woven. The day was successful because nothing happened. Eliana stands up. The chair scrapes on the floor, scritch. She picks up a lamp to guide Marcus. They walk into the dark corridor. The shadows swing wildly. The night has returned. The corridor leading to the bedrooms is a tunnel of shadow. Eliana walks first, holding the small oil lamp in her right hand. The flame is a tiny, living dancer. It pushes the darkness back, but only a few feet. Behind her, the darkness rushes back in, filling the space she has just vacated. Marcus walks behind her. His steps are heavy. He drags his feet slightly. Scuff, scuff. He is fighting the sleep, but he is losing. The excitement of the sword drill and the heat of the afternoon have drained him. They reach the door of his cubiculum. Eliana pushes it open with her free hand. The hinges give a low murmur. Hum. The room is exactly as they left it, but now it feels smaller, cozier. The window is covered by the heavy hanging, blocking out the night sky. The air inside is still and warm. Eliana sets the lamp on a small wooden stool. The light washes up the wall, illuminating the rough texture of the plaster. "Tunic," she whispers. Marcus lifts his arms. She helps him pull off the day tunic. It smells of dust and the garden. She folds it and places it on the chest. He stands in his undertunic. He climbs onto the bed. The bed frame is high. He has to pull himself up. The ropes that support the mattress creak under his weight, creak, groan. He settles into the middle of the mattress. The straw stuffing rustles, crinkle, rustle. It molds to his shape, creating a nest. Eliana takes the woolen blanket. She snaps it out gently. Flap. She lays it over him. She tucks it in on the left side. She tucks it in on the right side. She tucks it in at the foot of the bed. He is swaddled. He is immobile. "A story," he mumbles. His eyes are already half closed. Eliana sits on the edge of the bed. Her weight dips the mattress. "A short one," she says, "about the shepherd." This is a story he has heard 100 times. It has no plot. It has no monster. It is a story designed for sleep. "Once," Eliana begins, her voice dropping to a low, monotonous hum, "there was a shepherd on the Aventine Hill. The grass was green. The sky was blue." She pauses. "He had a flock of sheep. They were white sheep, very fluffy, very slow." Marcus blinks. His blink is slow. "The shepherd sat on a rock," she continues. "He watched the sheep eat the grass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. One sheep walked to the left," she says. "Step, step, step." One sheep walked to the right. Step, step, step. The sun moved across the sky, slowly, very slowly. The shepherd counted them. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep. She looks down at Marcus. His breathing has changed. It has become the deep, rhythmic breathing of sleep. Inhale, exhale. The story has done its work. The shepherd is still counting, but the audience has left the theater. Eliana stops speaking. The silence rushes back into the room, filling the space left by her voice. She watches him for a moment. The rise and fall of his small chest, the flutter of his eyelashes. He is safe. She stands up slowly, careful not to let the bed creak. She picks up the lamp. She shields the flame with her hand so the light does not wake him. Her hand glows red-orange, the blood illuminated by the fire. She backs out of the room. Step, step, step. She pulls the door closed. Click. Now she is alone in the corridor. She walks toward the kitchen. She needs to check on Clara. In the kitchen, the fire in the hearth has burned down to a bed of glowing red coals. The flames are gone. There is just the heat, radiating out in waves. Clara is finishing the cleaning. She is scrubbing the wooden dough bowl with a handful of coarse sand and a wet rag. Scrub, scratch, scrub. The sound is abrasive but rhythmic. She is removing the last sticky bits of the sourdough. She rinses the bowl with water, swish. She wipes it dry. "It is finished, Domina," Clara says. She looks tired. Her shoulders are slumped. "Go to sleep, Clara," Eliana says. "You have worked well." Gratitude domina. Clara takes a small piece of bread from the counter, her supper, and retreats to her small room. The door closes, thud. Now Eliana is truly the last one awake, the guardian of the fire. She looks at the coals. They need to be banked for the night, so they will still be alive in the morning. She takes the iron shovel. She scoops ash from the edge of the hearth. She piles it gently over the glowing red center. Scoop, pour. She covers the light. The red glow disappears, buried under a gray mound of ash, but the heat remains. The heart of the fire is protected, insulated, sleeping until dawn. The kitchen is now dark, save for the lamp in Eliana's hand. She turns and walks back to the atrium. The house feels vast at night. The ceiling seems higher, the corners seem deeper. She walks to the table where the wax tablets sit. She touches the sealed letter with her fingertip. The wax seal is hard and cool now. It is ready for its journey. She checks the front door one last time. She pushes on the bar. It is solid. She checks the bolts. They are seated. A safety. She begins the process of extinguishing the lamps. She walks to the lamp in the niche by the door. She looks at the flame. It is small, struggling against the lack of oil. She leans in. Phhh, she blows it out. A thin trail of smoke rises. The smell of extinguished wick, acrid and sharp, fills the air for a moment. The darkness claims the entryway. She moves to the lamp stand in the corner of the atrium. One flame left here. She leans in. Phhh. Darkness claims the corner. Now the only light in the entire house comes from the single lamp she carries. She is a moving island of light. She walks toward her room. Her shadow stretches out in front of her, long and distorted, sliding across the floor and climbing up the wall. She passes the open courtyard. She stops. She looks out into the peristyle. The moon has risen again. It is a different phase than the night before, slightly fuller, slightly brighter. It casts a silver sheen over the wet garden. The rain barrel is full. The water surface is black and glossy. The loom stands in the shadows, a skeleton of wood and string. The wind chimes are silent now. The air is perfectly still. Eliana feels a great weight in her limbs. It is not a painful weight. It is the weight of completion, the gravity of the earth pulling her down to rest. She enters her room. She places the lamp on the bedside table. She sits on the edge of the bed. She unpins her hair. She pulls the bronze pins out. Slide, slide. She places them in a small ceramic dish. Clink, clink. Her hair falls down her back. It feels heavy and cool. She runs her fingers through it, loosening the braid. She takes off her tunic. She folds it neatly. Even in the dark, she folds it. It is habit. It is order. She puts on her sleeping tunic. She sits on the bed again. She looks at the lamp. This is the final act of the day. The flame is burning steady. It is consuming the olive oil, turning the liquid of the earth into light. She watches the blue part of the flame. It does not flicker. She leans close. She can feel the warmth of the tiny fire on her face. Phhh. The light vanishes. Instant total darkness. For a moment, her eyes see the ghost of the flame, a purple spot floating in the blackness. Then that too fades. She crawls into bed. The sheets are cool. She shivers slightly, then pulls the heavy wool blankets up to her chin. She curls on her side. She seeks the warmth of the mattress. She listens to the house. There is a creak from the roof, creak. A timber cooling down. There is a rustle from the garden, rustle. A mouse, perhaps. There is the sound of her own breath. Inhale, exhale. Her mind begins to shut down. The thoughts of the day, the cabbage, the letter, the loom, begin to fragment. She thinks of the color blue. She thinks of the sound of water. She thinks of the smell of bread. The images swirl together. She is drifting. The house travels through the night. It is a ship with no sails, anchored in the stone of Rome. Above the roof, the stars wheel overhead. The Great Bear turns slowly around the pole. The universe is a clock, and it is ticking. But down here, under the blankets, time has stopped. Eliana sleeps. The silence is absolute. Then, very faintly, from deep within the walls, comes the sound of a cricket. Chirp. Pause. Chirp. Pause. Chirp. It is the metronome of the night. The house breathes, the walls hold, the night deepens. The night has turned a corner. It is no longer the deep, static black of the middle hours. It is now the shifting, gray hour that precedes the true dawn. The air has changed again. It has become heavy, laden with moisture, but not from rain. This is the fog. It rolls off the Tiber River. It is a thick, white blanket that rises from the water, climbs the banks, and spills into the low-lying streets of the Campus Martius. It creeps up the valleys between the 7 hills. It softens the hard edges of the brick buildings. It mutes the world. In the atrium of Eliana's house, the fog is a presence. It cannot enter the closed rooms, but it drifts down through the compluvium, hanging in the air above the pool like a phantom ceiling. The water in the pool is warmer than the air now, and thin wisps of steam rise to meet the fog. Swirl, drift, vanish. On the table in the study, the wax tablet sits exactly where Eliana left it. The red seal is hard and cold. The string is tight. The letter is a static object, waiting for motion. It contains the mundane details of the house, the grain, the wool, the child. It is a packet of boredom destined for the frontier. Far away near the Porta Capena, the great gate that leads to the Appian Way, a man is awake. His name is Decimus. He is a courier of the Cursus Publicus, the imperial post. He is not a soldier, but he wears the heavy cloak of a man who travels. He is in the stable of the Mancio, the way station. The stable is warm. It smells of straw, of horse manure, of old leather, and of warm animals. It is a rich, earthly smell. Decimus is grooming his horse. The horse is a bay gelding, sturdy and calm. He stands with his head low, eating oats from a wooden manger. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of the horse chewing is steady and rhythmic. It is the sound of fuel being loaded. Decimus holds a stiff brush. He moves it over the horse's flank. A swish, a swish. Dust rises from the coat, dancing in the light of the lantern that hangs from a beam. A swish, a swish. Decimus does not hurry. He knows the road. He knows the miles. There is no point in rushing the preparation. A well-groomed horse travels better. He moves to the horse's neck. He brushes the coarse mane. He untangles a knot with his fingers. The horse shifts his weight. A hoof stamps on the straw-covered floor. Thump. Decimus pats the horse's neck. A solid, heavy pat. Thud, thud. He turns to the tack room. He picks up the saddle. It is a Roman saddle made of wood and leather with 4 horns at the corners to hold the rider in place. It has no stirrups. He lifts the saddle. It is heavy. The leather creaks, creak. He places it on the horse's back. The horse exhales a long breath but accepts the weight. Decimus reaches under the belly for the girth strap. He pulls it tight. The leather stretches, ear click, the buckle catches. He checks the bridle. The bit is cold iron. He warms it in his hands for a moment so it will not shock the horse's mouth. He slides the bit in. The horse opens his mouth. Clink. The metal settles against the teeth. The preparation is done. The vehicle of the empire is ready. Decimus puts on his own cloak. It is thick wool, treated with lanolin to repel the rain and the fog. He pulls the hood up. He looks like a monk of the road. He leads the horse out of the stable. Clip-clop, clip-clop. They step out into the street. The fog is dense here. The world is reduced to a gray circle of visibility, 10 feet wide. Decimus mounts. He swings his leg over the saddle horns. He settles into the seat. He nudges the horse. Walk. They begin to move through the sleeping city. Listen to the sound of the hooves on the wet stones. Clack, 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 clack. It is a lonely sound. It echoes off the walls of the warehouses. It is swallowed by the fog and then spat back out, distorted and hollow. They are heading toward the Esquiline Hill. Decimus has a route. He has pickups to make before he hits the main road north. Back in the house, Aliana is asleep, but the house is preparing for the transfer. The dog, Argo, wakes up. He hears the hooves long before a human ear could. He lifts his head from his paws. His ears swivel forward. Clack, clack. He knows this sound. It is not the irregular step of a thief. It is the steady rhythm of business. He does not bark. He lets out a low woof, more of a vibration in his throat than a sound. He puts his head back down. Decimus rides up the hill. The air gets slightly thinner, the fog slightly less dense. He reaches the street of Aliana's house. He stops the horse outside the door. Whoa! The horse stops. The hoofbeats cease. The silence rushes back in, filling the street. Decimus leans down from the saddle. He does not dismount. He reaches for a small bronze knocker on the door post. He knocks once, twice. Thud, thud. It is not a demanding knock. It is a signal. Inside, in the small room off the kitchen, Clara wakes instantly. She was expecting this. It is the day of the post. She stands up, wraps her shawl around her tunic, and walks to the front door. Her feet are silent on the stone. She does not open the main door. That would be unsafe. She opens a small wicket, a viewing port in the wood. Slide. She sees the horse. She sees the hooded man. She sees the steam rising from the horse's nostrils. Salve, she whispers. Post, Decimus whispers back. His voice is gravelly, unused to speech this early. Clara nods. She closes the wicket. Slide. She walks quickly to the study. She picks up the wax tablet. She picks up a small coin purse prepared by Aliana, the fee for the courier. She returns to the door. She unbolts the small service door, a smaller door cut into the main one. Click, squeak. She opens it just enough to pass an arm through. She hands the tablet to Decimus. He takes it. His gloves are leather worn smooth. He slides the tablet into a leather satchel hanging from his saddle. Slap. It joins other tablets, other letters, other boredoms. She hands him the coins. He takes them. He nods. Safe roads, she whispers. Jupiter protects, he murmurs. She pulls the arm back. She closes the door. Thud, click, slide. The bolt goes home. The house is sealed again. Outside, Decimus adjusts his reins. The leather snaps softly. He clicks his tongue, tusk. The horse starts to walk. Clack, clack, clack. The sound begins to fade. It moves down the street. It turns a corner. It grows fainter. Clack, clack, clack. Then it is gone. The letter has left the house. Eliana's words about the grain and the wool are now moving. They are traveling at the speed of a horse's walk toward the German frontier. Inside the house, the atmosphere shifts slightly. A task has been completed. The table in the study is empty. Clara walks back to her room. She lies down. There is still an hour before the true dawn. She can steal a little more sleep. She pulls the blanket up. She closes her eyes. The fog outside thickens again. It swirls around the door frame. It settles on the lintel. A drop of moisture condenses on the bronze knocker. It grows heavy. Drip. It falls to the step. The horse is miles away now, or perhaps just at the gate, waiting for the guard to open the heavy bars. Imagine the gate, the Porta Viminales. The guards are leaning on their spears. They are cold. Their breath mists in the air. The heavy iron grate is lifted. Clank, clank, clank. A chain rattles. The courier rides through. He passes from the city of stone to the world of dirt roads and trees. But back in the bedroom, Eliana is still deep in the world of linen and wool. She turns over. She does not know the letter is gone. She trusts that it is. Her dream changes. She dreams of a road, a long, straight Roman road paved with flat stones. The road goes on forever, straight as an arrow, over hills and through valleys. It is a boring road. There are no bandits. There are no storms, just the road and the rhythm of walking. Step, step, we step. In the kitchen, the embers in the hearth settle. A piece of charcoal breaks apart softly. Crumble. A tiny spark flares and dies. The mouse returns. It checks the floor where Clara was scrubbing. It finds nothing. It moves to the wood pile. It finds a nice, dark gap between two logs. It squeezes in. Safe. The silence of the pre-dawn is the deepest silence of all. The night life is over. The day life has not begun. It is the void. The fog presses against the window of the kitchen. It turns the gray light into a milky, opaque white. Nothing can be seen. Nothing needs to be seen. The house is floating in a cloud. To be in this house now is to be nowhere. It is to be outside of time. There is no past. The letter is gone. There is no future. The bread is not yet risen for tomorrow. There is only the now. The cool sheet against the leg, the heavy air in the lungs, the slow beat of the heart. Thump, thump. The universe has shrunk to the size of the room. If you are listening, you can relax your attention completely. There are no more tasks. The courier will not return. The door will not open again for hours. You are safe in the fog. Let your mind drift like the mist. Formless, quiet, heavy. The white dampness wraps around the house, holding it in a soft, wet embrace. The tiles on the roof are slick with dew. The stones in the street are black with moisture. And deep inside, the sleepers drift on the dark river of dreams, moving slowly toward the morning, but not yet there. Not yet. There is still time to rest. The fog that had wrapped the city in a wet, white blanket is beginning to lift. It does not vanish all at once. Instead, it tears apart slowly. It shreds into long, thin ribbons of mist that cling to the tiles of the roof and drift through the columns of the peristyle garden. The light in the atrium changes again. The milky, opaque white of the pre-dawn shifts to a cool, pale blue. It is the color of a robin's egg, diluted by water. It is a clean, sharp light that reveals every detail of the room. The house is cold. The dampness of the night has seeped into the stone floor, making the mosaics feel like blocks of ice. The air is still, holding its breath before the warmth of the sun returns. In the servants' quarters, Clara wakes for the second time. The brief nap she stole after the courier left was deep and dreamless. She opens her eyes. She sees the blue light filtering through the crack in her door. She knows the time by the color of the light. It is time to truly begin the day. She sits up. Her wool blanket is heavy with the humidity. She pushes it aside. Rustle. She stands. Her feet find the cold floor. She does not flinch. Her feet are hardened by years of stone floors. She walks to the kitchen. The room is dim, lit only by the faint gray glow from the high vent. The air here smells of cold ash and the lingering scent of last night's bread. The fire she banked earlier is still there, deep under the mound of gray dust. She takes the iron poker. She gently disturbs the ash. Scritch, scrape. She finds the heart of the fire. It is a dull, dark red. It is sleeping. She feeds it. She places a small handful of dried moss on the coals, then small twigs of olive wood. She leans down. She blows. Woo-woo. The ash flies up in a small gray cloud. It settles on her apron. It settles on the floor. The coals glow brighter. The moss catches. FFFT. A small flame appears. It licks at the olive wood. She adds larger pieces of wood. Charcoal, pine. Snap, crackle. The fire grows. The heat begins to radiate outward again, pushing back the damp chill of the kitchen. Clara stands there for a moment, letting the warmth soak into her hands. She watches the flames. They are yellow and orange, dancing in the draft from the vent. Now the water. She picks up the heavy bronze pitcher. It is battered with a few dents in the side, but it holds water perfectly. She walks to the atrium. The pool is calm. The mist is hovering just above the surface. She dips the pitcher. Gloop. The water rushes in. She lifts it out. It is heavy. Water is always heavy. She carries it back to the kitchen. She pours it into the cauldron hanging over the fire. A splash. The water hits the hot metal bottom of the pot. Hiss. A cloud of steam rises instantly, then vanishes. The cycle of heating water has begun. It will take time. The fire must work on the iron, and the iron must work on the water. Clara leaves the kitchen. She picks up a broom made of bundled twigs. She goes to the atrium. The floor is not dirty, but it is dusty. The night always brings dust. It falls from the ceiling. It comes in from the street. She begins to sweep. A swish and swish and swish, swish. It is a methodical sound. She starts at the corners and works toward the center. She moves the dust motes along the geometric lines of the mosaic. She sweeps over the black triangles. She sweeps over the white squares. The broom bristles scratch softly against the stone. Scritch, scratch. She gathers the dust into a small pile near the door. It is gray, soft, composed of nothing important. She sweeps it into a pan and discards it. The house is clean. The floor is ready for the feet of the family. Outside, the street is waking up in earnest. A cart rolls by. This one is lighter than the night wagons. It is a vegetable cart, perhaps, or a milk cart. The wheels squeak. Squeak, rumble, squeak, rumble. The sound passes the house. It fades down the hill. Then the sound of the water carriers, the aquarii. They are men who carry water from the public fountains to the apartments that have no cisterns. They wear heavy wooden yokes across their shoulders, with buckets hanging from chains. Clank, step, clank, step. The chains rattle against the wood. The water sloshes in the buckets. Eliana hears this sound in her sleep. It enters her dream. In her dream, she is standing by a river. The river is clanking. She wakes up slowly. She turns over. The bed is warm, a sanctuary of wool and linen. She stretches her legs. Her toes touch the cool air at the bottom of the bed. She pulls them back. She opens her eyes. The room is filled with the pale blue light. It is soft, aquatic light. It makes the room feel like it is underwater. She lies there, staring at the wall. She looks at the fresco painted on the plaster. It depicts a garden scene, similar to the real one outside. There are painted columns, painted vines, painted birds. She focuses on a painted pomegranate. It is red, round, splitting open to reveal the seeds. It has been there for 20 years. It never rots. It never falls. She traces the curve of the fruit with her eyes. She thinks about the day ahead. It is the day to check the amphory in the cellar. It is the day to mend the tunic. It is the day to pay the oil merchant. Boring thoughts, comfortable thoughts. She sits up. She swings her legs out of bed. She finds her slippers. She stands. She wraps a shawl around her shoulders. She walks to a small table in the corner of the room. On it sits a small silver box and a basin. It is time for the morning cleaning. She opens the box. Inside is a powder, dentifricium. It is made of crushed bones, oyster shells, and charcoal mixed with herbs for flavor. She wets her finger. She dips it into the powder. It is gritty and gray. She rubs it against her teeth. Rubs, rub, rub. It tastes chalky and minty. It is abrasive. She feels it cleaning the enamel. She takes a cup of water. She rinses her mouth. A swish and swish, spit. She spits into the basin. She takes a small linen cloth and wipes her teeth. Polish. Now her mouth feels fresh. The taste of sleep is gone. She pours a little water into her hands and washes her face. The water is cold. It tightens the skin. It wakes the eyes. She dries her face. She is ready to leave the room. She opens the door, creak. She steps into the corridor. The house feels cleaner than it did last night. The sweeping has changed the energy of the rooms. The air feels circulated. She walks to the kitchen. "Salve Clara," she says. "Salve Domina," Clara replies. She is stirring the pot of porridge. Glop, glop. The porridge is thick today, oats and barley. It steams in the cool air. The fire is good, Eliana observes. It draws well today, Clara says. The wind is from the west. Eliana nods. These are the important details. The direction of the wind determines how the smoke behaves. Eliana walks to the garden. The mist has lifted almost completely. The sun is just starting to touch the very tops of the columns. The capitals, the carved tops of the pillars, are glowing pink. The rest of the column is still in shadow. It is a two-toned world, pink above, gray below. She walks along the gravel path. Crunch, crunch. She stops at the laurel tree. She breaks off a small leaf. Snap. She crushes the leaf in her fingers. The smell is sharp, green, peppery. It is the smell of victory, but also of soup. She drops the leaf. She looks at the loom. The weaving she did yesterday sits there. A few inches of new cloth. It looks tight and even. She runs her hand over the fabric. It is rough. It is real. She feels a sense of satisfaction. It is not a great joy. It is a quiet, steady satisfaction. The work is there. It stays. She hears a sound from Marcus's room. Thump. He has jumped out of bed. Then silence. Then creak. The door opens. Marcus appears in the hallway. He is rubbing his eyes with his fists. His tunic is rumpled. Mother, he calls out. In the garden, she replies softly. He walks out to her. The cold stone of the peristyle makes him walk on his toes. Tiptoe, tiptoe. He leans against her leg. He is warm from sleep. I am hungry, he says. There is porridge, she says. Again. Always, she says. Porridge makes you strong, like a legionary. He sighs, but he accepts it. They walk back to the kitchen together. The sun is climbing down the columns now. The pink is turning to gold. The gray is retreating to the floor. The day is establishing itself. The shadows are forming. They are long and sharp, pointing toward the west. Clara ladles the porridge into bowls. Slop, slop. She adds a drizzle of honey to Marcus's bowl. Drip, drip, drip. The honey is amber, slow-moving, catching the light. She hands the bowl to him. He takes it. Gratitude, he mumbles. They go to the small table in the atrium to eat. Julia joins them. She moves silently like a ghost of the house. She nods to Eliana. She sits. They eat. Scrape the spoon against the wood. Blow, cooling the hot oats. Slurp. It is a quiet meal. The family is gathering its strength. Argo the dog watches them. He sits by the table, his tail sweeping the floor slowly. Swish, swish, he hopes for a dropped crust. He is patient. Eliana looks at the light hitting the water in the impluvium. The water is clear. The bottom of the pool is lined with blue stones. They shimmer under the water. She thinks about the courier. He is far away now. The letter is moving away from her. She feels a lightness. The duty is done. Now she can focus on the house. She looks at the floor. She sees a small crack in the mosaic near the door, a tiny fissure between two white stones. We must fix that, she thinks, before it gets bigger. It is a small problem, a boring problem, a problem she can solve. She eats a spoonful of porridge. It is warm, bland, comforting. It fills the stomach. The sounds of the street are getting louder. The city is fully awake. A blacksmith has started work nearby. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer hits the anvil. It is a rhythmic, musical sound. It rings through the morning air. Eliana listens to the hammer. She matches her breathing to it. Inhale, clang, exhale, clang. The world is made of rhythms. The loom, the mill, the hammer, the seasons. She is part of the rhythm. She finishes her meal. She puts the spoon down, click. Clara, she says, bring the wool basket. It is time to work. The sun floods the floor. The day is here, and it is going to be a very long, very quiet day. The morning has established its territory. The sun is no longer climbing the lower walls. It has marched halfway down the plaster, illuminating the frescoes of the garden scenes with a ruthless, revealing light. The painted birds, which looked mysterious in the dawn gloom, now look flat and two-dimensional. They are trapped in their plaster sky. The house has warmed up. The chill of the stone floor has retreated deep into the earth, replaced by a neutral, tepid temperature. In the atrium, Julia sits on a high-backed wicker chair. She has moved out of the direct sun into the dappled shade near the corridor. She holds a distaff, a wooden rod tucked under her left arm. The distaff is wrapped in a cloud of raw, carded wool. It looks like she is holding a piece of a storm cloud. In her right hand, she holds the spindle. It is a simple tool, a slender stick with a round weight, a whorl at the bottom. The whorl is made of bone, polished smooth by decades of use. Watch the process. It is the oldest engine of the household. She pulls a tuft of fibers from the cloud on the distaff. She twists them between her thumb and forefinger. Rub, twist. She hooks the thread onto the spindle. Then she lets the spindle drop. Whir! The spindle falls toward the floor, spinning rapidly. The weight of the bone whorl keeps it steady. As it spins, it twists the loose fibers into a tight, strong thread. It is a hypnotic motion. Spin, the spindle descends, pause. It almost touches the floor catch. Julia catches it before it stops. She winds the new length of thread around the shaft of the spindle. Wind, wind, wind. Then she starts again. Pull, twist, drop. Whir. The sound is a low hum, like a large insect. It is a vibration that you feel more than hear. Julia does not look at her hands. Her eyes are half closed. She is looking at the impluvium pool, but she is not seeing it. Her hands know the tension of the wool. They know exactly how much to pull so the thread does not break. Eliana is nearby, but she is on the floor. She is kneeling on a small cushion near the entrance to the tablinum. She is attending to the crack in the mosaic she noticed earlier. To a Roman matron, the house is a living body. A crack is a wound. It must be healed. She has a small wooden bowl next to her. Inside, there is a mixture of lime powder and fine sand. She pours a tiny amount of water from a cup into the bowl. Drip, drip. She uses a small wooden stick to mix it. Stir, scrape, stir. The powder turns into a paste. It is white and gritty. It smells of wet chalk, a dry, alkaline scent that tickles the nose. She leans forward. She uses the stick to push the paste into the crack between the black and white tesserae. Press smooth. She works carefully. She does not want to stain the black stones. Press. The crack is filled. The white line disappears, covered by the fresh mortar. She takes a damp rag and wipes the excess away. Wipe, wipe. The stone is clean. The floor is whole again. She sits back on her heels. She looks at her work. It is a small thing. No one else will notice it, but she knows, and the house knows. She stands up. Her knees pop, crack. She picks up the bowl and the rag. She walks to the kitchen to clean the tools. The kitchen is quiet now. The morning cooking is done. Clara is outside in the back alley scrubbing the step. Eliana rinses the bowl. The water turns milky white with the lime. It swirls down the drain. Suddenly, there is a heavy sound from the front of the house. Thump, thumpy, thump. It is not a knock. It is the sound of heavy objects being set down on the street. Then a voice. Oil delivery for the house of Eliana. It is the merchant's porters. Eliana walks to the front door. She signals to Clara, who comes running from the alley, wiping her hands. They open the main door. Kriyak. The sunlight from the street is blinding. Two men stand there. They are sweating. They wear rough tunics, stained with dark circles under the arms. Between them, they carry a large amphora. It is much bigger than the jar Eliana bought at the market. This is a storage vessel, holding perhaps 6 gallons of olive oil. The amphora is tall and pointed at the bottom. It cannot stand on its own. Bring it in, Eliana says. Her voice is calm, authoritative. The men grunt, hup, they lift the jar. They step over the threshold. Step, grunt, step. They carry it to the pantry, the cellopan area. The pantry is cool and dark. Eliana points to a wooden stand designed to hold the pointed bottom of the jar. There, she says. The men lower the jar. Lower, lower. Thunk. The amphora settles into the wooden collar. It is solid. The lead porter wipes his forehead with his arm. Sign here, Domina. He holds out a wax tablet. Eliana takes the stylus hanging from his belt. She marks the wax with her seal. A scritch. She hands it back. She gives Clara a nod. Clara hands the men a small coin each, a tip for the carrying. Gratitude, the man says. They leave. Step, step, step. The door closes, bang. The bolt slides home, clack. The house is sealed again, but now it is heavier. It contains more calories than it did 10 minutes ago. Eliana stays in the pantry for a moment. She smells the oil. It is a fresh, grassy batch from the Sabine Hills. It smells of sunshine stored in liquid form. She checks the seal on the top of the amphora. It is a clay stopper sealed with pitch pine resin. It is black and shiny. She touches the resin. It is hard. The seal is good. She leaves the pantry. She walks back to the atrium. Julia is still spinning. Whirlwind, drop. The pile of thread on the spindle has grown. It is a cone of gray wool, thick and fuzzy. Marcus is sitting on the floor near his grandmother. He has a small piece of wood and a knife. He is trying to carve a boat. Scrape, a tiny shaving of wood falls, scrape. He is focused. His tongue sticks out of the corner of his mouth. Careful with the blade, Julia says, without looking up from her spinning. I am careful, Marcus mutters. Scrape. The sounds of the house are distinct and separate. The whir of the spindle, the scrape of the knife, the distant hum of the city. Eliana walks to the tablinum. She picks up a scroll from a shelf. It is a household account book. She unrolls it. The papyrus is old and yellow, crackling slightly. Crackle. She looks at the columns of numbers. Grain, oil, wine, garum, fish sauce, wool. She picks up her reed pen. She dips it in the ink pot. She adds the new amphora of oil to the list. Scratch, scratch. She blows on the ink to dry it. Woo-oh. She rolls the scroll back up. Roll, roll, roll. She puts it back on the shelf. Everything is accounted for. There is no mystery in this house. There is only inventory. The sun moves another degree across the sky. The shadows shift. Eliana walks to the peristyle garden. The heat is building again. Not the fierce heat of yesterday, but a steady, rising warmth. She looks at the herbs. The rosemary she touched yesterday has sprung back. The mint is thriving in the damp soil left by the rain. She sees a lizard on the garden wall. It is brown and small. It is sunning itself on a warm brick. It is perfectly still. It looks like a bronze ornament. Then a fly lands near it. Snap! The lizard moves so fast the eye cannot follow. The fly is gone. The lizard is still again. Eliana blinks. Life and death in the garden, over in a microsecond. She walks to the fountain. The water is flowing steadily, trickle, trickle. She puts her hand in the stream. The water flows over her fingers. It creates a small turbulence. She watches the bubbles form and break. Bubble, pop, bubble, pop. She thinks about the water. Where did it come from? From the hills miles away, carried by the aqueduct, the Aqua Marcia, flowing through stone channels, over arches, through lead pipes, just to cool her hand in this garden. It is a miracle of engineering, used for a moment of boredom. She dries her hand on her tunic. She sits on the bench near the loom. She is not weaving today. Today is for other tasks, but she likes to be near it. She closes her eyes. She listens to the wind chimes. Ting! Just one note, a clear, high bronze note. It hangs in the air, vibrating, then fades into silence. The house is a machine for living. It processes food, it processes wool, it processes time. And the women are the operators of the machine. Julia's spindle drops again in the atrium. Whir! The sound carries through the corridor. It is the sound of continuity. Eliana leans her head back against the wall. She looks up at the strip of sky visible above the peristyle roof. It is a deep, endless blue, no clouds. A single bird, a hawk, circles high above. It is a tiny speck. It circles once, twice, riding the thermal currents. It does not flap its wings, it just floats. Eliana watches it until her eyes water from the brightness. She looks down. She sees a loose thread on the hem of her tunic. She pulls it, snap. She rolls the thread into a tiny ball between her fingers. She drops it on the gravel. The ants will find it. They will carry it away. Nothing remains. The morning wears on. The sun climbs. The shadows shorten. The boredom is absolute. It is a warm, safe, heavy boredom. It is the feeling of a Tuesday in the Empire. No legions marching here. No emperors dying here. Just the slow accumulation of thread on a bone spindle. Whir. Click. Wind. And the day continues. The sun has claimed the sky completely. The gentle, angled light of the morning has hardened into a vertical column of brilliance that strikes the center of the house. The impluvium pool is no longer a dark mirror. It is a blinding square of light, reflecting the sun back up against the painted ceiling beams. The water, heating up, releases a faint, humid scent of moss and minerals. It is the hour when the streets begin to bustle with the peak of commerce, but inside the domus, the pace is deliberately slowing down. The energy of the morning chores, the sweeping, the washing, the baking, has dissipated. Now the tasks are smaller, finer, requiring patience rather than strength. Eliana calls for Marcus. The tablets, she says. Marcus sighs. It is a small, airy sound, the universal protest of a child who would rather be carving his wooden boat. But he obeys. In a Roman house, obedience is as natural as breathing. He goes to the chest in the tablinum. He retrieves his own set of wax tablets. They are smaller than his mother's, made of beech wood, scarred and dented on the corners from being dropped. He brings them to the table. He climbs onto the stool. His legs dangle, swinging back and forth. Swish, swish. Eliana sits beside him. She places a hand on his shoulder. Her hand is warm and firm. "The letter M," she says, "for Marcus, for Mars, for Mater." Marcus picks up his stylus. It is a simple iron tool. He grips it tightly, his knuckles turning white. He presses the point into the black wax. A scritchy. He draws a vertical line. It is shaky. A scritchy. He draws a diagonal line down. A scritchy. A diagonal line up. A scritchy. A vertical line down. It is an M. It is crooked, leaning to the left like a tree in the wind, but it is an M. "Again," Eliana says softly, "use the eraser first." Marcus flips the stylus. He uses the flat, spatula-like end to rub out the letter. Rubs, rub, rub. The friction warms the wax. The black surface smooths out, swallowing the lines he just made. It becomes a blank slate again. He tries again. A scritch, a scritch, a scritch, a scritch. The sound is dry and repetitive. It is the sound of learning. It is the sound of civilization being transmitted, one crooked line at a time. Focus on the wax. It is beeswax darkened with lamp-black soot. It smells faintly of smoke and hives. It is soft enough to mark but hard enough to hold the shape. It is a forgiving medium. Mistakes are temporary. Eliana watches him. She does not rush him. She watches a dust mote float down and land on the wax. Marcus's stylus pushes the dust mote aside as he draws the next line. "Better," she says. "Now the A." A scritch and scratch and scritch. While the lesson proceeds in the semi-silence of the tablinum, another ritual is taking place in the kitchen. Julia and Clara are preserving the figs that Eliana brought from the market, along with some older ones from the garden. The kitchen is warm. The residual heat from the bread oven still radiates from the bricks. The air is sweet, heavy with the scent of fruit. On the table sits a large jar of honey. It is an earthenware jar, wide-mouthed and glazed on the inside to prevent seepage. Julia removes the lid. Clank. The honey inside is dark amber. It is thick, viscous, and raw. It contains the essence of 1,000,000 flowers from the Italian hillsides: thyme, clover, chestnut. Clara has cleaned the figs. They are small, purple-black fruits, soft to the touch. She dries them carefully with a linen cloth. Moisture is the enemy of preservation. She hands a fig to Julia. Julia takes the fig. She inspects it. No bruises, no broken skin. She drops it into the jar of honey. Blub. It sinks slowly. The honey closes over it. She takes another. Blub. The sound is thick and wet. Plop, plop, plop. The figs are suspended in the amber liquid. The honey seals them. It cuts them off from the air. In this sweet tomb, they will last for months. They will be eaten in the winter when the trees are bare and the wind howls. They will taste of summer. Julia picks up a wooden spoon. She pushes the floating figs down, submerging them fully. Squish, glug. The honey resists. It moves slowly. A bubble of air trapped under a fig fights its way to the surface. It rises, wobbling, distorting the light, and finally breaks. Pop. It is a sticky business. A drop of honey falls onto the table. It sits there, a perfect golden dome. Clara wets her finger and wipes it up. She tastes it, sweet, sharp, pure. Back in the tablinum, Marcus's hand is getting tired. He drops the stylus. Clatter. "My hand hurts," he says. Eliana picks up the stylus. She places it back in his hand. "A Roman does not complain of small pains," she says. "Finish the line." Marcus grips the tool again. He sighs. Scritch and scratch. Outside, the wind picks up slightly. It rustles the heavy curtain that hangs in the doorway. Flap, flap. The movement of the fabric sends a wave of shadows across the floor. Light, dark, light, dark. Eliana looks up. Through the open door, she can see a slice of the street across the way. A vendor is walking past. He is selling sulfur matches, small sticks of wood dipped in sulfur used to start fires. "Sulfur matches for the hearth," he cries. His voice is nasal and high-pitched. It drifts in and out of hearing range. He passes, he is gone. The lesson is finished. Marcus has filled the tablet with M's and A's. They march across the wax like a disorderly legion. "Good," Eliana says. "Smooth it." Marcus flips the stylus. He erases his work. Rubs, rub, rub. The words disappear. The knowledge remains in his hand, but the evidence is gone. The tablet is black and smooth again, ready for tomorrow. He closes the wooden leaves. Snap. He ties the leather thong around them. "Can I go?" he asks. "Go," she says, "but stay in the shade." Marcus slides off the stool. Thump. He runs to the back of the house, to the garden. Eliana stays at the table. She rubs her own temple. The heat is beginning to press on her temples. She stands and walks to the kitchen. The honey jar is sealed now. Julia is wiping the rim with a damp cloth. "The figs are safe," Julia says. "Good," Eliana replies. She looks at the jar. It is heavy, full of energy. The kitchen is quiet. The fire is just a bed of coals again, breathing heat. Eliana feels a thirst. She goes to the water jar. She uses a ladle to pour water into a cup. The water swirls in the cup, clear, cool. She drinks gulp, gulp. She lowers the cup. A drop of water runs down her chin. She wipes it away. She walks into the small courtyard, the Paris style. Marcus is there. He is lying on his stomach on the stone pavement in the shade of the colonnade. He is watching a line of ants. The ants are moving across the stone. They are carrying crumbs from the morning meal. One ant carries a piece of oat flake much larger than itself. It struggles over the rough terrain of a pebble. Marcus watches. He does not interfere. He puts his finger down to block the path. The ant stops. Its antennae twitch, twitch, twitch. It senses the obstacle. It turns. It finds a way around the finger. Marcus lifts his finger. The line continues. Eliana watches her son watching the ants. It is a moment of pure stasis. The sun is heavy. The air is still. The only movement is the microscopic march of the insects. She sits on the bench. She picks up the piece of mending she started yesterday, the tunic with the tear. She finds the needle. She finds the thread. She pushes the needle through the cloth. In, out. The metal needle flashes in the sun. The thread follows. It is a silent rhythm. Stitch, pull, stitch, pull. She is sewing the time together, connecting the seconds with thread. The noise of the city seems very far away now. The thick walls of the house act as a filter, removing the harsh frequencies of the urban world, leaving only a low, oceanic hum. Eliana thinks of nothing. Her mind is a white space, like the unwritten part of a scroll. As she stitches, the heat rises. The smell of the sun-baked dust mixes with the smell of the jasmine. A bee flies into the garden. Bzzzzzzzzz. It is loud in the silence. It hovers over the rosemary bush. It lands on a small purple flower. The branch bows slightly under the weight of the bee. The bee crawls inside the flower. It disappears. Eliana stops sewing. She watches the flower. It shakes slightly as the bee works inside. Then the bee backs out. It flies away. Zoom. The flower springs back. Silence returns. Eliana resumes stitching. In, out. This is the fabric of the empire. Not the marble of the monuments, but the wool of the tunic. Not the roar of the crowd, but the hum of the bee. It is boring, it is slow, it is eternal. The sun creeps across the floor, measuring the day in inches of light. And the house sits on the hill, holding its breath, waiting for the afternoon to deepen. The afternoon deepens. The column of sunlight that struck the center of the atrium has begun to tilt. It is no longer a spear plunging straight down. It is a leaning beam, angling toward the eastern wall. The light is turning from the blinding white of noon to a thick, syrupy yellow. The heat is at its peak, but inside the thick walls of the domus, the air remains tempered. It is warm, yes, but it is a still, stable warmth. It is the kind of warmth that slows the pulse and makes the eyelids heavy. Eliana has moved from the garden back into the atrium. The sewing is finished. Now she turns her attention to the metal. She sits at the small wooden table. Before her sits a collection of household items, a bronze lamp, a small silver cup, and a ladle. They are dull, covered in a fine film of oxidation and the soot of olive oil. She opens a small box. Inside is a fine powder made of crushed pumice and chalk. She takes a soft rag, a piece of an old, worn-out tunic. She dips the corner of the rag into a bowl of oil, then into the powder. She picks up the silver cup. It feels cool and smooth in her hand. She begins to polish. Rubs, rub, rub. She moves the cloth in small, tight circles. Round and round. It is a microscopic erosion. The grit in the powder gently scrapes away the tarnish. The oil lubricates the movement. The sound is a soft, rhythmic whispering. S-H-H-H-S-H-H-H. S-H-H-H-S-H-H-H. She works on the rim of the cup. The dull gray metal begins to darken on the cloth, leaving black smudges on the linen. But underneath, the silver begins to glow. She wipes away the paste with a clean part of the rag. Wipe. She holds the cup up to the light. A curved reflection of the atrium appears on the surface. She can see the distorted shape of the columns, the square of the sky, and her own face, stretched and ghostly. She breathes on the metal. Haya. A patch of fog appears on the silver, then shrinks and vanishes. She rubs it one last time, squeak. She sets the cup down, clink. She picks up the bronze lamp. It is heavier. The metal is darker, brownish gold. It has a smell, a sharp, metallic scent that stays on the fingers. She dips the rag again. Rubs, rub, rub. The rhythm resumes. It is the rhythm of maintenance. In a world without stainless steel, everything must be cared for. Everything wants to return to the earth, to rust and tarnish. The hand of the woman keeps the decay at bay. On the other side of the atrium, near the entrance to the garden, the dog, Argo, wakes up. He does not bark. He does not jump. He simply realizes that the patch of sunlight he was sleeping in has moved. The sun has crept across the floor, and now his nose is in the heat, while his body is in the shade. He groans, a low, rumbling sound in his chest, HRRRRMPH. He stands up stiffly. His claws click on the mosaic, click, click. He stretches, front legs forward, back arched. He shakes his body, starting from the ears and ending at the tail. Flap, 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 flap. The sound of his ears hitting his head is loud in the quiet room. Dust motes fly off his coat and dance in the sunbeam. He walks 3 paces to the left, back into the deep shadow of a column. He circles 3 times. Circle, circle, circle. He collapses back onto the floor, thud. He rests his chin on his paws. He sighs. Within seconds, his eyes close. The rhythm of his breathing returns to the slow, heavy cadence of sleep. Inhale, exhale. In the background, quietly, Clara is dealing with the linen. The laundry was washed earlier in the week and has been drying on lines in the back courtyard. Now it is dry. It is stiff and warm from the sun. She brings a basket of folded sheets into the room. They smell of fresh air and sunlight. It is a clean, dry scent like baking stones. She places the basket on a bench. She begins to sort them. She takes a sheet. She snaps it to straighten the fibers. Snap. It is a soft sound, not a crack. She folds it in half, swish. She smooths it down with her hands, press. She folds it again, swish, press. The pile of white rectangles grows. It is a tower of order. Clara works silently. She is in a trance of folding. Her hands know the size of the sheets. She does not need to measure. Fold smooth, fold smooth. There is nothing urgent about this. The sheets will not be used until tonight or perhaps tomorrow, but the task fills the time. It occupies the hands while the mind rests. Julia, the grandmother, has put away her spinning. Now she sits with a wooden tray on her lap. On the tray are dried mint leaves from the garden. They are brittle and dark green. She is stripping the leaves from the stalks. She holds the stem. She runs her fingers down it against the grain. Crackle. The dry leaves detach and fall onto the tray. They make a sound like falling rain. Crinkle, rustle. As the leaves break, they release their scent. The smell of mint drifts through the atrium, mixing with the smell of the polishing oil and the warm dog. It is a refreshing smell. It clears the head. Julia works slowly. Her fingers are stained slightly green. She picks up a stem, strip. She discards the bare stalk into a small bowl, click. She picks up another, strip. The pile of leaves grows. The pile of stalks grows. Eliana finishes the lamp. She wipes it clean. It glows with a dull, rich luster. It looks satisfied. She sets it next to the silver cup. She looks at her hands. They are dirty with the tarnish. She stands up. She walks to the basin of water. She dips her hands. The water turns gray as she washes the metal dust away. She dries her hands. She looks around the room. The sun has moved further. The beam of light is now hitting the foot of the wall, illuminating a painted border of acanthus leaves. The dust motes are still floating. They drift through the shafts of light, rising and falling on invisible currents of air. Eliana watches a single dust mote. It is a tiny galaxy. It moves up, it stops, it moves down. She wonders where it came from. From the street, from the wool, from the dog. It doesn't matter, it is just dust. She walks to the open doorway of the tablinum. She leans against the frame. The heat outside is beginning to soften just a fraction. The fierce edge is gone. The afternoon is sliding toward evening. She hears the distant sound of a flute. Toot, toot, tootle toot. Someone is playing music in a neighboring house, perhaps a lesson. The notes are simple, slightly wavering. They float over the walls, sweet and melancholy. Eliana listens. The music weaves into the silence of the house. It fits. The silver is polished, the linen is folded, the mint is stripped, the dog is asleep. The house is in a state of perfect equilibrium. There is no chaos here, no disorder. Everything has a place and everything is in its place. Eliana closes her eyes for a moment. She feels the solidity of the floor under her sandals. The stone has been here for 50 years. It will be here for 50 more. She breathes in the scent of the mint. She breathes out the fatigue of the afternoon. The world slows down. The flute stops. Silence returns. Rubs rub. Wait, no, the rubbing has stopped. Eliana opens her eyes. It is just the memory of the sound. The room is perfectly still. The only movement is the slow, creeping shadow of the column, inching its way across the white mosaic tiles, claiming the floor for the coming evening. The sun has finally withdrawn its hand from the floor of the atrium. The beam of light that marched across the mosaic all afternoon has climbed the wall, turning the plaster near the ceiling a deep, dusty rose. The direct heat is gone, leaving behind a stored warmth in the stones that radiates softly against the ankles. The house is breathing out. In the peristyle garden, the plants are waiting. They have endured the heat of the day in silence, their leaves slightly drooping, their pores closed tight to save moisture. Now, in the late afternoon shadow, they relax. Clara steps into the garden. She carries a heavy wooden bucket filled with water from the cistern. The water sloshes gently against the sides. Splish splash. She holds a ladle made of a hollowed-out gourd. It is light and dry, a stark contrast to the heavy water. She approaches the bed of acanthus. The large, spiky leaves look thirsty. She dips the gourd into the bucket. Gloop. She lifts it, dripping. She tilts it over the roots of the plant. Gurgle, splash. The water hits the dry soil. Listen to the sound of the earth drinking. Hiss, crackle. The dry dirt absorbs the liquid instantly. Air bubbles trapped in the soil are forced up, creating a tiny, popping froth on the surface of the mud. The smell rises immediately. It is the scent of petrichor, wet dust, minerals, and life. It is a cooling, grounding smell. Clara moves down the line. She waters the rosemary. Splash. The woody stems darken as they get wet. She waters the lilies. Splash. The water beads on the waxy leaves, rolling off like mercury to fall onto the ground. She moves with a slow, rocking rhythm. Dip, lift, pour, dip, lift, pour. There is no rush. The garden is enclosed. The wind is blocked by the walls. The water falls straight down. Eliana stands by a column, watching. She is not supervising. She is just sharing the moment. She holds a small pair of iron shears. She sees a dead leaf on the laurel tree. It is brown and curled, clinging to the branch. She reaches up, snip. The metal blades close. The leaf falls, it drifts down in a spiral, flutter. It lands on the wet earth. She finds another, snip. It is a minor pruning, just a tidying up of nature. The light in the garden is changing rapidly now. The rose color on the upper walls is fading to violet. The shadows in the corners are becoming pools of blue ink. The birds who were silent during the heat of the day are returning. A blackbird lands on the rim of the roof. Chirrup. It fluffs its feathers. It looks down into the garden. It sees the wet soil. It knows that worms will rise soon. It waits. Marcus is sitting on the low wall that separates the garden from the walkway. He has a handful of small white stones, pebbles from the path. He is arranging them on the flat top of the wall. He places one, click. He places another next to it, click. He is making a circle. He places a stone in the center. The sun, he whispers to himself. He is building a solar system of rocks. He moves a stone slowly around the center stone. Scrape. The grit of the stone against the brick makes a rough, dry sound. He is completely absorbed. The fate of the pebble planet depends on his finger. Back at the water bucket, the level has dropped. Clara scrapes the bottom with the gourd. Scrape. She pours the last dregs onto the roots of a climbing ivy. The ivy shivers as the water hits it. The bucket is empty. It is lighter now, swinging slightly in her hand. The earth is happy, Clara says softly. It is, Eliana agrees. The temperature drops another degree. You can feel it on the skin of your arms. The hairs rise slightly. The sweat of the afternoon evaporates, leaving a cool sensation. Eliana walks to the frescoed wall at the back of the garden. The painting depicts a lush landscape, a paradise of eternal green. She touches the plaster. It is still warm from the sun, warmer than the air. It is like touching a living creature. She leans her forehead against the warm wall for a moment. She closes her eyes. She hears the water seeping into the ground. Seep, seep. She hears the distant rumble of a cart in the street, signaling the start of the evening deliveries. She hears Marcus sliding a stone. Scritch. It is the blue hour, the time between the dog and the wolf. Inside the house, the rooms are growing dark. The corners of the atrium are disappearing into shadow. The furniture loses its sharp edges. The table becomes a dark shape. The stool becomes a shadow. Julia lights the first lamp of the evening in the kitchen. FFFT. A tiny yellow star appears in the doorway of the kitchen. It flickers, then stabilizes. It is a beacon. It signals the end of the workday and the beginning of the rest. Eliana opens her eyes. She pushes off the wall. She walks over to Marcus. The sun is setting, little astronomer, she says. Leave the stones. Marcus looks at his pebble circle. He pushes the center stone slightly to the left. Perfect. Coming, he says. He slides off the wall. Thump. They walk back into the house. The transition from the garden air to the house air is seamless now. The doors are open. The house is one fluid space. Clara takes the empty bucket back to the service area. She places it upside down to drain. Clunk. The garden is left alone. The wet soil breathes in the dark. The blackbird flies away. The snail, hiding under the rim of a pot, feels the moisture. It wakes up. It begins to extend its tentacles. The night shift of the garden is beginning. But inside, the pace slows even further. Eliana sits in the atrium. She does not pick up the sewing. She does not pick up the wax tablet. She sits with her hands open in her lap. She watches the light die. It is a slow death. The violet turns to indigo. The indigo turns to black. The square of sky above becomes a window into the infinite. The first star appears, a tiny, trembling point of light. Eliana breathes in. Inhale. She breathes out. Exhale. The day is done. The roots are watered. The stones are cool. There is nothing left to do but wait for the night. The blue hour has vanished. The indigo sky has deepened into a true, impenetrable black. The square of the compluvium is no longer a window to the heavens. It is a void. The only evidence that the sky still exists is the scattering of stars that drift across the opening, silent and cold, like diamond dust blown across a dark floor. The house has turned inward. With the garden dark and the street silent, the universe of the family has shrunk to the circle of light cast by the oil lamps. In the triclinium, the dining area, the single lamp on the table is burning low. The oil level has dropped. The flame is smaller now, a hunched orange shape that clings to the charred tip of the linen wick. It's butter. An air bubble in the oil reaches the flame. It makes a tiny popping sound. The light jumps. The shadows on the wall leap up, stretching toward the ceiling, then shrink back down. Julia watches the shadow. She is sitting on her stool, her hands resting on her knees. Her hands are still. The spinning is done. The mint is stripped. The day's work is stored in the muscles, a dull, comfortable ache. She watches her own shadow. It is a dark, distorted silhouette against the red plaster. It looks like a mountain. The oil is low, she observes. Her voice is dry, barely louder than the sputter of the lamp. It will last, Eliana replies. She is standing near the doorway to the atrium, leaning against the frame. There is no need to refill it. The night does not require brightness. It requires only enough light to navigate the path to sleep. Eliana walks to the table. She picks up a small silver spoon. She stirs the oil in the lamp reservoir gently. Clink, swish. The movement frees a little more fuel for the wick. The flame brightens slightly, grateful for the attention. The smell of the burning olive oil is the signature scent of the Roman night. It is fatty, earthy, and warm. It smells of the hills where the olives grew. It smells of the press. It smells of home. Clara enters from the kitchen. She has finished the final cleaning. Her hands are red from the scrubbing, but clean. The fire is banked, Domina, she says. The water is covered. Go to rest, Clara, Eliana says. Clara nods. She walks toward her small room. Her footsteps are soft. Pad, pad, pad. The door clicks shut. Click. Now it is just the women. Julia stands up. She leans heavily on a wooden cane. Thump. She begins her slow migration to her bedroom. Thump, shuffle, step, thump, shuffle, step. It is a slow procession. Eliana watches her. There is no impatience. The time it takes to cross the room is the time it takes. Julia reaches her door. She turns. May the gods keep the roof, she whispers. And the walls, Eliana replies. Julia enters her room. The darkness swallows her. Eliana is alone in the center of the house. She looks at the lararium again. The small shrine is in the corner, illuminated by the flickering light of the table lamp. She walks over to it. The painted snakes on the wall seem to writhe slightly in the moving light. The bronze statues of the Lares are still smiling, holding their drinking horns high. They are happy gods. They are satisfied with the spelt cake and the incense from the morning. Eliana touches the edge of the shrine. The plaster is cool. She adjusts a small garland of wool that hangs before them. It is dusty. She brushes the dust away with her thumb. Brush, brush. She feels a draft. The flame on the table lamp bends sideways, almost parallel to the oil, then rights itself. Eliana looks up. The curtain in the entryway is swaying. Sway, back, sway, forth. The night breeze is finding its way through the cracks around the great oak door. It brings the outside air in, air that smells of cooling stone and distant wood smoke. Eliana shivers, just once, a ripple of cold across her shoulders. She wraps her shawl tighter. She decides to check the door one last time. It is a compulsion, a ritual of the night. She walks to the fauces, the entrance corridor. The lamp she carries throws the shadow of the door bolt onto the wall. The shadow is massive, a black bar of iron. She touches the real bolt. It is cold metal. It is locked. She presses her ear against the wood of the door. She listens to the street. Silence. No carts, no footsteps, no voices. Wait. A cat meows, somewhere far down the alley. Jimro. It is a questioning sound, lonely. Then silence again. The city is a tomb of the living. Everyone is wrapped in linen, lying on wool, waiting for the sun. Eliana pulls away from the door. She is satisfied. The barrier holds. She walks back to the atrium. She stops by the impluvium. The reflection of the stars in the water is clearer now. The mist has gone completely. She looks at the star Polaris. It hangs directly over the edge of the roof. It is the anchor of the sky. She thinks of the ships on the Mediterranean, the grain ships sailing from Egypt. They are steering by that star right now, the same star that reflects in her pool. It connects her to the world, yet she is safe inside her walls. She feels a yawn coming. It starts in the chest, a tightening of the diaphragm. It rises up the throat. Her jaw stretches. Yalaon. It is a long, deep intake of air. Her eyes water. The fatigue hits her then. It is a wave of heaviness. Her legs feel like lead. Her arms feel like wet ropes. It is time. She walks to the table. She picks up the lamp. She walks to her room. Step, step, step. She enters the cubiculum. The room is dark and quiet. The air is still. It smells of the lavender she used earlier. She places the lamp on the stand. She sits on the bed. The ropes creak, creak. She takes off her slippers. She places them side by side on the floor. Perfect alignment. She swings her legs up. She pulls the covers up. She looks at the lamp one last time. The flame is very small now. It is living on the fumes. She does not blow it out. She decides to let it die on its own. It is almost gone anyway. She lies back. Her head sinks into the pillow. She watches the flame. It pulses, bright, dim, bright, dim. It is fighting the darkness, but the darkness is patient. The darkness is vast. Bright, dim, flicker, and then nothing. The flame vanishes. The wick glows red for a second, a tiny eye in the dark, and then it turns black. The darkness rushes in. It fills the room instantly. It presses against the eyes. Eliana blinks. She sees nothing. She closes her eyes. It makes no difference. The world is black either way. She listens to her breath. Inhale, exhale. She feels the wool blanket. It is rough against her chin. It is warm. She feels the mattress. It is lumpy but familiar. It supports her back. She thinks of the morning, the porridge, the spinning, the crack in the floor. But those things are far away. They are on the other side of the sleep ocean. Now she is launching her boat. As she drifts, her thoughts unravel. The logic of the day dissolves. The cabbage becomes a cloud. The spindle becomes a flower. The dog becomes a shadow. As she sinks deeper, deeper, the house holds her. The stone walls are thick arms wrapped around the family. Outside, the wind sighs through the columns of the peristyle. Woo-woosh. It is a gentle sound, a lullaby. The spider in the corner of the atrium feels the wind. She tightens her grip on the web. The night is fully established. Nothing is happening. Nothing needs to happen. The story has stopped moving. It is just resting. And in that rest there is peace. The flame of Eliana's lamp has been extinguished, but the presence of the fire lingers. A thin, gray ribbon of smoke rises from the blackened wick. In the absolute stillness of the bedroom, it rises perfectly straight, a vertical line drawn in the dark. It climbs until it hits the wooden ceiling, where it spreads out, invisible, forming a thin layer of scent. It is the smell of burnt linen and hot clay. It is a sharp, acrid smell, but it is also the smell of rest. It signals that the eyes are closed, that the work is done. Eliana breathes it in. Inhale. It does not wake her. It is part of the night's perfume. The room is cooling rapidly now. The lamp, which had provided a tiny sphere of heat, is now just a cooling lump of terracotta. The heat radiates away from the clay, absorbed by the wooden table, then by the air. If you were to touch the lamp now, it would be warm. In 10 minutes, it will be tepid. In an hour, it will be as cold as the stone floor. The darkness is not empty. It is filled with the weight of the house. Let your mind wander out of the bedroom, slipping through the crack under the door, back into the vast, open space of the atrium. The starlight is the only illumination here. It is weak, spectral light. It touches the edges of things, outlining them in silver. The rim of the impluvium, the curve of a column, the handle of the water pitcher left on the table. The silence is deep, but deeper still is the stillness of the objects. Consider the chest in the corner, the arca. It is heavy, bound with iron straps. Inside, the family's winter cloaks are folded. The wool sits there in the dark, fiber pressing against fiber, the weight of the top layer pressing down on the bottom layer. There is no movement inside the chest. The air is trapped, smelling of cedar and moth-repellent herbs. It is a time capsule of winter, waiting for the seasons to turn. Next to the chest stands a tall bronze candelabrum. It is cold to the touch. It stands on 3 legs shaped like the paws of a lion. The bronze lions grip the floor. They do not let go. They have held their position for 20 years. They will hold it for 20 more. The house is a museum of stillness. Now imagine moving downward, beneath the floor. Most Roman houses of this size do not have a hypocaust, the underfloor heating of the rich. They rely on the earth. Under the mosaic floor there is a layer of mortar. Under the mortar, a layer of crushed stones. Under the stones, the soil of the Esquiline Hill. The soil is cool and damp. It is ancient earth. It holds the foundations of the house in a firm grip. The roots of the city go deep. There are no worms here under the packed stone. There is only compression, the weight of the house pushing down, the resistance of the earth pushing back. It is a silent battle of physics that keeps the walls standing. Move back up, past the sleeping family, past the atrium, and out into the backyard service area. Here, leaning against the wall, are the amphorae that are empty. They are waiting to be returned or reused. One of them has a crack in the rim. A small spider has made a home inside the neck. It is a funnel web spider. She sits deep in the throat of the jar. It is the perfect cave, protected from the wind, protected from the rain. She detects the vibration of a beetle walking on the outside of the jar. A scritch. She waits. The beetle moves on. The vibration stops. The spider relaxes. She does not need to eat tonight. She can wait. Near the amphorae is the wood pile. The wood is cut olive and pine. It is stacked neatly. The cut ends of the logs face outward. They are rough, textured with the rings of the tree's life. In the damp night air, the wood swells slightly. A creak. A log shifts, just a fraction of an inch. It settles deeper into the pile. The smell of the wood is strong here. It smells of resin and sap. It is a sticky forest smell. A gentle breeze moves through the yard. It lifts a piece of loose bark from a log. Flap. The bark falls to the ground. Plap. It lands on the dirt. It is dead matter returning to the soil. The breeze continues. It moves over the wall and into the street. The street is a canyon of shadows. The tall apartment blocks, the insulae block out the stars. Down the center of the street runs a gutter. It is still damp from the rain of the previous night, though the stones are dry. A rat moves along the gutter. A scurry pause. It is a Roman rat. It is cautious. It sniffs the air. It smells the bakery down the street. It smells the garbage pile behind the tavern. It moves quickly, dash. It disappears into a hole in the wall. The street is empty again. The silence of the city is not total. It is a textured silence. Far away near the Colosseum, a dog barks, woof. Then another dog answers from the Caelian hill, woof woof. It is a conversation across the valley. I am here. I am here too. Is there food? No. The barking stops. Back inside the house, the temperature has reached its lowest point. This is the hour of the wolf, the darkest, coldest part of the night. In the kitchen, the warmth of the oven has finally faded. The bricks are now only slightly warmer than the air. The smell of the bread has become faint, a memory of the day. The yeast in the sourdough starter is slowing down. The coolness inhibits its growth. The bubbles form slower now. Bubble pop. The dough is sleeping, just like the people. Clara turns in her sleep. Her straw mattress rustles, crinkle. She is dreaming of the olive harvest. In her dream, the sun is hot and the olives are falling like black rain. Thump, thump, thump. But in the room, there is only the cold. She pulls her knees up. She creates a ball of warmth. The house protects her. The tiles on the roof deflect the dew. The walls block the wind. Let us look at the roof again. The dew is heavy tonight. The humidity from the lifting fog has settled on the terracotta tiles. The roof glimmers in the starlight. It looks like it is covered in sweat. The water gathers on the curved tiles. It forms droplets. The droplets merge. Slide. A drop runs down the channel of the tile. It reaches the edge of the compluvium. Drip. It falls through the open roof. It falls 10 feet. Plink. It hits the water in the pool. The sound is sharp and clear. It rings like a tiny bell. Re-eyeing. The ripples spread out. They hit the sides of the pool. They bounce back. The water is agitated for a moment, then it calms. The reflection of the star returns. Eliana hears the drop in her sleep. She does not wake, but her mind registers it. Water, good. Her breathing remains steady. Inhale, a long, slow draw. Exhale, a soft, whistling release. She is deep in the delta wave sleep, the restorative sleep. Her body is repairing the muscles that scrubbed the silver. Her mind is filing away the memory of the letter. The night is a factory of repair. In the tablinum, the wax tablets sit on the table. The black wax is cool and hard. The letter M that Marcus wrote is still there, faintly visible where he didn't erase it perfectly. A ghost of a letter. A moth lands on the tablet. Flutter. It walks across the wax. Its tiny legs leave no mark. It tastes the beeswax with its feet. It finds nothing to eat. It flies away. The house waits. It waits for the dawn, but the dawn is hours away. There is a sense of infinite patience in the stone. The stone does not care if it is night or day. It just exists. The pigments in the wall paintings are in the dark. The red cinnabar, the yellow ochre, the green malachite. They do not need light to be colorful. They hold their color in the dark, waiting for the eye to return. The garden is motionless. The wind has died down. The leaves of the laurel tree are still. A single petal falls from a rose. It detaches silently. It falls through the dark air. It lands on the gravel path. Touch. No sound, just the arrival of the petal on the stone. It lies there, a curl of pink velvet in the gray night. Tomorrow, Eliana might see it and sweep it away, or the wind might blow it into the corner. But for now, it lies where it fell. The passage of time is marked only by the movement of the stars. They slide across the square of the sky. One by one, they cross the meridian. The constellation of the swan flies overhead, silent wings of light. The house travels with the earth, spinning, orbiting. But inside, everything is still. The wool in the basket, the oil in the jar, the bread in the cupboard, the sleepers in their beds. It is a perfect, boring, beautiful stasis. The world is at rest. The night has settled into a deep, unwavering chill. The warmth of the sun, which had saturated the stones of the house hours ago, has now completely leached away, drawn out by the cool vacuum of the dark sky. The house is no longer a radiator of heat. It has become a vessel of cool air, holding the temperature of the earth itself. Focus your attention on the floor of the atrium. The mosaic is a vast expanse of tiny stones, tesserae, thousands of them. Each one was cut by hand, shaped into a rough cube and set into the mortar decades ago. There are the white stones, limestone from the quarries near the river. There are the black stones, basalt from the volcanic flows to the south. In the daylight, they form a pattern of geometric waves, a border that implies motion. But in the dark, the pattern is invisible. The floor is just a surface. If you were to walk across it now with bare feet, the sensation would be sharp. The cold is not biting, but it is absolute. It travels up through the soles of the feet, signaling to the body that the earth is asleep. The moisture from the earlier humidity has settled onto the stone. It forms a microscopic film, making the floor slightly slick. It reflects the faint starlight from the opening in the roof, creating a ghostly sheen that stretches from the door to the tablinum. Move slowly through the house, drifting like a draft of air. Go back out to the peristyle garden. The loom stands there, a dark sentinel in the shadows. It is the tallest object in the colonnade. In the dark, it looks like a musical instrument that has lost its voice. The vertical frame is rigid, two heavy beams of oak sunk into the ground. The wood is old, darkened by oil and age. If you touched it, it would feel smooth, polished by the friction of Eliana's hands. Look at the threads. The warp threads, the vertical ones, hang down from the top beam. There are hundreds of them, a curtain of thin, gray lines. At the bottom of each bundle of threads, there is a weight. These are the loom weights. They are made of fired clay, shaped like pyramids or donuts. They are heavy. Their purpose is simple, to let gravity do the work of tension. Gravity pulls the weights down. The weights pull the threads tight. Pull, hold. It is a silent, static force. Even while the weaver sleeps, the gravity of the earth is keeping the work orderly. The threads do not tangle. They hang straight and true, waiting for the shuttle. Occasionally, a slight breeze moves through the garden. The threads sway, just a fraction of a millimeter. Sway. The clay weights bump against each other. Clink. It is the softest sound imaginable. Dull clay against dull clay. A muffled collision that signifies nothing but the movement of air. Clink, clunk. Then stillness returns. The weights settle. The lines become straight again. The smell in the garden has changed. The scent of the wet soil has faded, replaced by the scent of the boxwood hedges. It is a dry, green, dusty smell. It is the smell of a library of leaves. Deep within the hedge, a small beetle is moving. It climbs a twig. It reaches the end. It turns around. It climbs back down. It has no destination. It is just exploring the geography of the bush. Back inside the house, in the pantry, the air is thick with the scent of the harvest. The garlic braids hang from a hook on the ceiling. The bulbs are papery and dry. They rustle softly when the house settles. The onions hang next to them, their skins golden and flaky. On the shelf, the jar of honey with the figs sits sealed and heavy. The honey is cold now. It has thickened. The figs are suspended in the slow-moving amber, perfectly preserved. Next to the honey is a jar of garum, the fish sauce. It is corked tightly. The smell is locked inside, a potent, salty memory of the sea. The pantry is a bank vault of calories. It is the family's insurance against the winter. It stands guard over the stomach. Move to the corridor. The draft that Eliana felt earlier is still there. It is a river of air that flows from the front door, under the gap, through the atrium, and out to the garden. It finds the curtain hanging in the doorway of the triclinium. The curtain is heavy wool, dyed a deep red that looks black in the night. The air pushes it. Billow. The fabric swells outward, like a sail catching a very weak wind. It holds the shape for a moment. Then it collapses back. Flap. Billow, flap. It is a slow respiration. The house is breathing. In the bedroom, Marcus is deep in the cycle of sleep. He has kicked the blanket off one leg. His foot is exposed to the cool air. His body registers the cold. A reflex is triggered. He pulls his leg back. He shifts his hips. He burrows deeper under the wool. Rustle, scrub. He murmurs something, a word from his dream. Wait. Then he is silent again. His breathing is light and shallow. Inhale, exhale. Eliana in the next room sleeps more heavily. She does not move. She is lying on her side, her hand tucked under her cheek. Her dreams are formless. She is not dreaming of the loom or the market. She is floating in a gray void, a place of pure rest. The house protects this void. The walls are 3 feet thick. They are made of brick and concrete. They block the sound of the wind. They block the noise of the city. Outside, the city is turning in its sleep. The fog has gone, leaving the air clear and brittle. The stars are sharp points of ice. A patrol of the vigils walks down a neighboring street. They do not stop at the house. They are looking for fire, not silence. Their torches cast a flickering orange light against the upper stories of the insulae. The light dances on the brick, then moves on. The darkness rushes back to reclaim the street. The Roman night is not frightening. It is simply the absence of day. It is a necessary emptiness. Back in the atrium, the water in the impluvium is perfectly still. The star Polaris has moved slightly. The rotation of the Earth is visible in the reflection. A mosquito lands on the surface of the water. Dudgy. It stands on the surface tension. Its legs make tiny dimples in the water skin. It waits. It senses carbon dioxide. It senses heat. But there is none here. The water is cold. The stone is cold. It flies off, seeking a warm body. It will not find one easily in this sealed fortress. The spider in the corner remains motionless. She has caught nothing. She does not care. She can wait for weeks. Her patience is part of the architecture of the house. The hours drag on. It is the time of night when time seems to lose its meaning. There is no sun to measure the shadows. There is no water clock dripping in the atrium. There is only the duration of the dark. A piece of plaster falls from the ceiling in the vestibule. It is a tiny flake, no bigger than a fingernail. It detaches, it falls, it spins in the air. Click. It hits the floor. It lies there, a white speck on the dark stone. It is the only event of the hour. The house accepts it. The house is slowly aging, flake by flake, crack by crack. But the process is so slow it looks like permanence. The cold deepens. The oil in the lamps thickens. The wood of the furniture contracts, creak. A chair leg scrapes a fraction of an inch across the floor as the wood shrinks. A scritching. The sound is loud in the silence, but no one hears it. The silence swallows it instantly. The silence is heavy like a blanket of velvet. It covers the ears. It covers the mind. It is a comfortable, boring silence. There is no war here. There is no politics here. There is no hunger here. There is only the stone, the wood, the wool, and the breath. The Roman Empire stretches from the sands of Syria to the mists of Scotland. But right here, in this room, the empire is just a sleeping woman and a cooling lamp. The night continues. The stars wheel overhead. The earth turns. And the house waits, anchored in the dark, for the first gray hint of the morning that is still far, far away. The silence of the house is contained within its walls, But just outside the heavy oak door, the city of Rome has its own quiet rhythm. It is not the silence of empty space, but the silence of resting machinery. Walk mentally through the front door, slipping through the wood like a ghost, and stand on the street. The air here is colder than inside. It moves freely, carrying the chill of the river and the dampness of the valleys. The street is a canyon of brick and stone, narrow and twisting. The shadows are absolute. 50 paces down the hill stands a public fountain, Lacus. It is a simple stone basin, fed by a lead pipe connected to the aqueduct system. The water flows constantly. The Romans do not turn off the water. It flows day and night, a gift from the hills to the city. Listen to it. Splash, gurgle, splash. The water pours from the mouth of a carved stone mask, perhaps a lion, perhaps a river god. The carving is worn smooth by centuries of water. The features are blurred. The eyes are blind stone, washing constantly with tears of clear water. The water hits the surface of the basin. It creates a constant, churning white noise. As they splash, it overflows the rim of the basin. It runs down the sides, darkening the stone. It falls into the gutter. Trickle, run. It moves down the center of the street, washing away the dust of the day, carrying a fallen leaf, a lost straw, a speck of dirt toward the great sewers below. This water is the pulse of the neighborhood. It is the only thing moving. It is the only thing making a sound. If you were to dip your hand in it now, it would be freezing. It would shock the skin. But there are no hands here, just the stone and the water. Splash, gurgle. Move away from the fountain. Drift back up the hill. Return to the house of Aliana, but do not go inside yet. Go around to the back, to the narrow service alley that runs behind the garden wall. Here, attached to the outer wall of the garden, is a small wooden structure, a coop. Inside, the household chickens are sleeping. There are 5 of them, 3 hens, russet and brown, 2 darker ones. They are roosting on a wooden pole. They are huddled together for warmth. Look at the texture of the sleep. They have fluffed their feathers out. They look twice their normal size. They are round, soft balls of down. They have tucked their heads under their wings. Their beaks are buried in the warmth of their own bodies. They are perfectly still. Occasionally, one of them shifts its weight. The talons grip the wood tighter. A scritchy. A low, throaty sound comes from one of the hens. CRRRK. It is a dream sound, a memory of a worm found in the garden. The smell here is earthy. It smells of dry straw, of feathers, of grain. It is a primitive agricultural smell that exists even in the heart of the empire. These birds are the engines of breakfast. Tomorrow there will be eggs, warm brown shells, bright yellow yolks, but for now they are just sleeping shapes in the dark. A rat runs along the top of the coop, patter patter. The hens do not wake. They are safe inside the wood. Return to the house, glide over the wall, drop down into the peristyle garden. The loom is still there. The weights are still hanging. Walk into the kitchen. The air is still warm near the oven, though the fire is buried. On the shelf, the bread that Clara baked yesterday sits in a row. Focus on the bread. The loaves have cooled completely. The crust, which was crisp and crackling when it came out of the heat, has now settled. It is hard and thick. It protects the soft interior. The smell of the bread has changed. It is no longer the sweet, yeasty perfume of baking. It is a solid, wheaten scent. It smells of sustenance. Eliana calls this bread pannies. It is the staff of life. A small beetle crawls across the shelf. It approaches a loaf. It touches the crust with its antennae. Tap, tap. It finds no way in. The crust is a fortress. The beetle turns away. Above the kitchen, in the darkness of the ceiling rafters, the timber beams are adjusting to the night. These are massive beams of oak, brought down from the Apennine Mountains years ago. They were cut, hewn, and hoisted into place by men who are now old or dead. The wood is alive in its own way. It reacts to humidity. It reacts to temperature. The night is cold. The wood contracts. A groan. It is a low, mournful sound. Deep in the fibers of the tree, the tension is releasing. Kriyak. Eliana hears this sound in her sleep. It incorporates into her dream. She dreams she is on a boat and the mast is creaking in the wind. It is a comforting sound. It means the roof is heavy. It means the structure is sound. The house is settling. It is hunkering down. In the small room where the oil is stored, the amphorae stand in rows. The oil inside is viscous. It is cold. If you could see inside the jar, the oil would be dark green, thick like syrup. It is pressing against the clay walls of the vessel. It is silent potential. It is light waiting to be burned. It is food waiting to be eaten. Go to the bedroom where Julia sleeps. The grandmother is very still. Her breathing is so quiet it is almost imperceptible. Faint inhale, faint exhale. Her hands are resting on top of the wool blanket. They are gnarled, the joints swollen with age. The skin is thin like parchment. In the dark, her hands look like roots. They are the roots of the family. They have spun the wool. They have kneaded the bread. They have held the babies. Now they rest. She is dreaming of the past, Rome as it was 50 years ago. She sees faces that are gone. She hears voices that are silent. But the room is peaceful. A draft moves the curtain over the window. A swish. A thin beam of starlight enters. It travels across the floor. It touches the leg of a chair. It reveals a pair of slippers left by the bed. They are worn, shaped to the foot. They wait for the morning. The house is a collection of waiting objects. The loom waits for the hand. The cup waits for the water. The slipper waits for the foot. This waiting is the essence of the night. It is not empty time. It is preparatory time. The energy of the day is gone. The energy of the next day has not yet arrived. We are in the interval, the gap. It is the most boring place in the world, and therefore the safest. Back in the atrium, the water in the pool is flat. A small piece of moss detaches from the rim. Blip. It falls into the water. It floats. It drifts slowly toward the drain. The movement is agonizingly slow, an inch an hour. It spins once, it stops. The spider in the web feels nothing. She is asleep, or as close to sleep as a spider gets. Her legs are curled in. She is a small knot of life in the center of her geometry. The darkness presses against the windows, against the doors. But the house pushes back. The stone holds the line. The family sleeps. The chickens sleep. The water flows in the fountain down the street. Splash, splash, splash. Endless, tireless. The night goes on. The tour of the sleeping house moves from the kitchen and the garden back to the central hall, the atrium. On either side of this main room, there are small alcoves called ali, the wings. These are the most sacred spaces of memory in the Roman home. Here, in wooden cabinets with doors left slightly ajar, stand the imagines. These are the death masks of the ancestors. They are made of beeswax, molded from the faces of the dead generations ago. In the faint, diffuse starlight, the masks look eerily human. Look at the face of Eliana's grandfather. The wax has darkened with age to the color of deep amber. The artist captured every wrinkle, every line of worry, every scar. But now the face is smooth. The worry is frozen in wax. The eyes are hollowed out, blank spaces of darkness that seem to stare at the opposite wall. They are the guardians of the house's honor, but tonight they are just objects. The air in the alcove is still. It smells faintly of the beeswax and the cedar wood of the cabinet. A spider, perhaps the sister of the one in the atrium, has spun a single thread from the ear of the grandfather to the nose of the great-grandmother. Glisten. The thread catches a stray photon of starlight. It is a bridge between generations. The masks do not breathe. They do not sleep. They simply exist. They are the definition of patience. They have watched 10,000 nights like this one. They have seen the sun rise and set, rise and set. They are bored, and in their boredom they are peaceful. Above the masks on the roof of the house, there is movement. A cat has climbed up from the trellis in the garden. This is not a stray, but a neighbor's cat, a sleek animal with fur the color of smoke. It walks along the ridge of the roof. Pad, pad, pad. Its paws are soft. They absorb the impact. There is no sound of claws, only the softest compression of velvet against the rough terracotta tiles. The cat stops at the edge of the compluvium, the square opening. It looks down into the house. From its vantage point, the atrium is a deep, dark well. The pool of water at the bottom reflects the sky the cat is standing under. The cat tilts its head. It sees the reflection of its own silhouette in the water far below, two pointed ears, a curved tail. It watches the water. Blink. The cat is not looking for anything specific. It is just observing. It is the master of the high ground. It sits down on the warm tile. The roof still holds a fraction of the day's heat, trapped in the thick clay. The cat curls its tail around its paws. It begins to groom itself. Lick, lick, lick. The sound is rough and rhythmic, the tongue against the fur. It is a self-soothing sound. The cat pauses. It looks at the moon. It looks at the chimney of the bakery down the street. It yawns Maya, a silent yawn. Then it stands up and continues its patrol. Pad, pad. It disappears over the peak of the roof, heading toward the pigeon coops of the next block. Inside the house, the silence reasserts itself. Eliana shifts in her bed. She has moved into a lighter stage of sleep. Her eyes move rapidly behind her closed lids. REM sleep. She is dreaming of the market again. But in this dream, the market is underwater. The cabbages are floating like jellyfish. The coins are bubbles. It is a quiet, slow-motion dream. Her hand relaxes on the sheet. Her fingers uncurl. On the floor of her room, a draft moves a small dust bunny. Roll, tumble. It rolls an inch. It stops against the leg of the table. This is the only geology of the bedroom, the landscape of dust. In the tablinum, the study, the ink in the pot is settling. The ink is made of soot, gum, and water. During the day, when Eliana dips the pen, the mixture is agitated. But now, in the stillness, the heavier particles of soot are sinking to the bottom. The liquid at the top becomes clearer. The sediment at the bottom becomes thicker. It is a microscopic separation, physics at work in the dark. Beside the ink pot lies the reed pen, the calamus. It is a simple piece of dried river reed, cut to a sharp point. The tip is stained black. It rests on the wooden table. It is waiting for the hand. The table itself is made of citrus wood, prized for its beautiful grain. In the dark, the grain swirls like a frozen storm. The house is a collection of textures. The smoothness of the wax masks, the roughness of the roof tiles, the softness of the cat's fur, the hardness of the table. In the dark, you cannot see them, but you can feel them with your mind. You can feel the coolness of the mosaic floor against your imaginary feet. You can feel the scratchiness of the wool blanket. Everything is tactile, everything is real. Julia, the grandmother, makes a small sound in her sleep, a sigh. H-H-H-H-H-H-M-M. It is the sound of a heavy burden being laid down. Her room is the quietest of all. It is tucked away at the back of the house, far from the street. On her bedside table sits a small glass vial. It contained perfume once, years ago. Now it is empty. But if you were to uncork it, you would still smell the faint, ghostly scent of roses from a summer long past. The glass catches a tiny gleam of light from the gap in the curtain. It glimmers, a single point of light in the black room. The house travels on. The night is not an enemy to be fought. It is a space to be inhabited. The Romans built their houses to look inward. No windows on the ground floor facing the street. All life focuses on the atrium, the center. And tonight, the center is asleep. The water in the pool waits. The masks wait. The ink waits. The boredom is a protective shell. It keeps the chaos of history outside. Here, there is only the slow, rhythmic pulse of the domestic world. Tick, the house settles. Tock, the heart beats. And the night stretches out, vast and comfortable, covering the 7 hills like a dark woolen cloak. The tour of the night moves now to the humblest room, yet the most vital, the culina, the kitchen. Here the darkness is not absolute. There is a faint, stubborn glow from the hearth. Clara did her work well. The ash she banked over the coals acts as an insulator, trapping the heat in the heart of the fire. Occasionally, a tiny shift occurs in the fuel. A piece of charcoal settles. Clicking. And a tiny, weak red light glows through a crack in the ash for a second before fading. It is the heartbeat of the kitchen. On the wooden table, a few crumbs from the bread slicing remain. They are jagged, golden brown specks on the dark wood. An ant has found one. This is a scout ant. It has traveled a long way from the nest under the garden stones. It touches the crumb with its antennae. Tap, tap. It tastes the wheat. It tastes the yeast. It tastes the success of the mission. It lifts the crumb. The crumb is huge compared to the ant, a boulder of carbohydrates. The ant turns. It begins the long journey back. It walks along the grain of the wood. It climbs down the leg of the table. March, march. It is silent, determined work. The economy of the house has a lower level, invisible to the humans. Near the ceiling, hanging from a hook, is a bunch of dried herbs, oregano. The air in the kitchen is dry. A single dried leaf detaches from the stem. Snap. It falls. It flutters down through the warm air above the stove, rocking back and forth. Sway, sway. It lands on the stone floor. Tusk. The sound is barely audible, dust returning to dust. Move out of the kitchen, through the service door, into the narrow alley behind the house. The alley is paved with dirt, not stone. It is muddy from the rain of the previous night. There are tracks in the mud. The prints of the mule that delivered the wood, the prints of Clara's sandals, the paw prints of a stray dog. And now a new track. A snail is crossing the alley. It is moving from the damp wall of the neighbor's house to the garden wall of Aliana's house. It moves with excruciating slowness. It leaves a silver trail that glistens in the dark. Glide. It encounters a pebble. It moves over it. The shell tips, then rights itself. The snail does not know about the Roman Empire. It does not know about the legions. It only knows about the damp earth and the smell of the lettuce in the garden. Far away toward the river, a heavy wagon wheel hits a pothole. Thud. The sound travels through the ground. It is a low-frequency vibration. In the house, the water in the impluvium pool registers the shock. A tiny ripple forms in the center of the black water. It expands. It is a perfect circle. It travels to the edge and vanishes against the marble. The house absorbs the city. In the bedroom of the boy, Marcus is dreaming. He is dreaming of the ants he watched earlier. But in his dream, the ants are marching in formation, carrying tiny shields and spears. They are legionary ants. He smiles in his sleep. His cheek presses against the linen pillow. He turns over, flop. His arm hangs off the side of the bed. His fingers brush the floor. He feels the cold stone. It is grounding. He does not wake. He pulls his arm back up into the warmth. The night is a series of small adjustments, thermal regulation, comfort seeking. In the room next door, Aliana's breathing changes rhythm. She is entering a lighter phase of sleep as the night wears on. Inhale, shorter exhale, shorter. She murmurs a name, Lucius, her husband. The sound hangs in the room for a moment, then dissolves. On the table beside her, the silver mirror lies face down. Its polished surface is pressing against the wood. It reflects nothing. It is blind. But the bronze lampstand nearby catches a gleam of starlight. It stands tall and rigid. The objects in the room are witnessing the sleep of their owner. They are the silent audience. Outside the window, the wind shifts. It is coming from the north now, from the Alps. It is a colder wind. It pushes against the heavy wool hanging over the window. Push. The fabric bulges inward. A draft of cold air enters the room. It mixes with the warm, sleep-heavy air. Aliana shivers in her sleep. She pulls the blanket higher up to her nose. Now only her eyes and forehead are exposed. The house adapts. The inhabitants adapt. The night is a long, slow negotiation between the cold outside and the warmth inside. And the house is winning. The walls are thick. The roof is tight. The snail in the alley reaches the wall. It begins to climb. Vertical ascent. Stick, pole. It is going to the garden. It is going to the paradise of wet leaves. The world is simple at night. Food, warmth, rest. There are no complications. The silence returns deeper than before. The wagon is gone. The wind dies down. There is only the waiting. the waiting for the light that is still hours away. The tour of the silent house drifts into the tablinum, the space that lies between the public atrium and the private garden. This is the office, the archive, the brain of the household. In the daylight, it is a place of business, where Eliana manages the accounts and Julia stores the family records. But in the dark, it is a library of shadows. The air here is different from the rest of the house. It is drier. It smells of dust, of cedarwood shelves, and predominantly of papyrus. Focus on the scroll rack, the nidai on the wall. It is a set of wooden pigeonholes. Inside, the scrolls are stacked like firewood. These are not books with pages. They are long strips of reed pith, hammered together, dried in the Egyptian sun and rolled up. Listen to the sound of the papyrus in the dark. The air in the room is cooling. As the temperature drops, the fibers of the papyrus contract. A crinkle. It is a microscopic sound, a dry, brittle whisper. Tick. One scroll shifts against another, the friction of dry reed against dry reed. These scrolls hold the boredom of the past, receipts for olive oil bought 10 years ago, letters from a cousin in Gaul discussing the weather, inventories of wool and linen. They are the fossilized memories of daily life. They sit in the dark, yellowing slowly, turning brittle. On the table, the ink pot sits. We looked at it before, but look closer now. The water has evaporated slightly from the surface. A thin skin has formed on top of the black liquid. It is like the skin on cooling milk, but black and shiny. If you were to touch it, it would break, but nothing touches it. A draft moves through the room. It comes from the garden, carrying the scent of the wet rosemary. It mixes with the dry smell of the paper. The draft catches the edge of a loose sheet of papyrus lying on the table. Flutter. The corner lifts. It waves in the air for a second. Fluttered tap. It falls back down. The movement is small, but in the stillness, it seems significant. It is the room rearranging itself. Far away, beyond the walls of the house, beyond the hill down in the valley of the Tiber River, the city is breathing. The river never truly sleeps. The barges that bring grain from Ostia are moving against the current. They are pulled by oxen walking on the towpaths. Listen very closely. You can hear the faint, rhythmic sound of the river work. Thump, splash, thump, splash. It is the sound of a heavy oar hitting the water, or perhaps the sound of a rope straining against a bollard. It is miles away. It is a sound stripped of all urgency by the distance. It is just a pulse. Thump, thump. It reminds the house that the water is flowing. The grain is coming. The cycle continues. In the bedroom at the back of the house, Julia is dreaming. Her sleep is light and fragile, like the papyrus. She is dreaming of a vineyard. The grapes are heavy and purple. The sun is hot. She is young again. She is holding a basket. She smiles in her sleep. Her lips move. "A sweet," she whispers. The word floats into the cool air of the room and vanishes. On the floor near her bed, a spider is walking. This is a hunting spider, a wolf spider. It does not build a web, it patrols. It moves across the stone floor, scuttle, pause. It feels the vibration of Julia's voice. It freezes. It waits for the threat. There is no threat, just a sleeping woman. The spider moves on. It goes under the chest. It finds a dark, dusty corner. It settles down. It pulls its legs in. It becomes a small, gray stone. The house is full of these tiny lives. They exist in the gaps between the human lives. In the atrium, the water in the pool has stopped moving completely. The ripples from the moss are gone. The reflection of the stars is perfect. The constellation of Orion, the hunter, is rising in the east. His belt of 3 bright stars is visible through the compluvium. The house is aligned with the sky. The roof is a frame for the universe. Eliana turns in her sleep. She is now in a deep, dreamless state. Her body is heavy, sunk into the mattress. Her breathing is so slow you have to wait for it. Inhale, exhale. It is the rhythm of hibernation. The cold of the night has reached its maximum. The stones of the wall are cold all the way through. The heat of yesterday is a myth. But the blankets are warm. The wool traps the body heat. It creates a microclimate of tropical warmth around the sleeper. Under the blanket, Eliana's foot twitches, a nerve firing in the dark. Twitch. Then stillness. The silence is a physical weight. It presses down on the roof. It presses against the doors. But the house is strong. It was built to hold the silence. The walls do not speak. The floors do not creak much. The furniture waits. The night is a long, gray tunnel. The house is traveling through it minute by minute. There is no rush to get to the end. The morning will bring work. The morning will bring noise. For now, let us stay in the tunnel. Let us stay with the dry papyrus and the sleeping spider. Let us stay with the silence. It is peaceful here. It is boring here. And that is enough. The house holds many secrets in the dark, but they are not secrets of intrigue or danger. They are secrets of chemistry and physics, occurring silently while the master and mistress sleep. Drift now to the coolest part of the ground floor, tucked under the curve of the stairs that lead to the flat roof. This is where the wine is kept. There are no barrels here. The Romans store their wine in ceramic amphorae. These are not the giant shipping jars we saw earlier, but smaller household vessels, standing in a wooden rack. The air here is dense. It smells of damp wood, of earth, and faintly of vinegar and grapes. It is a sour, fermented smell, ancient and heavy. Focus on a single jar. It contains a red wine from the Alban Hills, a vintage of no particular fame. It was poured into this jar months ago. Inside the dark belly of the jar, a slow event is taking place. The wine is full of tiny particles, the lees, bits of grape skin, dead yeast, microscopic fragments of stem. During the day, the vibrations of the house might keep them suspended. But now, in the deep quiet of the wolf hour, gravity takes hold. Imagine the interior of the wine. It is a dark, purple ocean. One by one, the particles begin to sink. Drift, sink. They fall through the liquid. They are lighter than sand, so they fall slowly, like snow in a windless sky. Drift. They land on the bottom of the jar. They join the layer of sediment that has been building there for weeks. It is a silent accumulation. The wine is clarifying itself. It is becoming pure. This process happens without any human hand. It happens simply because the house is still. On the neck of the jar, there is a stopper made of cork, sealed with black pitch. The pitch is hard and shiny. In the cold of the night, it is brittle. A tiny bubble of air is trapped in the pitch. It has been there since the day it was sealed. It sits there, a microscopic void in the black resin. Next to the wine rack, the wall is made of plaster painted a deep ochre yellow. The plaster is porous. During the day, it absorbed the humidity of the cooking and the washing. Now, as the temperature drops, the wall is exhaling. If you were to touch the plaster, it would feel clammy. A thin, almost imperceptible film of moisture sits on the surface. Breathe out. The wall releases the moisture into the air. The house is regulating its own atmosphere. A small flake of yellow paint is peeling near the floor. It curls outward, away from the wall. Curl. It holds there. It does not fall. It is suspended by the tension of the paint. It is a flaw, but a boring one. It will be there tomorrow. It will be there next year. Move away from the wine. Float back toward the center of the house. The dog, Argo, is dreaming again. He is no longer chasing rabbits. Now he is dreaming of a bone, a large white bone. He is chewing it in the sun. His jaw moves slightly in his sleep. Chomp, chomp. A soft, clicking sound comes from his mouth, his teeth tapping together. Click. Then he swallows, gulp. He is content. In the atrium, the air currents have shifted. The draft that was coming from the front door has stopped. The air is now perfectly stagnant. This is the dead calm. The dust motes that were floating in the starlight have stopped moving. They hang in the air, suspended in the vacuum of motion. Eliana sleeps on. Her body temperature has dropped slightly, as it does in deep sleep. She is conserving energy. Her breathing is a soft metronome. A 1, a 2. There is a sense of heaviness in the room. The wool blankets feel heavier. The air feels heavier. It is a comforting weight. It is the feeling of being buried in safety. On the table, the silver cup that Eliana polished earlier sits gleaming in the dark. It reflects a single, distorted star from the window. The star is trapped in the curve of the metal. The metal is cold. It has forgotten the warmth of Eliana's hand. It has forgotten the friction of the cloth. It has returned to being metal. The night wears on. There are no clocks ticking. The Romans use water clocks, but Eliana's is empty. Time is measured only by the feeling of duration. It feels like the night has lasted forever. It feels like the morning will never come. And that is fine. The darkness is a place to be. A woodworm is working in the leg of the table. A scritch, a scritch, a scritch. It is eating the wood. It is boring a tunnel. It is a slow, blind worker. It chews, it pauses, it chews again. The sound is so faint that even the dog does not hear it. It is a secret sound, meant only for the wood and the worm. The house is slowly, imperceptibly changing. The wood is being eaten. The wine is settling. The paint is peeling. But to the human eye, it looks exactly the same. It looks like peace. Outside, the mist has begun to return. Not the heavy fog of before, but a light, ground-hugging mist. It curls around the ankles of the statues in the street. It softens the cobblestones. It muffles the sound of the fountain down the hill. The splashing sounds further away now. As they change. The world is wrapping itself in cotton wool. Inside, Julia shifts her head on the pillow. The linen rustles, crinkle. She does not wake. She just seeks a cool spot on the fabric. She finds it. She settles. The rhythm of the sleep continues. The wine sinks. The wall breathes. The worm eats. The night is busy with things that do not matter. And because they do not matter, you do not need to watch them. You can let them happen. You can let the sediment fall. You can let the paint peel. It is all taken care of. The house is a machine of silence, and it is running perfectly. The night is vast. It is a continent of time that must be crossed, minute by minute. We are deep in the interior of this continent now. The shore of the evening is far behind, and the coast of the morning is not yet in sight. The house travels on. Let us return to the cella panaria, the pantry. It is the darkest room in the house, windowless and thick-walled. It is a cave constructed by human hands. We looked at the wine, we looked at the honey. Now look at the jar in the corner. It is a small, squat jar made of gray clay. It is sealed not with cork, but with a heavy wooden lid weighed down by a stone. Inside is the garum. This is the essence of Roman flavor, fermented fish, salt, and thyme. It is a potent, pungent liquid. In the heat of the day, the smell can slip out, a sharp, savory tang that wakes the appetite. But in the cold of the night, the smell is dormant. The liquid is cold and heavy. If you could see through the clay, the garum would be a dark, amber-brown fluid. It is perfectly still. Salt crystals have formed at the bottom of the jar. Formed settle. They are geometric, sharp, and white. They sit in the dark sludge, microscopic diamonds of flavor. The bacteria that created the sauce have finished their work long ago. Now it is just chemistry, aging, mellowing. The jar sits on a wooden shelf. The wood is old oak, stained dark by years of spills. The wood smells of vinegar and brine. It is a smell of preservation, of things kept safe. Eliana does not think of the garum while she sleeps, but it is there. It is the promise that tomorrow's meal will have taste. It is a small, salty security. Move out of the pantry. Close the door in your mind. Click. Drift down the corridor to the vestibulum, the entrance hall. On the floor near the heavy front door lies the dog Argo. He has moved again. The cold of the stone floor penetrated his fur, so he has found a woven rush mat. He is curled into a tight circle. His nose is tucked under his tail. He is a closed system of warmth. He is dreaming. In his dream, he is not running. He is lying in a patch of sunlight that never moves. It is warm. It is bright. A bone falls from the sky and lands near his paw. Thumping. In the real world, his leg twitches. Twitching. His claws scrape against the rush mat. Scritch. It is a dry sound. He lets out a small puff of air. Hoof. The air in the vestibule is cold. His breath creates a momentary cloud of mist that hovers over his head, then dissipates. Outside the door on the street, the silence is profound. The fountain down the hill continues its work. Splash, splash. But there is another sound now. The wind is moving through the narrow gaps between the buildings. It creates a low, moaning sound. Woo-woo. It is the wind from the Apennines. It carries the smell of pine forests and snow. It hits the front of the house. The heavy oak door shudders, just a fraction. Thud. It holds, the bar is thick, the wood is strong. The wind moves on. It swirls dust in the street. It lifts a fallen olive leaf and carries it down the hill. Inside the house, the air remains still. The walls have done their job. They have separated the inside from the outside. Eliana turns in her sleep. She is facing the wall now. The wall is painted red, cinnabar. In the dark, the red is black. She breathes in the smell of the room. Lavender, wool, old stone. She is deep in the second watch of sleep, the restorative time. Her heart beats slowly. Thumpy, thumpy. It pumps the blood to her fingertips, to her toes. It keeps the extremities warm. Her hand is resting on the pillow. Her fingers are relaxed, slightly curled. The ring on her finger, the iron band with the seal, is cold. It touches her cheek. She does not wake. She incorporates the cold touch into her dream. She dreams of drinking cool water from a mountain stream. The house is full of these small, cold touches. The handle of the pitcher, the bronze of the lamp, the tiles of the floor. They are the anchors of reality. Go to the atrium. The spider in the web has moved. She is now hanging upside down in the center of the spiral. She is cleaning her legs. She pulls one leg through her mandibles. Slide. She removes a speck of dust. She does it again with the next leg. Slide. It is a meticulous grooming. She has 8 legs. It takes a long time. There is no rush. There are no flies. There is only the night and the dust. She finishes. She settles back into her waiting position. She is a tiny speck of patience in the vast room. The water in the impluvium is black ink. A small piece of plaster falls from the ceiling high above. Drift. It lands in the water. Blip. A tiny ring of ripples expands. The spider feels the vibration in the air. She tenses. Then she relaxes. It was not prey. It was just the house shedding its skin. The ripples hit the edge. They bounce back. They interfere with each other. They vanish. The water is glass again. In the kitchen, the warmth of the ashes is fading. The heat is retreating into the center of the pile. A cricket has found its way in. It sits near the hearth, attracted by the lingering warmth. It chirps. Cree-cree. The sound is loud in the quiet kitchen. It echoes off the stone walls. Cree-cree. Clara hears it in her sleep. She frowns slightly. She pulls the blanket over her ear. The sound is muffled. She sinks back into the dark. The cricket stops. It waits. Cree-cree. It is a lonely sound, a call to no one. The house accepts the sound. It absorbs it into the silence. Time passes. The constellation of Orion moves higher in the square of sky. The stars are marching orderlies across the heavens. They keep perfect time. But down here, there is no time. There is only the texture of the blanket, the hardness of the mattress, the coolness of the pillow. You can let go of the need to know what happens next. Nothing happens next. The night continues. The jar of garum sits. The dog dreams. The spider waits. It is a state of suspended animation. The Roman Empire is a busy place. There are roads being built. There are laws being written. There are ships sailing. But not here. Here, the only work is the work of rest. The recharging of the body, the settling of the mind. Eliana's breath catches for a second, a small snore, then resumes its rhythm. Inhale, exhale. The house protects her breath. It holds the air around her. The darkness is soft. It is not empty space. It is a cushion. Lay your head back. Feel the weight of the eyelids. The house is safe. The door is barred. The fire is waiting. The night is long, and it is yours. The night has reached a plateau. It is a vast, flat plain of time where the hours stretch out to the horizon, undistinguished from one another. The moon has moved past the opening of the compluvium, taking its silver light with it. Now the atrium is submerged in a deeper, more uniform shadow. In the corner of the room, far from the pool, stands the Arca Vestiaria, the great clothing chest. It is a massive object. It is made of cedar wood brought across the sea from the mountains of Lebanon. The wood is dark, rich, and dense. It smells of the forest, a sharp, resinous scent that repels moths and silverfish. The chest is bound with straps of iron. The metal is cold and black. Inside the chest, in the total darkness of the interior, the winter clothes are sleeping. Heavy woolen cloaks, penuli dyed the color of dried blood or deep forest green. Thick tunics meant for the days of frost. Felt boots. They are folded with precision, layer upon layer. The weight of the clothes presses down. The bottom layer is compressed by the weight of the top layer. Between the folds of the wool, Eliana has placed sachets of dried herbs. Wormwood, southernwood, dried citron peel. The scent is trapped inside the wood. It permeates the fibers of the wool. It is a smell of preservation. It is the smell of patience. Nothing moves inside the chest. The air is still. The fibers are interlocked. It is a vault of warmth, locked away for the season. Near the chest on the floor lies a small object. It is the wooden boat that Marcus was carving earlier. He left it there when he went to bed. In the dim light, it looks like a piece of driftwood. It is rough-hewn. The hull is lopsided. The mast is a twig stuck into a hole. It lies on its side on the mosaic floor, a shipwreck on a sea of stone. A draft moves through the room, close to the floor. It passes the boat. The boat does not move. It is heavy enough to resist the air. But a small shaving of wood, a curl of pine left from the carving, skips across the floor. Skitter, skitter. It hits the leg of the chest. It stops. The house is full of these small debris of life. The shavings of a boat, the dust of the street, the lost thread. They are the evidence that people live here. But right now, the people are absent from the room. The silence is thick. Go to the lararium again, the household shrine. The lamp that Eliana lit there has long since gone out. The wick is cold. The bronze statues of the Lares stand in the dark. One of them holds a drinking horn, a raiton. The other holds a dish, a patera. They are frozen in a gesture of offering. A spider has begun to spin a web between the uplifted arm of the lar and the wall. Spin, attach. She works quickly. She knows this is a quiet corner. The silk is invisible in the dark. It is a trap for nothing. There are no flies here. But the spider spins anyway. It is her nature. Spin, pull, attach. The web grows. A delicate geometric lace draped over the god of the household. In the bedroom, Eliana dreams. She is walking through a field of flax. The flowers are blue. The sky is blue. The wind is gentle. She reaches out to touch a flower. In the real world, her hand moves on the blanket. Brush. The sound of skin on wool. She sighs, H. It is a sound of pure contentment. The house is doing its job. It is a shell. It is a womb. Outside, the temperature has dropped to its absolute minimum. The dew on the roof has frozen slightly at the edges. Crack. A tiny crystal of ice forms on the clay tile. The city is shivering in its sleep. But inside, the air is stable. The thick walls hold the memory of the day's heat, releasing it slowly, calorie by calorie, into the rooms. In the kitchen, the mouse has returned. It creeps out from the woodpile. A creep. It moves toward the center of the room. It stops. It stands on its hind legs. It sniffs. It smells the ghost of the bread. It lowers itself. It runs to the table leg. It climbs. Scramble. It reaches the top of the table. It explores the surface. It finds the spot where the honey jar stood. The wood is sticky. The mouse licks the wood. Lick. It tastes the sweet, floral residue. It is a feast for a mouse. It cleans its whiskers. Brush. Then it freezes. A sound. From the street. Clap. A single horse, moving slowly, a patrol, a late traveler, a doctor summoned to a sickbed. The sound draws nearer. Clap. It passes the house. Clap. It fades into the distance. The mouse relaxes. It resumes its cleaning. The night is a series of small interruptions to the silence, followed by the return of the silence. The silence is the baseline. It is the canvas on which the night is painted. In the pantry, the jar of garum sits heavy and still. In the chest, the wool cloaks sit heavy and still. In the bed, the woman lies heavy and still. Gravity is the ruler of the night. Everything is pulled down. Everything seeks the lowest point. The eyelids droop. The head sinks into the pillow. The dust settles on the floor. It is a peaceful, downward pull. Eliana's breathing is steady. Inhale, exhale. She is safe. The door is barred. The gods are watching through a spider web. There is nothing to worry about. The Roman Empire will still be there in the morning. The taxes will still be due. The grain will still need grinding. But for now, there is only the cedar chest and the smell of the forest in the dark. There is only the toy boat and the stone sea. There is only the sleep. Drifting, floating, resting. The night goes on. The night has run its course. We have traveled through the hours of the lamp, the hours of the rain, the hours of the fog, and the hours of the deep cold. Now we stand at the very edge of the night, in the final stretch of darkness before the cycle begins again. The house is in a state of absolute suspension. If you were to measure the silence now, it would be heavier than at any other point. It is a dense, accumulated silence. It has filled every room, every cup, every corner. In the atrium, the starlight has shifted. The square of the sky above the compluvium is no longer a window to the stars. It is beginning to lighten, just the faintest shade. It is turning from black to a deep, deep navy. But inside, the shadows are still sovereign. Look at the floor one last time. The mosaic tiles are cold. The pattern of black and white waves is still there, frozen in stone. It suggests movement, the rolling of the sea, but it is solid rock. It does not move. It holds the house up. The water in the pool is perfectly level. It has accepted the rain. It has accepted the dust. It has accepted the reflection of the cat. Now it waits for the sun. Under the surface, the blue stones at the bottom are invisible in the dark, but they are there, grounding the water. Walk slowly to the front of the house. The heavy oak door is still barred. The iron bolt is still in its slot. The wood is cool and damp. The barrier held. The night passed without incident. No intruder came. No fire started. No storm broke the roof. Safety is boring. Safety is a locked door and a sleeping dog. Argo the dog is deep in the final stage of sleep. He does not twitch now. He is a heavy, warm mound of fur on the rush mat. His breathing is a slow, steady tide. Inhale, exhale. He is recharging for the morning bark, for the morning patrol of the garden. But that is for later. For now, he is just a weight on the floor. Move to the kitchen. The mouse has gone back to its hole. The crumb is gone. The honey residue is licked clean. The fire in the hearth is a deep, buried secret. Under the gray ash, the heat still lives. It is a tiny, red pulse. It has survived the night. It is ready to wake up when Clara wakes up. The flour bin is closed. The oil jar is stopped. The knife is clean. The tools of life are resting. Move to the loom in the garden. The wool hangs straight. The weights pull down. Gravity has not blinked. It has held the tension all night long. The fabric is tighter now, the weave settled by the cool air. The garden smells of the coming morning. The scent of the earth is rising again, mixing with the scent of the pine trees on the hills. Eliana sleeps in her room. She has not moved for an hour. She is lying on her back, her arms at her sides. She looks like a statue on a sarcophagus, peaceful and timeless. But she is warm, blood flows through her veins, life continues. The letter she wrote is miles away, in the saddlebag of a courier riding through the misty valleys of Etruria. It is moving. The bread she baked is in the kitchen, waiting to be broken. It is stationary. Everything is connected. The moving and the stationary, the waking and the sleeping. Think of the vastness of the Roman Empire. From the deserts of Africa to the forests of Germania. From the Atlantic Ocean to the rivers of the East. Millions of people are sleeping. Millions of houses are silent. Millions of lamps are out. And in this house on the Esquiline Hill, the peace is total. Eliana breathes. Inhale. The air fills her lungs. It is cool, clean air. Exhale. The air leaves her body. It is a simple rhythm. It is the only rhythm that matters. The house is a machine for protecting this rhythm. The walls are thick to keep the world out. The roof is heavy to keep the sky out. The door is strong to keep the chaos out. And inside, life is kept moving. Slowly, quietly, boringly. The first gray light of the true dawn touches the tiles of the roof. Touching. It is not bright yet. It is just a lessening of the dark. A bird in the garden wakes up. It does not sing yet. It just opens its eyes. It ruffles its feathers. Rustle. The day is coming. The cycle will start again. The water will be drawn. The grain will be ground. The wool will be spun. The lamp will be lit. But not yet. There is still a moment. A long, suspended moment of perfection. The house holds its breath. The silence is complete. The story of the night is over. Nothing happened. And that is the best ending of all. Rest in the quiet, rest in the stone, rest in the wool. The empire sleeps.